Witch Doctor over to Maladin maybe.
LGV's turn to ban.
Radiant team pick.
Hello and welcome to the first day of International 2017. This is LGD Gaming versus Fnatic. So LGD proved strong to be in the qualifiers. Everyone is waiting to see how they perform on the international. There is a lot of fans for them. Fnatic is an old team, of course. Carrying by Hejit and QO in the middle. Position 4 and 5 are Fabi and Miracle. Offlaner is Ohio. On the other side, LGD, Ame is playing a carry, maybe is playing a solo mid. Old 11 is offlaner, Yao is captain. He is position 4 and Victoria is position 5 support. So let's see picking phase here. I hope you, for the owners of Battle Pass, you have your predictions there. Okay, so we see on the LGD Gaming they are focusing like on a strong Void combo, Void Ancient Apparition combo, so
Radiant team ban.
OD, nice. OD is really great against Void. IO on the other side for Fnatic, I think they are looking for a carry, like maybe Ursa. No, Ursa is banned. Yeah, as you can see. So let's see the response from Fnatic. What are they going to ban?
10 seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining.
Reserve time, they have a lot of time to think now. So I believe Leshra is going to play a position of carry, of solo mid, I believe. So offlaner is Void. And yeah, they are looking for carries now. So Fnatic, what they are gonna ban here? They really need some time to think about that. For LGD gaming it was easy to ban, like Ursa. It was obvious that it goes like combo IO. Maybe they will pick Tiny, but that's an old combination. Does it work? They banned Tidehunter, okay. So strong ultis. Yeah.
Radiant team pick.
Okay, so Lycan. Lycan is pretty nice with IO. Lycan has a decent damage. He's very fast, but IO, if IO can catch him, that would be nice.
10 seconds remaining.
LGD
5
Gaming
seconds
has a
remaining.
whole minute and 10 seconds of reserve time to think about their carry. What is the best counter for OD Lycan? They say it's Sven.
Choose your hero.
Well, Sven can easily clear Nature's Prophet minions. Okay, so feel free to post your suggestions. Who will you pick as a winner in this first game of the International 2017 Day 1?
10 seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining.
I think I will go with LGD. They've proven so strong in qualifiers. They can deal with any combination of heroes.
Prepare for battle.
Okay, so player with the least deaths in this game. Because I go for LGD, I'll say Sven. Highest net worth, again Sven. Total number of player deaths by minute 10. Well, let's see, 6 to 10. Teams with a first barracks. Well, they have Leshrak on the LGD, but on the other side they have Nature's Prophet. So, I think I will go with Fnatic. Let's give them a chance. Okay. So DJ already planted a ward here and here to block off this camp.
Where'd that horn come from?
Tide has many impurities.
Nature's Prophet minions are in the way distracting here. So, let's see. QO versus Somnus. Somnus on mid. Victoria is here. Are we going to see a snipe? Curious snipe? No, I believe not. ready. Teams are exchanging some points of damage. Ohio and Ame taking exact amount of damage. So DJ is waiting in the woods, try to roll over possible on Yao, and there is a roll over on Yao, but Sven is waiting there. There is also Tusk here, cold feet strike, and that will be first blood for LGD Gaming. Really strong. A lane against Nature's Prophet and Earth Spirit. Still Nature's Prophet has a 9 crit. There is a Earth Spirit roll on the Ame, but Ame is strong. He uses a salve, he'll be back full health, almost full health, and ready to get some creeps. He got only 4 creeps in this exchange versus Nature's Prophet of 11. Creeps go under the tower. Ame, I believe he will get them all. Nope, there is a deny. Okay, so let's see mid. There is a small rotation from DJ. He has a rune of his invisibility. There is a IO here, and QO is waiting here. He does not have Astral Imprisonment. He goes straight for Arcane Orb and Essence Aura. DJ is waiting here. Invisibility is going to disappear, and I believe Somnus just spotted him on the other side.
Are you supposed to be some kind of
Tusk manages to kill Ohio. That's pretty painful for Fnatic team. Top side, offlaners 11 versus iG.V. Pretty same here. Nothing too much too fancy. There won't be any first bloods here. I mean, any kills in this lane except when supports strike and help. So a mid lane 23, 6 for QO, and only 7 creeps for Somnus. That's painful for him. But OD is level 3, and he is sharing experience with Feby. Let's see, illusion bot. There's Coldfit. Coldfit is not going to catch him. But Sven has had his stun, did not have his visibility on Nature's Prophet. There is a LGD taking a lot of damage here, almost dying. Victoria and Somnus here on this lane.
Tower is under attack.
Let's see a net worth. OD pretty much on the top, expected, with IO support here of Feby. On the mid, he is pretty much safe for the farm. Void has is on the second, and Ame is on the third place of net worth. Shrine will be used on Fnatic side. One has already been used on LGD side. Top pretty passive here. There is a small pull from
Dire's
Dire.
bottom tower is under attack.
Nature's Prophet uses a time where LGD's supports were rotating, so he pulled. Take some creeps. He needs to catch that Sven. Let's see. Item choice. Okay. So I guess bracer and go for drums of endurance. Fabi is not going to go away from it. Oh, Victoria on the other side is in the woods. There is a observer ward for Dire. Okay, so let's see, pings on the bottom side. Ohio and DJ must be preparing something here. Let's see. DJ is going for it. Ohio has cold feet and he's dying on the tower. That's a foolish move here. Victoria rotated already here with ice shards, and that will be dead. Earth Spirit 2. So Fabi and Yao got that kills, and that's already 4-0 for LGD. As I told you, they have proven really good in qualifiers. They really know team rotations. They know how to do that. They know how to set the traps. That's most important. That was a certain trap here, and they were aware of that. On the other side, QO going for Leshak here. There is Astral Imprisonment, not going to kill any of them, but really brings them like on 5% of health. Does not have a vision. OD 2 strike, 1 hit more to kill them both. DJ not going to take off. He wanted rune, but Ame is going to take that rune.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top rune, arcane. Yao is going to base, and Ame is going to use God's Strength, try to clear the creeps and protect his tower. He's going for straight for Mask of Death. Okay.
Top tower has fallen.
Interesting choice about that. So Mask of Madness first, then full boots in the mid. Ice shards on the IO, he's dead. QO taking some damage. There is rotation from Nature's Prophet. Are they going to kill Somnus? Somnus exposing himself too much. Also Tusk and Ancient Apparition dying here. Nice rotation from Nature's Prophet. Oh, Somnus still in a danger. There is a big bad wolf. Void Chronosphere 1-2, but Fabi is healing so much. This OD is not going to die. Tusk again dies, TPs and dies here on the tower. That's 4-2, and LGD stands no chance here. So there is a comeback from Fnatic, as we can say. Comeback, not a comeback. We are just in an early game, but that's a nice response from a Fnatic, picking some kills there, and 5-4 LGD still. In terms of net worth, Fnatic is leading. Very poor Somnus, very poor farm. But LGD 11 versus Lycan, like it's double, almost double the net worth. Let's see experience. LGD gaining experience there. As you can see, big swings on the net worth graph here, almost equalizing now. There is a smoke rotation from LGD Gaming. They want to pick off something here. Let's see. That's a Nature's Prophet here. Void goes for him, and Febby is caught here. Oh, that's a lot of damage here by Nature's Prophet ulti here, and DJ doing his job. OD has a haste and can catch. Okay, only AA and Void falls of there. Not a good smoking by LGD. Sven is pressuring a tower down there.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
OD is still top here. 11. He sees. And there is Bash. There is Lucky Bash. He is going to use a Chronosphere, another Bash. OD is pretty much dead here. So a lot of fortune for 11. That was a long TP by OD and a Lucky Bash.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And 11 on top of net worth farm. Well placed for a moment. Double damage on the bottom.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
2 stacks for Sven only. Supports from LGD did not have a lot of time to stack them. Ancients. There's a DJ here. Trying to ward, and there is a successful ward. No vision from Radiant. Okay, so we can see a ward here being destroyed by Lycan. He's going to take that money. 11. Mask of Madness. Ame, Mask of Madness team. Hayo using drums to escape here. They have wards over here, so he's pretty safe to farm. Yao on the other side reads well and gets the ward. He's going to escape. Relocation is not a success. Top tower is getting pushed by LGD. On the other side, bottom tower will get pushed by Fnatic. But LGD will have time to TP back. They also have a fortification. There's Void. There's Void. And the Chronosphere on OD. ulti. OD is pretty dead here. There is a big bad wolf. Losing himself in the crowd. Getting bashed by Void. Nice bash. Here again a bash on poor Ohio. And that's a disaster for Fnatic. But DJ with his Earth Spirit does a lot of damage here with his ulti. Pretty much all of LGD low health, but there's a team wipe on a Fnatic, and yeah, that's a safe tower. They cannot deny it just yet, but they got top tower and full team wipe on of Fnatic. So that's a pretty much success, as Void and Sven are on top net worth farm. Hello everyone in the chat. I hope you have a great time here as we watching first day, first game of International 2017. Biggest tournament in the gaming of this year for $23 million. Ohio going for Orchid. Sven has his boots and already has his Yasha. He will go same Yasha. That's a pretty old school Sven. Void, he is in a use Shadow Amulet. He is going to try to catch OD here. He's being patient. Let's see. Victoria is here to help. OD, he smells something is bad here. He's not going to try to get some creeps here. Like 4 heroes of LGD are here. 11 still waiting in a Shadow Amulet here. On the other side, Fnatic farming LGD's woods. He's not gonna move from here. He's going to lose a lot of farm. There is no one in the surroundings here. Only a big bad wolf. Well, actually a small bad wolf. Somnus not yet close to his bloodstone. As you know, he struggled a lot in the middle to farm against OD and IO. So LGD, there is a DJ trying to D-ward here. Also Ajit behind him. There is Void, jump. Now they see him. Now they break the smoke. No mana on Void here. He is being drained out of mana by OD. There is a big bad wolf trying to find a kill here. They go for a straight big one. Mr. Sven here. He's still being affected by Magnetize. On the other side, he's not going to die. Void has got some mana now for a Chronosphere. He catches 2 and he kills 2. That's a nice Void. Nice Void Chronosphere. And the Fnatic escapes from that fight. Again, a bad fight for Fnatic. So, but they got some wards here. That's a nice offensive warding. Ame is going for a Blink Dagger. He will be more agile here. Big Bad Wolf Necronomicon level 1. Okay, so I think Fnatic, yeah, they want Roche. They are in a smoke, so they have not been scouted by this eye shard from a Tusk. But they decide to go straight away on a Yao, and Yao pretty much dead here as he casted ulti and ice. Cold feet on Earth Spirit. Old 11 he has a Shadow Blade and he's waiting for his Chronosphere. Not ready yet. 25 seconds more and the Fnatic is going for Roshan. Are they going to make it? Let's see. MGD rotating here. They see the Fnatic is on Roshan. I believe so. Oh yeah, they see. There is a Void here. Immediately gets imprisonment. And Edgit manages to get an Aegis, but immediately dies. There is a good relocation from Io, but just a little back here. Ame is destroying Edgit. Big Bad Wolf and the Earth Spirit and Io. Ooh, there is a nice roll with Earth Spirit here. Io dead. Oh, Victoria taking a lot of damage here. He can die definitely. 2 seconds to 4 stuff. OD. LGD is going to take a tower, maybe 2. But decides to go back as they are low on mana. And some of them are low on health. Bottom side ready for Sven to farm. Top side getting pushed by Ohio. A lot of sentries dropped here by the Dire. They really want to see a void. And there is a nice ops ward here. Top side. Tier 1. Will be going down. There's a fortification. Is there going to be a jump from LGD? Yes, there is. There goes Ame. He's killing Big Bad Wolf here. And DJ and Ohio. It's an easy job. No follow-up by Febby and QO. Still, they are being caught in their own woods. That's a big mistake. Febby desperate. TP. Team wipe on Fnatic team. Is there going to be a push on the mid? Probably. Necronomicon level 2 still on Lycan. He's pretty squishy with all those items. Like Sven destroys him easily. Sven will go BKB probably, as I can see that only reasonable item to go against OD. Nice ward scouting. They leave a sentry ward here, they don't see that. LGD? Do they have smoke? They group up. Yeah, they have smoke. Yao. But being scouted by a Big Bad Wolf. They will not use a smoke. There is another wolf down there. On the other side, Fnatic is trying to go for a smoke. I think that's a smart thing. Patience. Patience from Zoe. Patience from QO. Let's see. Who are they going to catch here? A smoke is immediately broken by Yao. There is a OD. Sanity's Eclipse. No. Buyback on Earth Spirit. OD. Nice support from Febby there. Nice heals. He is going for Sven, but Sven is really strong here. On the other side, DJ catches Somnus and kills him. And that's a nice rotation, nice smoke gank, and a really nice buyback from DJ to go and save his team. Here, Sven is trying to go back. He will be silenced, and he will be dead. Somnus is going to take a rune and leave his body here, as he cannot do anything here, so we can count that as a team wipe, probably. Fnatic proving strong in this smoke gank here.
состоянии ожидания. А здесь вот какой-то момент вы переконцентрируетесь. Сейчас мы используем смог.
Not the biggest deal in the world, because I don't think that they're going to be able to take a Rax off the back of this, most likely. But later on in the game, those type of problems could come back to cost you more.
Yeah, they need the Nature's Prophet to get really big. He needs to kind of compensate for the damage that the Lycan is not going to be able to put out. So he's actually getting there. He's pretty high in net worth, almost on top of all the cores, and he has that Orchid to deal with the FIXTURES Void. And FIXTURES Void actually is going for BKB. He almost has it. He's going to have his faster than the Sven. So now that BKBs are popping out pretty soon, Earth Spirit's life is going to be rendered extremely difficult. OD is not going to be able to steal as much int or really handle these BKBs at all. He's not going for one himself, so he's just going to have to be able to stand there. He does have Shivas, though. The Shivas I really like coming out from him because it will allow him to survive Chronosphere for a pretty long time, enough time for him to get relocated out, and it will allow him to just man-fight Sven.
Yeah. Well, and like we were talking about that item that he's going into next, the Dragonlance, one of the better ones that, I mean, even if, the big problem, of course, is BKBs like you were talking about, but if those wear out, it's a great answer for a Sven at any point. So they are moving down towards the bottom lane right now, LGD, to see if they can find somebody from Fnatic. Ohio is in the mid, pushing out lanes, and it looks like Fnatic, they have to be so judicious with which team fights they take.
They definitely do. And on the flip side, LGD, they don't actually have to take team fights. They can keep getting picked off. And 11.
Oh, he walked right in, but there's the BKB. He's caught onto one. Where's the rest of the damage? DJ is being able to hold them back for the moment. The snowball forward QO, he's going to be caught for the moment. Can he force step to the low ground? No! He's not going to be able to get out of there. And Ohio now also in a little bit of trouble. Victoria is able to make his way out. Ohio is down. iG.V just needs to run for the hills. And Febby, I'll see if he can get relocated away, but... Oh, nice tether. Yule Scepter lift up. Is he going to die? He gets back home. Just barely.
Wow, that was really close. Almost a diamond for iG.V.
Oh. He's caught. The rest of them are coming in, trying to make his escape. The body blocks are there, and I thought he was out, but to no avail. LGD, they strike back in a big way. 4 dead from Fnatic.
I feel for this doggy, man.
He's having a rough game. It's hurting. Yeah, I like what you said, though, that it is much more like, and this has kind of been iG.V's role in the way that Fnatic has played in general. It's about enabling QO. It's a different hero for it with Howl. Like, we'd seen him before play things like Necro and stuff like that, but I think that it's definitely proving to be sometimes too much of an issue. Sacrifices too much.
Yeah, he completely is doing that. He's also doing like majority of the scouting. Look at these Lycan wolves just always on the map. Right now it's inside the Roche pit. It was just hounding maybe. So like he is doing a lot for the team, providing the heals, providing some of the building damage, providing the vision for his team. But unfortunately, just not the right click potential. At least they do have one of the most flexible offlaners in the game.
Do they have any detection? They do. They got dust, but 11 able to juke into the trees. That would have been big. Yeah, they could have found that kill.
I think that's nearly impossible though, because they have a BKB up on him. That's the thing about BKB.
Yeah.
When you have BKB, you need physical damage. If you don't have like scythe or physical damage, you're gonna be at a huge disadvantage for a few minutes at minimum.
Oh, he walrus punched a creep, and now QO jumps in, does a lot of damage, but is gonna be brought down by the BKB from Ame. And Necrobook's trying to finish off Yao. It is going to be able to do it. The drive-by for iG.V. Trying to make his escape, and looks like he might just be able to. Shapeshift's going to wear off soon. He doesn't have a TP, though. They're TPing in with maybe, and iG.V just going to look to block the way, and is able to do it at least a little bit as he heads down south. Space created.
Wow, I can't believe QO died that quickly, even with Shiva's guard. It looked like he didn't have any armor. That was nuts.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage. I mean, it's just terrifying, too. But it feels like 11 is... I mean, he's... How much? Like 228 per hit? About.
Yeah, 11 has a lot of damage. How do they have so much damage? Oh, you went for damage and armor. Wow. Actually, you usually see armor. That would do it.
Huh? And the GPM as well. Any other big talents that we need to keep our eyes on here in this one? 40 experience gain for Tusk is pretty great.
Wow, maybe went for the strength talent. Wow. Don't see that very often. Just because, like, all your damage is spell damage on Leshrac. But he is having trouble surviving in these fights. What else? Nah, I don't think this would matter too much.
It's all more survivability.
Tether stun.
Hey, we'll get there, I believe.
Okay, this is the point. Can Lycan and the rest of Fnatic do anything about the second Roche? If they take a good fight here, I can see them having a chance. But if not, Lycan's going to be even more irrelevant. What's more than irrelevant?
I don't have the vocabulary for that, but it sounds bad. That's for
him.
sure. It's bad.
That would be him after this if he loses this Roche. And it looks like they aren't even going to contest it. Oh, poor. He's going to have to go for BKB. Well, he's just going to get clobbered. He can run at supports, though.
Yeah. And I mean, we saw that in the last time, too. He's able to take down the Ancient Apparition with the Necro books. I mean, it's not definitely what you want out of your position 1, but I guess it's sort of much more QO that's the position 1 at this point. And if he does manage to, you know, rack up a little bit of intel and then start dropping sanities, it could be good stuff for BKB.
It's still extremely hard versus the BKBs, though. That's the thing. They don't have a good way to stop them from popping the BKBs. And even so, they would have Snowball. Like, let's say you get a Hex or something, or you get like a sweet Earth Spirit stun. Like, there still is the potential for like Blink Tusk, you stun into them, and then what? Like, that's I think one of the biggest problems about Fnatic's lineup. You don't care if they actually 5-man Snowball into your team. Their team fight is just so tremendously weak. Normally, if you 5-man Snowball into your team, you're deathly afraid. You're going to like an Earthshaker, like Chronosphere, here like a Sven stun into a Sven cleave. Like, there's so many things that you're actually scared of for comping. Whereas for LGD, you can just run at them, and they're running at them.
Yeah, that was very close right there. Clutch 4-staff. I wasn't sure if that was from QO or who, but they kept iG.V alive as the shards would have blocked them off.
But now you're gonna have to worry about your T3. There is one lone creep. Can they keep that creep alive?
Oh yeah.
I don't know if they're actually gonna make this play with this one creep though.
I mean, they have Chronosphere. There'll be another wave in a second as well. It looks like it is still enough to break the backdoor protection and jump forward. QO's there, but they actually ended up catching the Sven as well. It might not end up mattering because there just isn't enough damage on the rest of Fnatic. They take down too quickly. No buyback for QO. And even though iG.V is running at the poor little Yao Ancient Apparition, it does not matter. These barracks are starting to soon be under siege. The silence, the magnetized DJ doing his darndest, but it's not going to be enough. A triple kill for Maybe. He buys back DJ, but this is going to be the first tier 3 tower, first lane of racks, and the jump forward, taking down Ohio. Not quite. He's able to back out before they're able to deal the killing blow, but it's going to be barracks.
Yep. So a lot of people ask, like, why don't you first pick Lycan in every single game, or why is Lycan not like a top carry pick right now? This is part of the reason why. Sometimes you're just going to be in inherently bad matchups, not only in the lane, but in the mid game when you're trying to right-click people, and you are just going to be left useless. Because like the problem with this game is like you can't just AFK farm the jungle and then get big. Like a Sven with even net worth will destroy you. So you need like 30%, 40% more net worth on him, and you would need to be able to take down all the towers and also fight a lot before he gets his BKB. However, they lost bottom lane pretty hard, I would say, with Ohio dying a few times and the other 2 lanes on LGD getting by with a lot of farm. And when that happens, you just aren't able to snowball off the T1s. The third T1, we joked about it on the T1 top. That T1 is down, but that was 23 minutes into the game. That's your third T1 tower. And how are you going to limit these guys' farm? How are you going to prevent Sven from getting BKB if you can't even take the T1s down?
No, definitely. And it's showing those big problems. And, well, they can maybe find Maybe. He is in a little bit of trouble, but all of those Arcane Orb blasts are not going to be enough. And now DJ's gone 60 seconds. Ohio also under fire, in trouble. Ame wasn't quite able to run down QO, but they might be able to now as he's starting to drop. Ame jumps forward. The right clicks are there, and GG's called before he even falls. Fnatic, they weren't quite able to finish that one out. Great play by LGD, though. Really impressive.
I would say their draft was slightly more flexible, I would say.
Okay, that was the first game, LGD versus Fnatic. LGD strong, proving strong, and taking the first game. Well, that was easy for them. That was easy for them. There are my predictions here only. corrected one. But doesn't matter, LGD won this game. So stay on here for game number 2.
their very first 2 picks. So clearly they are struggling a little bit as to how they want to deal with this night's first pick.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's not boding well, certainly, and
Yeah.
a lot of things that Centaur as well.
Centaur is interesting. I like the way that I see a few amount of teams deal with Night Stalker is by having just a big ball of heroes that are unapproachable. It's like a bunch of I was about to say a ridiculous analogy, but they're really, really tanky, and you don't want to go up close to them at all. I was about to say.
Name that's not good.
Well, it's because Night Stalker sometimes he gets at a point where you can actually see them, but you can't do anything. You have all the vision in the world, but you can't actually jump them.
Right. Yeah, I'm
hence
with you.
why the other analogy.
Okay, I'm with you.
But that's I think probably kind of the plan with Centaur. Is like, okay, Centaur's gonna be up in front, like just protecting all his little Centaur babies around him, and then Night Stalker wants to come in and silence and kill someone at the start, but he can't because Centaur's there and everyone's just super tanky. Like Ruby's gonna be like in the middle of the ball, but that again, that's just one approach I would say to deal with the Centaur. You just have Centaur with a hood, just walk up. It's like, okay, you can jump me. I don't see you, but I don't really care.
Yeah. I'm you know, and based upon the way that Fnatic played, I would not be entirely surprised if this ended up being an Ajit safe lane Centaur and play it around the same way that they had Howl, a global ultimate used to try and help out the rest of his team. It's a little bit weird, it's different, but based upon the way Fnatic played, it's something that at least is in the cards.
I don't think it needs to be global. I think it's more so just team fight needs to be stronger.
Yeah.
I think that was clearly the weak point of their lineup last game. And after 20-25 minutes, when they had 3 towers down, 3-4 towers down, you know that things were going to be very, very poor for them. So we see the Night Stalker Bat Rider. The Bat Rider, one of the most common pairings I would say with Night Stalker, so you can get your jumps on. And Life Stealer is, I would say they're both good versus each other. The Bat Rider and the Life Stealer. It's Life Steal is pretty good because he can take off the napalm stacks, and he could also like preemptively rage if a lasso is going to come out. But at the same time, Bat Rider does have a BKB piercing ultimate, which Life Stealer hates.
Oh, for sure. And maybe again, it's just that like early changes. And wow, Fnatic.
Okay, so this is going to be a ball already. Like they have mass auras, even counting return aura perhaps. If you want to get that challenge, your compendium challenge.
There we go. That's what they're trying to do.
No field plus Chen plus Life Stealer to hit towers seems like a pretty good ball to fight up with. But now you're gonna have to do Terrorblade. Huge physical mitigation. Huge physical damage. He's like Terrorblade was the pick versus Slaughter lineups. He's also very good versus Life Stealer. Life Stealer just can't do much versus Terrorblade.
Yeah.
At all.
Well, and I mean, taking the Chen now too, there's not a whole lot of like big magical damage things that they can do. It's really like jumping in double edge, which can clear out illusions pretty effectively, I would say.
Yeah.
But now it's like, what else are you gonna go for? I would imagine like a Tinker ban here, probably. I don't know if QO plays it, but that's like the quintessential pick against Terrorblade.
It is. They could easily ban it. I don't think that is the hero though. Just because I don't think it really works with the theme lineup. I would prefer them have another jump with magic damage so they can actually kill. Like Puck, for example, would have been, I think, really good for them.
Yeah.
Like Puck with Life Stealer, you can deal with the Dazzle really well. You can also control the Terrorblade, and you also have a lot of illusion. And you can get Dagons later to deal with the Terrorblade. However, it was banned out by Fnatic themselves. LGD is still looking.
Maybe like a Quap or a Storm or something.
QO's heroes are those are the standard mid heroes, I would say,
Yeah.
but QO doesn't play the standard mid heroes.
Yeah.
He plays the weird one. Generally. He's not an invoker spammer. Plays Storm all the time.
Well, and the Chen is also kind of that slightly different look. Like it's, like you said, going to be aura strats. And do you think that LGD is thinking forward to what their hero is going to be? Do they need more D push, or do you think they have enough of it?
I would say they need more. Like right now, Bat Rider is very weak at D push. And Terrorblade's also extremely weak at. What other heroes to Chen are they coming out from the mid lane?
Tinker again.
Team pick.
Yeah, Tinker's a little bit slow though, I think is don't like about it.
Dire team.
Whoa. Ursa Warrior. A lot of ways to deal with the Lifestealer, and they have a lot of early game. They can take Roche out very, very soon, and they can push towers. I think Ursa always needs this complementing hero of a hero that is a good sieger, and Terrorblade, an unusual complement, but Terrorblade makes sense versus Lifestealer, and Ursa I think makes sense with the sort of game that they want to play. Like, they don't even want it to get to the pushing phase. Yeah. Kind of like how the game went early game, right? LGD, they just had strong enough lanes that Fnatic, by the time they grouped up and pushed, they were at a significant disadvantage. Is one way to tackle push is not to have a lot of D-push, but to stop it from...
I wonder if it's even like trying to deny a like Timbersaw pick or something like that. I don't know if that's something they would have gone for, but last pick, it's going to be the PL. Another QO classic. Yep. Is this the one?
That's one of his heroes. I thought they wouldn't actually go for like some sort of melee hero like that. I think Terrorblade is a decent versus it, but their AoE is awful. It's pretty bad, actually. So I think a really fat PL can take over this game.
So the real question, do you go Aghanims against Terrorblade?
That item is... Don't like it so much. I would prefer probably... I think Link is this game is really good versus the Batrider, because I think he's the only one that's really going to control you this game. Like, Ursa, if he ever goes on you, you just lance him. If Terrorblade goes on you, you can just doppelganger. And I think he actually needs to be able... actually, Lifestealer can maybe. I forget what QO goes PL, but that's his hero, man. PL, TA, or PA, like these sort of just heroes that are up in your face all the time.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly a different looking draft than what we saw in the last game, although there's elements to it. On this Chen, where does he have to go?
He's the player that's one of the most different heroes, like Earth Spirit, to playing a Chen this game, who has to aid a lot in pushing and can't just be super sacrificial. Where does he want to go? He can really kill anything. That's the thing about Chen. You can go to any lane and do anything, depending on what creep you get. There's so many camps there that you can kind of get whatever you need.
All right, well, I'm excited to watch that. It does look like Febby made the long wraparound. Maybe they were hoping here that somebody would scout Ohio and expect that he placed the ward and try for a D ward, but it doesn't end up happening. And 11 in the meantime is going to be positioned to steal a couple creeps here away from the safe lane. Gotta love that taunt from iG.V as well. A little spinny guy.
Oh, he has the Alpiners. Damn, son.
It really is the coolest. You gotta love that little cowboy hat he's got. Look at him. He's a pleasant little fella.
30 seconds to battle.
Oh, buddy.
Well, the early movement out, it does look like, as far as heroes are concerned, did Batrider leave? 11 was up there. Am I crazy?
I think they're doing a lane swap.
Oh, okay. Bit standard for the moment, though, is was going to be a quick bounty rune steal by Ohio. Nice, got around.
Where's the 11 go? What is he doing?
Right now, Febby is the only one up here for Fnatic. All right, I don't know. iG.V is running back up top again.
Okay, now Batrider's running. Oh, he's trying to stack. Is he just not there at all? Ohio's like, okay, I don't know what's going on, but I'm loving it.
Great game for him. And Victoria has now run into iG.V. So a Lifestealer with nothing skilled is getting ran at by this Night Stalker. And he doesn't really have a great answer besides just trying to punch him.
Night Stalker is the big bad bully.
God. This does not look like a fun lane at all. You've got Terrorblade here who can pop Metamorphosis in a little bit if he needs to and just punch iG.V down. Like, could they even think about diving him here, or is that too scary with the once
They know he has Feast, so they could easily dive him. I would say wait for a reflection. Oh, he didn't have confirmation. So, okay, maybe not. Well, we do see QO, a lot of pressure from maybe Ursa versus... I'm trying to think of a melee hero that beats Ursa. I think maybe Axe at super early levels can beat him. Even that's a maybe.
Well, we talked about Lycan having some avenues to like help out his team in spite of a bad start. Lifestealer feels much less so, and he is currently really hurting in this one. I mean, look at it. It's 3 heroes around mid. From the side of Fnatic, it looks like they want to try and make the go on to maybe. This really feels like it has to work, because otherwise they're going to be so far behind, and rotation is just not going to be good enough. And in fact, it's Victoria who's shown up and able to just bully DJ back again.
Yep. I agree with you that it's not looking very good for them. And QO is also in a ton of trouble.
Slowed down. He did end up getting clipped by that, but able to doppelganger up to the high ground, and that keeps him alive for the moment.
However, you still see which one is the real one because of that swipe. But I'm not sure how he's going to farm in this mid lane. It's just... you can just stack and farm, I suppose, but the problem is you have no kill potential with Chen. Chen has to smoke around, will go around the shrine on top, but he's still pretty far away. Ame can potentially TP out too, but there's no grave up on Yao, and Ajit in a pretty good position here.
And we'll see if they're going to be able to make this work. Febby going for the wraparound. They actually decided to go onto the Dazzle first. A pretty decent-sized heal bomb turned it back around. They will find first blood. A nice little boon for Ajit. He needed that in a bad way. Still super broke as a joke, though.
Yep, poor guy has no armor. Almost all physical damage coming out from this lane. That was actually all physical damage coming out, minus Victoria.
This is, I mean, you just look at the last hits right now. It is just complete domination by LGD. They were coming in as one of the favorites out of China and people expecting big things from them, and proving why here in this, just dominating the lanes.
All around solid drops too. Say well-balanced drops that can do a lot of things. Not super risky, especially when it's group stage. You just want to get as many wins under your belt and feeling, and just play solid Dota overall. Because oftentimes you don't know exactly what your opponent's going to do. So having a well-balanced lineup that can do everything, I would say, is better than like a lineup that might take you by surprise. Like let's say some sort of weird pug and push strat, which is always, I would say, kind of a thing.
That's, I can't believe like how much they're getting out of this. And it looks like they're gonna run it QO again. They will have no silence available, but a doppelganger away. Maybe still thinking about diving for that one. He's gonna have to focus over on this illusion. Might have thought it was the real one, but it is in fact just that doppelganger with the same amount of damage mitigation as the regular one. And DJ also gonna be pushed back. Yao is here now too. Man, this is, it's just hard to imagine what it is that they're going to do to try and turn this back around. They're just getting ran at.
One of the problems with Night Stalker, he can solo, as we saw at the start, he was just beating on the Lifestealer. Okay, so he can beat on the Lifestealer. He's not near bottom, but he could deal with the Centaur if he wanted to. And any of the other heroes, he can also just right-click. He was right-clicking the PL. And this hero is just a complete nuisance because none of the other 4 positions can really one-on-one. Maybe Spirit Breaker, I would say, can kind of right-click him down, but that's kind of the only alternative. And even so, Night Stalker is way better in the team fights because fights or takes away.
All right. Well, we have a little bit of a pause here. They need to set up some settings to make sure that they're going to be okay. It does look a little bit like, I mean, at the end of the day, this is a draft that was meant, I imagine, to group up early. What is the point where they like fall too far behind and that's no longer viable?
When Chen doesn't have any items. If Chen can't get like any sort of items, like you either need like Helm of Dom, Mech, or Scepter. I guess I've seen, I think, Midas in a Scepter before, but you want, or Hood, I suppose you want one big team fight item on the Chen. And if you don't get that, you actually like more useless than most of the supports in the later game because your creeps are largely irrelevant. I think the plus side is that LG don't have that much AoE to actually deal with Chen creeps, but on the downside, everyone is feeding around the map, and they are just destroying them. Ooh, 11 with the Soul Ring. Yeah. I like Soul Ring a lot on side lanes.
Just the fact that you can get a lot of value out of the mango, or what is the...
I think it's a good, small, cheap regeneration item that allows you to keep your farm up without hindering your mid-game item too much. It's like getting an Aquila on an agility hero. It's good for helping you farm, but it doesn't slow down the progression for your Yasuo.
Yeah, again, they used his doppelganger. There wasn't any way to stop that, and Febby and DJ are now rotating in. Victoria is going to break this smoke, and if they were hoping to wait for the PL to be back up before they can go, it's not going to happen now, and it looks like Ursa's just going to be able to run away also. Maybe DJ can make something happen here. Ohio is showing up as well. He's just doing almost no damage. 1 point in double edge is not nearly enough, and in fact, they're just going to turn it back around and try and run him down. Oh, 11 has shown up as well. He is running down DJ. 4 heroes mid for LGD. QO shows up, but what is he really even going to do? They maybe can take down 11. They do have Grave up and available. Doesn't quite get it off in time. Yao. But Febby is still going to fall. Ended up dying in that Firefly a little bit too long.
So keep in mind, a farm PL can still win this game.
Right.
So they just need to get PL up and running. He is not up and running right now. He has gone for Iron Talon, which means that he needs a lot of jungle time, which means that someone else probably needs to take the helm. If they're all jungling, Lifestealer's jungling, Chen's jungling, PL jungling, they're gonna lose out. They can only have, I would say, max 2 to 3. And ideally only 1 out of 3 so that they can actually catch up somehow. However, Night Stalker is extremely good at preventing this sort of play by being able to drop wards during nighttime and just overall be a nuisance around the map so that no one really feels safe farming around the map. So now PL and... Oh!
Close. Did that end up... I was wondering if the ghost hit maybe, and that's what slowed his attack or something, but...
Not sure.
Yeah, okay.
But... So they did get away unscathed, but as soon as you start jungling, towers are going to start falling. Yeah. One of the problems with jungling, neutraling, in general nowadays, and it looks like QO is going to be able to get himself a kill at the back of the Arcane Rune. No Grave TP coming out from Yao.
Yeah, he's going to end up going down. In the bottom lane, they were able to take down 11 Fnatic. So a couple kills going the way of them, and that's what you need. And like you said, starting to get these items, it's only a headdress on Chen, but taking a tower could help to further that call. So LGD is taking a tier 2 at the same time.
And they also do not have their mid tower taken down yet. So Fnatic still having that mid T1, they can farm a lot more with that, especially if QO is able to get a good chunk of damage on this.
All right, well, let's see. Moving in, Ohio, he does have 3 points in that hoof stomp, so a longer duration stun you would normally see, but Ame has shown up as well, and now Ajit starting to take a good bit of damage. No level 6, he was so close to it, just a little bit of experience away. He might have been able to jump inside of somebody, but nonetheless, it's another death, as Fnatic will also lose DJ.
That is a value metamorphosis.
Yeah. Tier 2 tower, big team fight win. The way to make it happen. I was wondering what you think about that 3 points up in hoof stomp. Usually you end up seeing more in double edge, right, to be able to have a higher nuke?
Yeah. It depends on what you need from your team this game. Damage, maybe not the best versus a hero like Ursa, who just enraged most of the damage off. They are having damage issues, but at the same time, you can look at the flip side. If there's some for longer, you can do more damage to them.
Yeah.
So it's also the double edge build is also better for neutraling with Tranks, but he's I was like, where did Tranks go? He was just they were just on the ground. But he, as I already mentioned, there's going to be plenty of other heroes neutraling this game. So Ohio can't really have this pick of the cream of the crop. He's going to have to deal with these risky lane creeps where he could just get lassoed or jumped.
And I guess he is also going for the Blink first build. Sometimes we had seen the Hood before, like you said, to go for more of that farming also. And relatively close to it. That might be one of those other big turning points in this game where they can actually take fights and make stuff happen.
Yeah, because they need that option of the infest bomb. I think Lifesteal loses a lot of value if you can't infest inside a blinking target or a highly mobile target, let's say. So, iG.V definitely needs more kills under his belt. PL working his way to do Diffusal Blade, and he will have it quite soon.
Oh. Yeah, that will definitely be another big one for him. We actually saw the Terrorblade also go for a Mask of Madness. So,
Ame loves the mask.
Farming, great stuff. Illusions, they get a little bit of extra attack speed also, why not?
He's been left alone in a lot of these games. Like, they kind of just leave him to farm and do his own thing. Don't really pressure. They pressure.
Oh no, he's so close to his Blink Dagger. Another 200 gold away as he loses a bit there. And some creeps are going to take some damage as well. 011 revealing that Blink Dagger, newly purchased. iG.V is showing up as well, and actually they might have gone a bit too far. Oh, the Centaur's a little bit mad that his brother ended up going down, but now it's maybe chasing him down in the grave. TP away. 11's going to escape, but Feby's certainly not going to be so lucky as, well, maybe he's trying to juke off to the side. Does he have auto attack on? I'm not sure, but a triple kill for maybe. Another kill going their way. Ame is kind of left alone for the moment. Ohio's showing up as well, and they might be able to bring him down. This would be a huge kill. And indeed, they're going to give it to Ohio. A little bit of revenge going his way.
They're like, oh, they're so low level that they already respawned. Probably what's crossing their mind at the moment. They could just slow things down, take Roche, and then proceed with slaying all of Fnatic's towers. But yeah, look at iG.V's items. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it
hurts.
It's really rough. I mean, Night Stalker is almost ahead of him. And, well, speaking of which, they're getting ready to run in. And Ohio, is this Infest Bomb really going to end up working out for them? They're rotating with all of these heroes. He's going to find the Terrorblade. Maybe they can blow him up right at the start of the fight, trying to do just that. Not going to be able to quite bring him down, though, and maybe still alive. iG.V trying to chase him down, but Yao is still in the area with Grave. They're not going to be able to do it. QO doesn't have Diffusal Blade yet, and they are going to be able to turn this back around now onto Victoria, trying to find the stun, trying to kill him off. They just don't have nearly enough damage. Another big heal bomb comes through. iG.V in trouble. He's going to drop QO. Where's it left to go? I don't know if they have anywhere. Feby's going to be pulled back in. Also, all of Fnatic are just being ripped asunder. 4-5 dead indeed. LGD dominant yet again.
The tower deny is just the cherry on top. Okay. Dazzle, weave, hello, it was ticking, it was ticking, it was ticking, and then they all died. That's very scary looking at. They were just buying time for weave. They're like, okay, let's retreat, okay. And then at that point, Urza can just instantly destroy them with a max overpower right now. So Fnatic's game plan has completely fallen flat. I would say that DJ has just been ineffective in his rotations in this entire series. His Earth Spirit died a few times. Too many in the early game. In this game, the Chen was being run at, and when Chen is forced to play defensively that early into the game, you know your team is in a really, really bad spot. And I think with this early game lead, like, Ursa's not going to fall off like he does typically. And they still have the tower hitting from Ame in case they do need to take objectives instead of just keep fighting. But Fnatic are kind of forced to throw bodies at them. QO did go for the Diffusal Blade, and that is not a farming item.
Yeah. And, you know, taking that fight before he actually had it on him in that last one, and, you know, like you were talking about the weave, it definitely feels like it's just LGD who are dictating the pace of this game. And, you know, Roshan probably going to be the next objective, and I don't see what stops them from storming high ground with that. It's 14 minutes into this game, and it's 11,000 net worth lead.
Fabled 1K per 1 minute. Okay, so let's see. Victoria's poised to the right. I don't really think they can approach from the north because they have no units there. Victoria is going to be able to slaughter these lone skeleton cubs and prevent any opportunity for an infest bomb coming in, and maybe should be able to grab this up quite cleanly. Hello, Ohio.
No, they pull back in the initiator that they needed, and Ohio going to be brought down 30 seconds, no buyback. I don't even know if it would have mattered even if he did have it.
Don't think so. His net worth is still higher than iG.V's.
Yeah. It does feel like it's much more the way that they played, though. Like those three heroes rotating mid, the goal was never to get iG.V a ton of farm. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's tough.
You have to win your other lanes, though. That's the thing about Lifestealer. Lifestealer is actually one of the better sacrifice cores. He actually doesn't care too much because you can just rage and run away, but from the start, he was kind of unsure about which lane to go to. And I don't think they wanted to get matched up. They wanted free farm from Lifestealer. But,
well, stuns, lots of stuns, triple stuns, stealing mana, trying to make something happen here. Maybe is chasing QO, though, and well, nowhere left to go. I think that he is going to probably be brought down. Well, the turnaround, Ohio is there again, trying to find this kill. They end up throwing out the Hand of God. Is this the fight that Fnatic need to turn it back around? Now they're still not able to get anybody down, and it looks like, for the moment, Fnatic will hold. They don't lose everybody.
or anyone.
Yeah.
I think the problems will start compounding too. Look at these items coming out soon. For LGD, we have the buckler already for the Dazzler, so even more armor on top of the weave. He's going to have the mech soon. And then they have the medallion on a Night Stalker. So we talked about Lifestealer not doing any damage, but he's up against even more armor and even more mitigation coming out from LGD without any minus armor piercing. Like, he doesn't even have a Blightstone.
He doesn't have an armlet. He doesn't have anything.
Yeah.
It is a rough game right now.
He has a team, though.
That's right. QO, carry me, please. Hopes and dreams are resting on this guy. He's going bots, you know, pushing out those lanes, making sure that at the very least they'll be able to get something in return if there's like a concerted effort to push down high ground.
Yeah, he needs to play the keep away game.
Oh, that's a lot of creeps. Well, the triple, this actually might end up working out. There's a lot of stuns coming in from DJ, and
He has the Helmet Dominator, so he has one extra creep.
great. Oh, and then the pullback too. This is the nice thing about Chen nowadays, as well as being able to sort of play the split push ganking style. So you just send that with QO all the time now? Just keep sending your creeps with them?
They can still die.
Yeah.
And a lot of heroes they can't actually kill, like Ursa can just enrage it off. But yeah, you can make these cute plays here and there, but still, how are you going to win team fights? How are you going to get your PO very, very large? And how are you going to stop this train from rolling you over with this Aegis info?
Yeah, it feels very much like in any sort of normal engagement, it's always going to be Fnatic just so far behind. And you look at these net worths, you know, almost 10,000 for both the Terrorblade and the Ursa, and then you compare that to where the PL is at, or I mean, where iG.V is at too. Is, I mean, he's fallen behind the Night Stalker at this point. But the rotation in LGD wanting to find a pickoff. Who are they going to get? Nobody else but iG.V. He is going to be killed very quickly. Ame on a killing spree, and now we'll see if the rest of Fnatic can get out. QO is here as well as DJ. Might need to use the send back now to try and get QO out of there. Can they actually do it, or are they going to actually try and fight this? Again, the Centaur is coming in, going for the long-range stomp. They are going to be able to pull back yet another, and barely going to be able to walk away from that one, it looks like. Are they going to lose Febby? I think that he might be able to escape. No, they're going to kill off QO as well. 4 are dead. No sendbacks used as far as I can tell, and that is looking really rough.
Caught out in a bad place. You have killed the Batrider a few times, but big ol' Ame is just left large and in charge. And maybe it's kind of just like, okay, I can run at whoever I want and do whatever I want with it. Which is usually just kill them in about half a second.
Well, the respawn times are shorter than the cooldowns at this point, so that's the only thing holding 11 back from pulling in and killing off these heroes. They will retreat for the moment. Let's see, Roshan, Aegis will be acquired in about 18 seconds. And LGD is going to play it safe. No need to try and throw the game away at this stage. Get KB up on Ursa. Is there any worry really to holding off?
PL's this low in net worth, and he's also not going man fight items. Like, Diffusal doesn't give you any HP, BOT doesn't give you any HP. So if he gets lassoed, he is dead nearly instantaneously. So I think that's a problem for them, because you need to be able to win these team fights. And Lifestealer is not going to be able to stand up in front. Centaur can't stand up in front. He's going for a Yules. So, like, who is actually going to be tanking this Terrorblade? Terrorblade's a hero that you actually just generally cannot prevent his damage from coming out. He has all these illusions, and they're generally spread out a decent amount, and they're ranged. So, like, how do you actually prevent the damage? You generally have to tank it up with like solar and armor items, but they don't have anyone to do that. So, as long as Ame runs rampant in the team fights, I don't really see Fnatic winning in the split push game. But they still can win. Or sorry, they can't win the team fight game, but they still can win in the split push game.
Okay.
They know that no one is behind Ame right now, and everyone's coming in. That Observer Ward from behind. Oh, nice try there.
The Manta dodge doesn't end up happening. Ame trying to TP away. Do they have the damage? No, he gets out. Oh, they wanted it so badly. Wow, it hurts.
That was such a brilliantly set up play by Fnatic. The Observer Ward from behind to make sure that no one's there. The call in for everyone to field and the Centaur to warp around behind. But Ame, that was a really quick Manta dodge attempt.
God, yeah, just right on the cusp. They took away. He didn't have quite enough mana to deal the damage, and once it was all stolen, it like you're talking about, PL just doesn't have enough DPS right now.
Yeah, he really doesn't. I'm actually not a big fan of this build, but I can't understand why players get it. It's like it's kind of a half and half build. You're like decent at split pushing and you're okay at fighting. I think the biggest problem is that you don't have any HP. So that means you have to use your doppelganger very early on in the fight. After they clear those illusions, you're dead. I think with a lot of HP, you can start right-clicking to propagate enough illusions that you don't have to use doppelganger until way later on into the fight. And you can tank so that other members of the team can do damage. Like, you still do damage if you go stat items. You're just a little bit tankier in the process. But looks like Lifestealer still gonna be largely irrelevant, unfortunately. I feel bad for Ajit this game and last game. He's just been under the gun.
I mean, what happens, you know? Constantly just getting ran at, and from the very beginning when he was getting bullied in the jungle by the Night Stalker at minute 1.
Yeah, you could tell it's like, that's not a good start for how this game's gonna go for Fnatic.
Well, and Fnatic just trying to hold on to anything at all at this point. There's no Aegis, but it really doesn't matter. 18 seconds until Centaur is there. If Fnatic or if LGD want to, they can just back out after the fact. And they might just do that here. Or 11 will go.
Weave is halfway up right now, so this is the perfect time for LGD to fight. And the worst time for Fnatic to fight.
Oh, the jump 40 is just going to be eliminated. Ajit, does he have any way to get out of this one? It doesn't look like he actually jumps inside a QO, almost goes down. Now Ajit trying to run away as well. Maybe he's kind of being controlled, and with Ohio backup, there's just not quite enough there. Can they kill him down in time? No. Dazzle heals are there. The Shrine is the only thing keeping the rest of Fnatic alive, but even that is not enough in the end. QO trying to run down Victoria, but now Big Bad Ame chasing him down as well. They're going to eat him up. 5 dead from Fnatic, and again, GG, well played. LGD are looking quite strong in this.
That was a fast DC coming out from VJ. Yeah, they just lost their lanes very early on, and you can see why Nightstalker is so strong. He controls early game very well, and he controls nighttime, which is like 60-70% of the time when he uses his ultimate.
With leap off cooldown, or on cooldown rather. That's right. He didn't have it.
Zai. Stalking. Finding an invis rune. If he really wants to do anything about Tims, if he has a little bit of extra help. They don't have that long range arrow. Crit's the only one who's nearby. So yeah, it looks like this is just going to be him trying to leech an Ancient. But Cuckoo is getting into a better position. Time and time again. Blink as well as BTs.
I think the
hard to catch him out.
Yeah, he got the lens. You generally get lens on Tinker when your next item is the axe. Sometimes you can get it with Dagon, but I think the most common build-up is this exact one where the lens comes before the laser axe upgrade, and then you focus a lot on just getting laser on 2 heroes every single cast.
I just broke the smoke. They had that smoke for a grand total of 0.5 seconds. And he still got the Observer Ward down. They burned a Dust Charge. So the Obs Ward will remain. And TNC wastes initiation time.
Still gonna get the tower though. I don't think EG has any interest in defending something like this. It's hard right now. Raven, by the way, building into Manta style. Oh, they're gonna hesitate.
The scan pinged. It
Yeah.
actually clipped onto Zai, who was just a little bit further up on the left. So they're very, very worried about Nietzsche initiation.
Bit of the scan actually kind of working against them there. They were totally fine, but they don't have the information, and gives EG a little bit of extra space to work with.
You see how defensive they are with their Obs and Sentry? Like they put both the Obs and the Sentry inside the lane on the bottom. So they're looking towards the tier 1 tower, looking for Drow Ranger to come in with that Silver Wretch and move in and just attack. But it doesn't happen. Now they take the tower, and EG have continued to farm up the jungle in the meantime.
Raven's gonna move in, start dealing damage to the tier 2 here. Puck gets caught by SamH here. This is pretty bad for EG. They don't have Oracle in any position to help. I think, yeah, they spotted each other there actually. But SamH has kind of made a perimeter here that EG aren't interested in coming into, so they're gonna go for the top tier 1. They will get it. TC takes a beating though.
But at the same time, the tier 2 tower's gone. So
Yep.
tier 1 and tier 2 for a tier 1. You'll take that trade, especially with the Tinker on the field. This is more space for Cuckoo, more money for Cuckoo. He's now 100 gold away from having that Aghanims.
Damn, so strong.
Yeah.
Oh my.
It's a Phantom Assassin. Deso, Manta, and Vanguard. I'm not certain how they kill him.
They
and
have to...
if they even focus him. Like, do you focus a different target in the fight?
PA is the biggest kill they can find, I think. But it's also one of the harder ones. They need the Silver Edge attack to break Blur, and then they need to hit a stun. The problem is their reliable stun is Dream Coil, and that doesn't last for...
1437 may die here. He's a little bit out, but at the same time, Arteezy being initiated on that Blink Burrow Strike. He's the bigger kill. Starts his TP. They need a crit, and with the damage they have, it will be enough.
Oh!
Woohoo! Ah, goodbye, universe!
I love playing this hero.
You just love the Grave of Swords.
Oh!
Another hit, Zai!
It feels good just to watch it, you know?
Time-lapse this.
Yep, he will. But too late.
Yeah, he's still taking the damage. He didn't want to go back into that horrible area. If he waited half a second longer, he might have been able to kill off the courier.
Alright, Raven, slow down. Don't crit on every attack, then you won't have it for the fight.
Yeah, because he can control that. Just put down the Lucky Charm for a second.
This is kind of funny. You look at Crit, and he has 7 urns on the Oracle, but he just can't use them in the fight because heroes are getting bursted too fast. Like, he doesn't really get to heal people up. It's very uncharacteristic to see this many charges on an urn in a competitive game. It happens quite a lot in pub games where you're not watching your economy with it. But doesn't have many of this urn.
Maybe he's just going to put on the Tinker every time he sees him. But
yeah, that's pretty good, but he's never going to be in range.
Yeah, the range is the issue. Phantom Assassin are going to be on the run and evade the attack from Zai. Alright, Roshan is up in about 10-15 seconds.
Both teams can kill this very fast. PA, one of the best heroes at killing Roshan. Innately wants to go for minus armor, has the crit, has the evasion, so she can just solo it. Even with just this 10% lifesteal talent can easily solo out a Rosh here. And
now
EG, they need to make a move now.
That Abyssal's so close for Raven. Like, they're actually going to have straight lockdown control now too.
Got the bat.
Yeah.
This guy is going to kill everyone if they don't get him under control.
There goes the arrow. They're inside of Roshan. The PA illusion's on his way into. They deal with it quickly, committing Rift as well as some decent abilities. He's already triggered off his aura. And Tims Well, wait for the timing. Roshan is low, Stifling Dagger goes in, Rockets as well, Roshan killed by the dive, and the epicenter, TNC, lacquering it on top of Evil Genius's RTZ. Chris trying to keep him alive, maybe it was enough heal, we'll see if he does pop or not. He doesn't, he's back to full life. They had the buyback from the Weaver, they need to win this fight, but Raven, he's in the thick of it, looking for the crit, SamH will fall, they'll lose the Gem of True Sight, the Burrow Strike creating a little bit more space here from Tims, they need a little bit more here, TNC, they haven't done it just yet, 1437 will fall. Is there buybacks? You've still got Tims as well as Raven. This two-man Basher army killing off Evil Geniuses. Raven with the ultra kill. And Evil Geniuses committing heavily into that.
Yeah, they bought back both the... What's that?
It was just Weaver.
So they bought back the Weaver, but they dive 5 heroes. Who even got the Aegis in that mess?
I honestly, like...
Aegis was on Sumail, and he died again. The cheese is... also used.
Cheese was consumed.
It might have been Arteezy who had it. He got healed to full.
Cheese was consumed by Arteezy.
Yeah. But in spite of that, so they had Aegis, Cheese, and a buyback, and they lost the fight. That's pretty bad. But of course, like the positioning EG are in to take that Roche, it's a huge gamble play. I think it was the right choice to try to go for it. But if they get caught like that, 3 or 4-man laser twice, epicenter, 3-man burrow, you're just not winning that fight. But they kind of had to do something. They felt like the game was slipping away.
Are they going to force this? The Burrow Strike! The Sentry Ward was down. They saw him with a fresh Abyssal Blade the front lines. Zai is gone. That's a dive back for him, and Cuckoo's looking for more. Crit has to false promise himself, allowing them to lasso Universe, bringing him down. And the bottom racks, it was Evil Geniuses that helped TNC fall apart. Now the shoe is most definitely on the other foot. And they get another Blink Burrow. Crit will fall. Arteezy trying to be the cannon under the tier 4 towers. They will actually bring down SamH, but PA into the back lines. The laser, the rockets, the bash. Arteezy will fall. And EG will lose a second lane of racks guaranteed. The question is, how much longer do they stick in this game? Do they believe they still have what it takes? The draw lineup has failed.
Yeah, it's pretty much failed at this point. I mean, it's still possible. I don't think they should GG out. There is a chance of getting a fight that they win. And the reason, I think the chance that they have is still that PA doesn't have a BKB. He might buy one now, or he might just go even harder on the damage. So they can kill Raven with the right combination where everything just clicks. Like you hit a good arrow, you get Silver Edge off, and everyone bursts him. It is really, really hard, though. And I don't think they're going to win the fight if they don't kill Raven first. I think he's just going to slowly kill everyone together with the Tinker.
But there's no way they can do it, though.
This Manta style was actually a really key pickup. He used it in that last fight at the Roche Pit to remove Fate's Edict. One of the good counterplays EG have to this PA, and it just doesn't exist. When he gets disarmed, he just breaks it and kills the Oracle right away, because Oracle has to expose himself to even get that spell off. And he can get punished really, really hard by Raven. And TNC, very well executed game in my opinion here. This is not easy to play. Like when you're playing against a draw lineup and you're this far behind this early, it's difficult. But they found the two fights that they needed to put themselves in a great position. And now it looks like Raven, no BKB planned. He's gonna go for the butterfly once he gets that.
Yeah.
How do you kill this guy?
You don't. It's just that simple. Evil Geniuses can wish, hope, pray that he just goes in solo and away from everyone else from TNC, but they can't control. They don't have that wonderful chronosphere that Universe could bring in game 1. Instead, it's Tims being the aggressor. Tims' Burrow Strike catching out 2-3 heroes every time. He's only now just looking to build up his Aghanim Scepter. He's been hitting absolutely everything. I think he's done more control than we've seen from SamH. SamH is almost like that little distraction birdie, the red flag to the bull kind of thing. Go and attack this. Go and try and control this. Crick, you commit your false promise to control that.
It's actually true.
Like you can't.
He's level 15 on Bat Rider, and the Sand King's level 21.
You can't false promise 3 heroes in a line stone.
No.
And now you got the BKB at least for Arteezy. He has this, but it's got no way to give distance. Like there's no Also keeping in mind, like he went for the Shadow Blade, the Silver Edge to try and counter against the Phantom Assassin. He never was able to get his Hurricane Pike. He never was able to get that repositioning item, which you kind of need to have for Drow Ranger in the fight.
Yeah, it's a fair point that he could have gone for a Force Staff after that Shadow Blade, or maybe even before, and then finished the Silver Edge.
Oh, here they come.
Hurt him.
Moonlight Shadow, they're right on top of TNC. How do they do it? The Global Silence 1437, cancelling them off. Zai is low. Does he have a way out of this one? Will he survive long enough? The Epicenter, BKB at least protects Arteezy for the moment, but Cuckoo into the trees. spamming out the damage, and Raven crits against Samael. Look at the damage! They can't even hit him! They're trying and trying, but the blind are hitting the very, very visible. EG will lose 4, and the game. TNC will get a 1-1 result by taking Game 2 in this first series of TI7.
Or even Earthshaker, all of them chunked down.
I mean, I get kind of like in game 1, it's sort of the opposite, you know. Even though Liquid are behind, they are definitely a side that has a wombo combo this time round. If Matu does get a good chrono and Invoker Miracle's allowed to lay down his combo, it's still going to do a lot. Obviously, it does depend on whether iG.V get off their BKBs in time. Sakata nearly has his finished. He's just got to work through the remaining 50% of that mid-4 hammer. But once they have BKBs on those 2 cores, even that combo is going to be severely limited unless Liquid can get an incredible initiation.
Yeah, the BKB is going to be definitely very devastating.
Yeah.
Almost level 18 as well, so...
I mean, that in its own is going to be scary. Ghost. Yeah, as I say, not just only doing good levels in terms of that, but overall, if we get to the point where it's 25... you do take the extra spirits, right, on the Death Prophet? Or do you sometimes... 600 health is a lot.
I've seen...
With the chrono in the game,
I've seen both.
I've seen like,
just both.
Yeah.
It's like split down the middle, dead middle for that one.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, obviously we've got to get to that point, but I guess plus 600 health could be nice with the amount of lockdown.
Yeah, and when you're, when you're playing with an Oracle as well, like having 600 health plus Warcry as well, just like that's so much health. So Liquid looking to take this fight around the Roche pit. Paparazzi's already out of mana, but they do have the BKB finished up on him.
We're actually going to get the jump in from the sides as Injuly finds Matuma Man, drags him back. Can they kill him off in time? GH there equipped with the Echo Slam, jumps forward, but now GH himself surrounded, taken down by the Ghost. Sakata now on a wicked 6th streak. Paparazzi pots the BKB, forces Miracle to back off. Sakata just chasing down Mind Control. Sunstroke will be attempted from Miracle, but it's going to be off the mark. Mind Control being chased away from the pit. Should be taken down here as they'll get themselves another. Miracle comes back in across. They don't quite have vision upon him, so Miracle will still be safe for the time being. Same time up top, Kuroki went for the sneaky play, went up, dropped the wards, did claim the tier 2. If Liquid can get back in, despite being 2 members down, this could be strong. BKBs have been popped.
No exorcism, no god strength.
Yeah, iG.V realize this though. They themselves are backing up. They know that they have to fight with these big ultimates. So at the end of the day, Liquid, they lose a couple of lives, but they do get iG.V away from the pit, and as we saw, Kuroki does take a tier 2.
Yeah, it was a very scrappy kind of engagement. Like, there's an engagement happening on the right and an engagement happening on the left. Dogfights actually get super clutch silence coming out there for them to be able to clean up GH without having Matu get like a good setup for a chrono. So they actually thwarted could have been a pretty devastating fight for themselves there. And yeah, like you said, Kuroki doing that nice cheeky play top.
Can they get back in? That's the question. God Strength is back up, and here we go, straight down. Nice Fisher, though, coming out in time. We'll give Liquid the time to reset and get outside of the pit.
Everyone's respawned on Liquid here now, and Exorcism is still on cooldown for about 40 seconds. God Strength is halfway expended.
Oh, but they've got a good grab, though. The perfect jump onto Matt. Oh, the instant silence as well. GH tried to jump in to save, but just as the blink came through, he was silenced immediately. Couldn't get a single spell off, and that will seal the Roshan here for iG.V. Liquid now with 2 down. Not a lot they can do to stop it this time round. Aegis into the pocket of Paparazzi. And yeah, iG.V is coming back in at the right time. Nearly was falling to the time there where it looked like Liquid were going to have another chance to reinitiate, but if they're getting that sort of jump onto Matuma Man, taking the Void out, meaning for the whole duration of that fight, there was just no chance for Matuma Man to use the Chronosphere. It's going to be iG's fight any day of the week.
He's really suffering to find those. It's this vision game. It's this vision advantage. It's being able to just jump in with the Batrider, find those clean initiations because of the ward that they have placed. That one ward right there, they're perfect. Fighting around the Roche pit, they get that deep one. That's one of those. This one around the Ancient is one of those. It's known, but it's not expected because you expect everyone else to ward that high ground, the natural high ground spot. So it's a very good ward placement for them to take that Roche fight.
Yeah, we can see
bottom lane. dogfights. Dropping down to the Fissure meatball.
Okay. That's something. And it's, you know, you can never write off a game where Liquid have Miracle on the Invoker. This is... It's always going to come down to how can Vitality break high ground. They've obviously got great push, no doubt about it, with the Death Prophet and the Sven. But there's still tier 2s, there's still tier 3s, so despite the fact that iG.V have this lead, again, definitely a game that one fight and that whole 4K gold lead can totally turn around.
Yeah, the lineup of Liquid scales super hard. Like Invoker and Void, their items just keep getting more and more and more powerful. Once Void gets like Manta and the Diffusal finished up, he doesn't have to worry so much about those silences and just getting picked off like that. He actually has his own save mechanic. And Invoker just becomes, of course, you know, an absolute beast when you get your level 25, you get your Octarine, etc., your Lincolns, you have actual saves. KuroKy.
No, he's kind of been left behind it.
Isolated.
Yeah, the rest of Liquid will get themselves out. KuroKy will not be as lucky. iG.V take down the Shaman.
I mean, look how much... The thing is that KuroKy is actually doing very well this game, too, in his net worth. He's almost more than halfway to an Aghanim. That can actually have a pretty big factor into this game.
I mean, I've seen some clips where Aghanim Shaman really does do a hell of a lot of work. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it really is.
We've all seen the one where Jimmy goes and snipes the Ancient.
Yeah, that one was
the tier 4s. It's
classic.
ridiculous. Well, it hits the both tier 4s at the same time, right? Or something.
Yeah, it's a split shot, and they get the increased range.
Yeah.
It's a nice change. It's interesting to see that people go for it now.
Very good for the defense as well, because I guess if you look, you've not really got the best heroes to man up and punch down the wards.
No,
I mean, yeah, it's
like
not
Death
great.
Prophet. Sven, he can walk up, but Matu.
Again, same spot. That ward's still there, yet to be dewarded.
That ward is winning them
so much. Yeah.
It's winning them in the last like 10 minutes.
It really has, and it's been ruining Matu's game.
I think they had another one placed in that area too, right before these fights happened.
Because I think they're the first one get dewarded.
I think the first one did,
and then they just moved
placed
the placement.
Yep. Yeah. Sakata now, Exorcism expended. It's about 3/4 of the way done, but they'll be able to get a little bit of tower damage with it.
I mean, they'd love to try and force out the buyback, but only being down for 20 seconds, it's because of the low level he's at as well. In fact, overall hero levels, how's he sitting? He's down, and Matu is not getting much at all from this game. And you know, despite the fact that he had that solo lane at the start, it's really fallen apart from him. He's only level 14. He's less levels than the Oracle.
Yeah.
He's really struggling in experience.
Oracle gets an XP gain talent, right? We'll give it.
We'll give it that. Yeah,
20%. 20% can add up. No, but he's definitely having a rough game. We saw that, you know, the one Chrono top was definitely a big example that he's not feeling comfortable in being like using his Chronosphere in those spots because it's tough engagements.
I think, it really feels like it's just the lineup of Vitality. I mean, I wonder how many times has Matumbaman played Safe Lane Void when he's been against, like, I mean, Death Prophet and Oracle. I feel like that's maybe a couple of heroes that a lot of the teams that Liquid have played against in various lands coming up to this, they may not play a lot of.
No, definitely. I mean, like, the silences are definitely something to be concerned about.
Yeah.
When you don't have, I mean, he's still working his way. He's far, far away from that Manta or that Lincoln's. He actually switched to Lincolns.
Is he? Okay.
He's trying to switch to Lincolns. It's definitely needed versus the Batrider, the last one, the stuns that are coming out. But
and you know, talking about concerned about silence, you know, Mind Control knows what's up. He's got a Greaves and he's got a Yules.
Yeah, he doubled up.
Yeah, doubled up on the ability to remove it. Making sure that he gets off those ults as... They can certainly be pretty huge. You know, even if it's when you get the ult out and a lot of your team die, if you're able to bring down the opposing team, you know, pretty weak in terms of their health, it can put off a potential push.
Yeah, it can be pretty obnoxious. The thing is, Oracle's very good versus it.
True. Yeah, they've certainly got ways to buff him back up.
Yeah, negate majority of it, and with Fate's Edict being maxed, you know, 7-second duration. No, 7-second downtime. So it's only 2.5 second downtime. So 7-second cooldown, 4.5 second uptime.
It's pretty crazy.
A lot of magic damage being negated.
There we go. Ghost back up in 4 seconds. iG.V saying they're ready to push in. All ults are available on Liquid.
Paparazzi's ready to just jump in though. He's got Orchid. Aegis does get reclaimed just now though. That may dissuade them from being over aggressive.
And in fact, as we're seeing in Mind Control, just landing down the Gale, it's pushing away the Death Prophet from the tower. So they are slowing this one down, Liquid. But again, yeah, Paparazzi's position is he's really making sure that he does not get caught out, and he is guaranteed that jump.
They're backing up. Yeah,
they really are.
Swearing off. The Aegis was reclaimed too. Now they just need to finish up their items, get some buybacks going along.
I mean, I guess they realize they've got the lead. They don't need to throw it. They're not at the danger zone yet, where it's because of how far behind Matumbaman is. There's not going to be this point anytime soon where he is going to become the bigger late game force.
They don't see many people farming on the map either, so
but
they know
do
that
see
Liquid's...
Paparazzi.
She's able to slip away. They were hunting
They
for
knew
him.
he was around in the neighborhood. Yeah, the ping's coming out of the trees, wondering if he blinked out and TP'd away, but yeah,
Now they
the
see
smart
him.
move.
Yeah, they see him with the ward now back all the way up. 10k lead now for iG.V.
Yeah.
15k experience lead. You said the Void only level 15. Everyone else on the side of iG.V actually is almost higher level than him. It's just the Earth Spirit who's lower level than the safe lane carry of the opposing team.
Matu jumps in. Drops down the Chrono. It is just on an Earth Spirit, and the save is there from Super. With the self-fuels up, I think Dogfights may live through the damage, even though Miracle tried to jump down the combo. They'll get the ultimate out to Paparazzi, but he pops the BKB in the Gold Strength, turns towards Miracle. Miracle kind of has to run in. They're trying to kite him out. They'll turn again. Paparazzi being brought down low. He can keep himself alive if he can get the lifesteal through. Gets the stun, but oh, the ward from Mind Control will peep him down. And overall, well, they've lost one in return. They have lost Shaman. Get anything more? Liquid still sticking around. They'll find Dogfights. And to be fair, even though it didn't seem like the best of Chronos, the fight ends up going their way. And get the massacre of the Sven, and again, he doesn't have buyback.
He finished the Bloodthorn. It's the same thing as the last game, right?
The same thing as last game.
This time it's not versus a Battle Trance Control Warlord, though, so it's a little bit different. Liquid isn't able to force it as fast, but they do have Alacrity. The Glyph is ready, but it's 45 seconds without a Sven. Sakata, though, Exorcism online.
He's ready to go on the back of this. They've got the silence ultimate to man, trying to man up with the bashes onto in July. Time walk down to the low ground. Looks like he'll keep himself distant from this. And with the cross coming out here, the wall onto Fisher. It looks like with that go, so it'll be enough to keep them back, but they won't be able to catch Liquid and get any kills off the back of that push.
I think they're iG.V super happy with that. It's an Exorcism used, but it's an Exorcism after he hits level 20, so he gets a 10% cooldown reduction, and he had the Octarine already. So it'll actually be coming online like much faster. I don't really see too many people get the cooldown reduction. I haven't seen a crazy amount of death profit though.
Yeah, I guess,
but I do
50
see
movement speed is a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, I do see people go for both, but 50 is a lot. That hero's talents are hard to choose which one you really want. Because even like the 15 one, I've seen people go for the Crypt Swarm cooldown. Mostly I see the cast range, but you know, you have options. You definitely have options
hard
as
as
that hero.
well. I guess he went well for the cast range because landing the silence has been so crucial, and I guess it is really nice for Cycling Swarm.
I mean, it's... I personally, like, and I've seen like a lot of people do like the cast range, but there are some people who having that Crypt Swarm, being able to, when you have Octarine, it's down to like a 1.5 second
I guess, but then at that stage, the damage from that is maybe not that crazy. I don't know, it feels like, you know, the Crit Swarm one obviously benefits one spell, but cast range, that just buffs everything.
It's
you know
everything.
I mean?
It's all your items. It's
yeah.
absolutely everything. Yeah, that's why it's like... So it's good. He's got great itemization too with the Yule Solar Crest. The armor, everything's pretty much hit right on the head. How's our Miracle doing?
How's he got?
On his way towards Shiva's.
Yeah, very nicely. Oh, Midas. Come on, use your Midas, son. Come on. Come on. Use your Midas. There we go. He was chilling with that one. Yeah, he was like, I'm going to kill the small creep first.
He's focused. He's almost level 25.
Very close to 25.
I think he was buying his Shiva recipe too. Because he did bring it up. So Matu actually goes for a Shadow Blade instead of going for the Lincoln. So he's feeling like he just needs to be able to get into those backlines.
I mean, that's the. I don't, is there any sort of gem out yet on Vitality? I don't.
Yeah, in July.
They do. Okay, in July just had the gem. Okay. I mean, if they can get their hands on it, obviously that Shadow Blade is going to be nice. It's sort of like the oh crap, I got silenced. I got to walk out of it. You know, you can use it in that manner as well. But as you say, also just getting the jump is nice.
Yeah, getting the jump in the backlines, or maybe they're going to go for this type of Mind Control push top, Miracle push bottom, try to catch Vitality when they're split off with these Shadow Blades, because it looks like GH also has a Shadow Blade in Q.
GH nearly getting caught out there. Does blink on 4 stuff out in time. Yeah, and I guess, I mean, Liquid are probably realizing as well that iG.V's warding around the areas where they're fighting has been fantastic. So, yeah, just having that method of getting into the vision without being spotted out initially,
And taking those straight 5v5 engagements is still very tough with like the Oracle in the back lines. There's 2 heavy frontline tanky people.
Yeah.
It's very hard for them to just straight up fight iG.V still, even though they have a good chunk of damage. Invoker, level 24.
They are going for this, smoking up and going. I mean, iG.V are in a good position to hold it here as they'll jump forward. Mind Control looking to try and get in position for the ult. Will be Stormhammered. Matumaman just goes straight in with the Chrono, holding the Oracle back. They've lost GH in return. Wards are now dropped. Mind Control does get popped in the pit, and iG.V, they're not done yet. They're looking to chase for more. Up onto the high ground. Kuroki will hold back the Earth Spirit with the Shackle, but the Ghosts still go to work as Sakata takes him down. Matu and Miracle, the only 2 left alive on the side of Liquid, will find another. Can they get dogfights as well? Miracle starting to bring out the Miracle show, cleaning up. I'm actually messing up the Deafening Blast timing there, but Matu will defuse off the Yule Scepter to get the kill at the end of it all. Miracle, can he save Matuma-Man though? It's looking pretty grim. He's falling low. It's not enough to save him. That's going to be Matuma-Man falling. Miracle, the last one alive. Can he really do anything about these two? He's still looking to play around with them. Paparazzi jumps forward, gets the Stormhammer connection. Shiva's Guard out in time from the Invoker. Miracle now turning, looking towards Paparazzi, ready to go back in. Silenced up. I mean, it's a long-ass duration on the silence. The Siphon attempted, but the Lincoln Sphere is there to block it. Set up again with the Meteor comes through. GH back in with the Echo Slam. They are going to get both of the cores. They'll take Cicada down, pop that Aegis. Shah's lighting forward, looking for dogfights. Does get the roll-off. Miracle and GH, can they take Cicada down a second time? He's got the BKB. Silence there onto GH. GH surrounded. Kuroki coming back in. Sunstrike connects onto both. There's the AoE Deafening Blast. The right clicks fly up. Miracle, he is absolutely doing it here. He's taken down a second. He's not done yet. The BKB wears out. They will disarm Miracle, but he still continues to flow out with these invocations, looking for more. Kuroki wraps around with the Hex, but the false promise is there just in time for Super to give Cicada a second chance. The Ghost back up, bringing Kuro down low. Injulize there on the high ground with the Flame Break will get Kuroki. Mind controls out. Miracle still around though. He wants to go back in. He gets vision just in time onto Super. Shiva's Guard connects. There's the Sunstrike. BAM! Miracle does it. Takes down another. Mega kill streak at the moment for Miracle. Going absolutely ham here.
The Miracle show.
It really is turning into it. He'll TP out. Put his hands in the air for the applause that he'll be getting from the crowd.
That was pretty impressive. And now Matu, he goes for the chrono onto the bat, but bat with the gem, able to see him just before it hits, and he's able to blink out.
It's alright. We're not looking at Matu. We're looking at Miracle this game.
Miracle for days.
Miracle's covering up the Void performance.
Yeah. That was just sick the way that he like just stood toe-to-toe.
He just did so much on his own.
He knew God's Strength was down. He knew the Exorcism was down as well. They were chasing him, and you saw that confidence. It's like as soon as they turned around, he was like, I'm definitely turning around on you guys. That quick tornado cooldown, even though he goes for the AoE Deafening Blast always because it's Miracle. His cooldowns are still great.
He's nearly got the Octarine. The cooldowns are going to be even greater then.
All eyes on.
Use that Midas, sell that
This is what we were
Midas.
talking about, though, right? This is
why teams ban out
Invoker.
Because you know what I mean? Like, say Miracle's on something else here, this game could be going pretty differently, you know?
Yeah.
But Matu just doesn't have the farm. Mind control as well. I mean, he has been getting the ults off, but every time, of course, he always dies. He gets the ultimates off, but there's no way that he can get himself back out. So he's feeding quite a bit in terms of value to iG.V in these fights.
I think something cool to point out to some players too is that you see that Miracle this game, he went for the 30% experience. He knows his team was suffering, so he knows he needs to put a lot of work in, so he needs to hit that 25.
We're seeing pretty much that's like the majority now, though, isn't it? Don't they go for the 30%?
It's a variance. I think Sumail sometimes mostly goes for the Forward Spirit, but it's in those type of situations you want to be able to switch it up.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, like it just makes absolute sense why you're getting the XP this game, because your team really does rely on you to do so much. Even if Matuma-Man was having a better game, he's still going to be relying on that follow-up to come in, and having that level 25, the full combo ready to go. That's what you need.
What's anyone else doing? Everyone else is kind of stagnated for the most part on Liquid. How does my control? I mean, Matu's actually almost got his BKB, so he's switched his build around a lot. He's really just suffering dealing versus all those silences and disables. He doesn't even feel like the Manta's enough to deal with it, clearly. So going for that BKB. He has hit level 20, though, on the Void, finally. So he gets the 120 GPM. So the later and later this does tick on, he's going to be getting quite a lot stronger. And
that's a decent amount of GPM.
It is about breaking high ground. So breaking Liquid's high ground, like you said, it's still extremely difficult. So if they can keep taking this later and later, Death Prophet and Sven do hit a peak. Invoker and Void, they keep getting quite a lot stronger.
For sure. I mean, Miracle, you could argue that Miracle himself is going to hit a peak, but it's the fact that that peak is so damn high.
Big chrono now from Matu.
It is indeed. He catches out too. Miracle comes in with the combo. Meteor Deafening Blast, bringing the bat down. Paparazzi falls low. Does get the chance to put the BKB, the Ghost Ring. Looking for Matuma-Man. Can he get it out? No, the Shadow Blaze there. Oh, the Ward Trap. Kuroki holds back the Sven. Jump forward from GH, bringing the Earth Spirit down low, but Super's there just in time with the save. Giving Dogfights a bit more time. Can he actually live through this? Trying to roll himself away, but the poison ticks him down. iG.V lose 2. Super, can he get out? Ooh, just in time. Will escape. But again, Matu stepping it up there, hitting the chrono that they required. KuroKy with a sweet little ward block, making sure that Matu gets out as well. Liquid, they're chasing down, see if they can get some more out of this. There's Miracle, he's coming from the backside. He's silenced up, but it doesn't matter. He's still punching as he flies out the magic. Now with the shackles locked down onto Cicada, they'll get themselves another. He can use himself up, but Matu brings him back down with the Diffusal Blade. And this game is looking to start to severely go back in the direction of Liquid.
The swing is real. Look at that, the last 10 minutes, about 10,000 plus gold swing now. Miracle just coming in super clutch. Matu though as well, hitting that absolutely perfect chrono. They needed that.
I mean,
so
that's the thing with the Void, isn't it? It doesn't matter how your game's going as long as you hit that chrono.
Yep.
That's all you need with a team like Liquid.
That one was like everything kind of falling into conjunction perfectly. The Ward Trap from Kuro, Matu was at like 100 HP. He was about to tick out from the Bloodthorn, and then the Guardian Griefs from Mind Control takes him back up, and now he's full health, and now this is them again. A Rax and a huge advantage. 40 seconds on spend, 60 on Death Profit. This looks like it could actually be an easy 2 sets.
There's no buyback. It may even be more than that. They could get a third set out of this. Unless they want to play it safe. We'll see how they want to do it. I mean, Matu, they've got the chrono back up in a couple of seconds. They're sticking around, I think.
Why don't they have buybacks again on these heroes?
iG.V
this happened the last series too. The Sven didn't have buyback, and now this time he bought Boots of Travel. So he didn't have buyback, and I think
Envy?
I think he bought Shiva's as well on Death Prophet. He finished up his item before he died. So yeah, they have no buy. They're actually just getting Mega Creep because not having buybacks.
And there we have again. There's the jump forward. Matuma will drop down the chrono, pulling iG.V apart. Super keeping himself alive. Paparazzi back in on this one. Super does hold one back, but it's not enough to keep himself in the game as Veno ticks him down. KuroKy's drop wards on the tier 4s. Paparazzi heads over to clean them up, but it's going to be Liquid cleaning up the bottom racks. GH actually shadow blading. Coming back in on this one, teasing around with the idea at least. The ults have been used, so it looks like Liquid will now back themselves up, but they've got themselves the Mega Creeps.
I can't believe that just happened again.
And I mean, iG.V, they'll get Mind Control. Well, I say they get Mind Control. They could have had to put a bit of work in on them to it his. He's got the Yule Scepter. The fishing come through, they're not even going to get Mind Control. He's fine.
They might get him eventually.
They'll get him eventually, but he's certainly making them work for it. I mean, finally there with the stun connection. They had to put the God Strength as well just to make sure they finally get rid of that pesky banana man. And Matu, he's camping the fountain.
He buys a Dagon.
Oh.
And now he's getting... you know,
that's what you get if you camp the fountain, ladies and gentlemen. That is a lesson for you boys and girls. Don't be a douche. Don't fountain camp.
Don't fountain camp.
Don't fountain camp.
But I actually just can't.
Because you might imagine if that froze the game. He's down for 70 seconds without buyback.
No.
If they just push mid and end.
Okay,
he's got ghost.
All right, well,
if he's just thrown the game, no, he's surely not. I mean, Miracle's still alive.
Miracle's alive. He's 6 slotted as Miracle with a refresher. Like, I think they're going to be able to hold. The side lanes are going to push it naturally. Mega Creeps are still such a devastating thing to deal with.
You don't think there's a chance they could just close it in 50 seconds?
No.
That would have been pretty grim for Liquid.
I think it's too scary too. Like KuroKy's got Aghanims. What if he just bots into the base and he just kills stuff?
It's just messing around with his illusion. Yeah, come on. There we go.
Oh, I mean, like honestly, the iG.V is probably they're probably kicking themselves in the butt right now, being like, I can't believe we just don't have buybacks after having such a good game. They actually just lose a succession of 6 Raxes like that. That's a big mistake for certain.
I feel like he was cleaning out the bottom lane and the neutral camp. So why is he not in the mid lane? Get him in the mid lane. He's got DD. Push down mid. Matu's no buyback. I guess they didn't know that Matuma has no buyback.
I think they're probably like they're probably having the same discussion. They're probably like, I can't believe we just did that. Like they're probably just stuck in their heads right now because that's what it looks like. Paparazzi literally just went to pretty much that the thing when you go into the back of your head when you're just like, I'm just gonna go farm because something bad just went happen completely and I don't know what kind of happened in the game. Like you lose your entire feel of everything because they were in a perfectly fine spot. Like you look at the net worth and it's literally in a succession of like 3 minutes. It's a 15,000 gold swing. Just because of no bombs.
Liquid back up. Matuma
he sold
joining the ranks again.
Matu sold his Dagon. Bought a Dagon.
He was like, let's not be silly.
And sold it right away.
Let's not be silly.
He shouldn't be. He really shouldn't be at this stage. I mean, I don't know if it was him who probably just decided to sell, but his teammates would probably like, dude, come on. It's not just about respect for them, but it's... I mean, sometimes things could happen. Something devastating could go wrong. They were not leading this game entirely.
I mean, because that's the thing. Dagon's not even good this game, is it?
No, I mean, it's a void. It's a void. You should never know.
Oh, look at good on that. There we have it. Aegis into the hands.
Cicada.
And yeah, he's on. He's got the BKB still.
Trying to bait it.
Yeah, we'll see if they can force it out of him. Nice self-heals there to dodge the EMP. Already on the back lines though, Mind Control and Matumbaman have found the Oracle. Hex and Shackles there in time. Oh, Oracle does get the false promise off. Could be pretty big here. Cicada gets off the Ghost as well. There's the lasso holding Miracle in place. They gave the Aegis, of course, to Matumbaman, so Miracle is not going to have that second life. He's down for 99 seconds. It's his turn to be without, but what is it with pro players and not saving for buyback today, Fog? We're seeing it a few times. Matu will clean up a second at least, but iG.V still have Cicada and Paparazzi alive, and there's no Mind Control or...
Oh, Matu trying to bait the gem.
They may just get in July. They do. Gems on the decks, but Cicada, can he punish this? Comes forward. Kuroki's like, I will take the gem! But he's not getting away with that one. Paparazzi slams him down.
He knew he was dead.
Maybe they're going to get the gem after all. What? Oh, GH!
Oh, no, he went back in.
No, Gem, would you pick the gem up and jump back in? Oh, GH! Oh, GH!
Still alive? He's got Shadow Blade in one.
He's not. Oh, GH gets himself. No, he's not going to go back in.
Matu's trying to go back. They're trying to go back.
He's going to go back in. It's GH.
Oh no, there's a sentry there.
Oh no, come on, Matu, not to the sentry. The Fisher. Can it save him? It will.
Come on, guys.
Oh, Paparazzi doesn't have any vision on himself. Okay, now
he gets silenced.
He's got the Bloodthorn and the Stormhammer. It's only the Aegis, though. Pots the Aegis. Meanwhile, of course, they are losing tier 4, so they're having a bit of trouble at home, iG.V. But, alright, it's getting a little clowny here. But at the end of the day, GH holds on to the gem. He keeps it. He's got a Silver Edge done as well. Why not? Regen rune as well. iOS Frog on his side.
That was a clutch false promise there by Super. He was.
I can't believe he got it out.
He was dying.
Yeah.
He was literally about to die, and he gets it off
out
on Cicada. So that actually won them that entire engagement because they weren't able to chain CC Cicada before the Exorcism comes out. And Miracle not having buyback, so slows Liquid down for a bit. But yeah, it's still mega creeps, so they still have a massive amount of momentum.
Yeah.
But yeah, about a 5,000 gold swing for iG.V there.
At least you got a Sven, you know what I mean? But it's a decent way to push these waves out. The rest of the team's kind of struggling a little bit with these stronger creeps, but Paparazzi can deal with it.
Yeah, it's a small
oh, I don't know if you know. Did you know this as well with Sven? He's gone for the Stormhammer cooldown.
Been seeing that a lot more
often. We were
often.
seeing that coming into play just now.
Yeah.
I get it, but as we've seen with those last few fights, just having that. I mean, what does it bring it down to? This some ridiculous 5 second cooldown.
Yeah, we've been seeing actually a lot of people doing that one now instead of the 6. You already have your damage for the most part as a
Sure,
Sven.
that's true. You've already got damage.
So it's about not getting kited, and what helps you not get kited is if the enemy is, of course, stunned. So makes sense.
Seeing Liquid getting themselves back into position to try and push forward again. In July, getting swagged on there by GH and Miracle. That's going to be without the Batrider for 80 seconds. Again, sidelines, but Matumbaman drops the chrono, finds dogfights. That's going to be a second down. They're now down 2. Cicada saved just in time by the false promise, gets the ghosts out. But this is fine. Liquid wanted to do that. They wanted to poke out the ult, poke out the BKB. Talking about ults getting dropped down. Paparazzi in trouble outside of the base. Does have buyback. He is going to be back for round 2 on this one. He's still without 2 of his teammates. Matumbaman pots the BKB, goes for the retreat, knows to be aware of Paparazzi with a potential stun. Sentry not quite having the range there to get the vision on GH as Paparazzi throws out the Stormhammer, but it does not make the connection. He'll look towards Miracle, tries to get the side stun off the Forge Spirit, knowing that Miracle had that Lincoln Sphere. Was unsuccessful as Miracle, a little too quick. Off the back of that Ghost Walk
Liquid's just dancing around him.
Yeah, they're pushing back in now. Paparazzi, no BKB, gets hexed up now with onto Matumbaman. They've got the root as well. Have they got the damage? No, not quite enough. Matumbaman able to time warp back out. Paparazzi dumps in with the Bloodthorn. Should be able to punish Kuro at least, but they've lost the tier 4. The mega creeps really coming in as they're swarming up iG.V. There's the jump forward again from Matumbaman. Looking for the bashes on Super. Isn't going to quite get it. Yule's up onto the Death Prophet, keeping him alive, duking out the EMP. The Octarina heal certainly helping out, but Paparazzi is out of mana. No chance to throw out any more Stormhammers. They will hold by the looks of it for a little longer, iG.V.
Matu is going to get lassoed. He should be able to get brought down here pretty easily.
They are holding Fog, but can they really do anything to stop this inevitable ending?
It doesn't look like it. That was the Sven buyback, and that was the refresher from the Death Prophet as well.
Okay.
The next push should look to be Liquid's time to end it. All the buildings actually are dead except for the throne. So there's no creeps, nothing to tank the side of the creeps. And I believe the Veno hit level 25 too, so we have those 3x Plague Wards.
Oh, he's got cheese in his pocket as well, mind control.
Yeah.
Every chance to live and get that ultimate out in the midst of it all. Miracle himself, of course, with his own refresher, ready to go back in.
Arcane rune too. Arcane and DD.
My goodness. Not something you want to see in the hands of a level 25 Miracle. If you're the opponents, if you're Liquid, you're pretty happy.
They're definitely feeling great.
Yeah.
They're probably lost awards as well. So, yep, iG.V just locked in their base. Just trying to defend against those Mega Creeps while Liquid trying to press a little bit more of their advantage. Even Kuroki's like, you know what, I might as well just farm some neutrals. He might be able to get a refresher as well, and that's when they just 100% close it out mid lane.
Oh yeah, GH, he's just playing around with Cicada. Put with the blink as well. Nearly didn't make it there. That crit swarm connected. Could have been in trouble. GH, he knows what he's doing. Right.
It's so hard to keep the lanes pushed out, though. It's like impossible for iG.V to really do it properly. Sven's the only one who can do it in a great fashion. But Miracle's just set up bottom, now trying to go pressure on him.
They have got a grab here. It is Kuroki, but indeed it's going to be home where the help is needed. Paparazzi pots the BKB. TP starting to come through. GH jumping in, and that is going to be Paparazzi going down. Definitely blast flies through. No buyback on the Sven. In July, he is gone as well. Oh, I say that. He's got false promise, but I don't think it matters as the rest of Liquid turn towards the Ancient. Fortification will come out, but can iG.V really hold without Paparazzi in the game? That is the question. Miracle picks up the double kill as he takes down the bat, and into GG is cool.
他出到刃甲之后，其实单杀能力就更强。像虚空这种被他一个跳好，哎，
看一下
没吼到，
没吼
到。
Puts a lot of pressure on Gnostic to successfully find those pickoffs.
He was pretty close there.
And just barely whiffs out. Killing the Winter Wyvern. Still though, he's in a good position to just push out the creep wave and finish up his blade mail, which is fast incoming. That'll seriously be a big upgrade in power. Him, especially against some of these heroes like Faces Void and Phantom Lancer, who usually the margins there are so razor thin against surviving against the Axe's initiation that blade mail can oftentimes be the thing that tips it over to the favor of the Axe. Get the successful culling.
As an avid core player myself, playing against a Blink Blade Mail Axe is probably the most frustrating experience in Dota.
Yeah.
Because he can have like 6k net worth and you can have 25k net worth, and that Blink Call still kills you. And you're just like, why do I even have items?
Yeah.
I don't know what my purpose is.
I'm just hurting myself, really.
It's not great.
All right, Phantom Lancer, this is one of those timings for Secret, right? Where he said, you know, they're not going to be able to do a whole lot. Some of these heroes are quite tanky and they just won't have some damage. Damage problems, right? Diffuse a blade. That'll help smooth things over a lot in this period of time. But that's really their only big source of damage so far. Even MP with his Mask of Madness, that's not a whole lot. Either of the supports are really heavy hitters. Some other classic support. And Kezu is currently opting for a Solar Crest build. Not too surprising.
I like this route. I mean, it is pretty common. He's gonna get the Vlads, I guess, first.
Yeah.
Gonna save the Solar Crest for a little bit later, but he's just that presence in the bottom lane, you know? You kind of have to commit a lot to kill him. So I think that Empire are kind of debating with themselves. Is it worth it to go down there and actually kill Kezu? Because the lane is getting pushed out constantly. You know, he's sitting in the trees, just last hitting with his boars, trying to stay in the XP range. And over time, someone will eventually have to go and address this. And then when that happens, you know, maybe Secret, they find a Chrono, they find a Winter's Curse somewhere, or maybe just Yapzor scouting out with the Vendetta can be enough to set up a kill. But for now, it looks like Empire are not looking to do anything too aggressive right now. They just want to try to buy their time. They do have a Medusa, after all, one of the better late game heroes, but in my head, you know, we talk about the lack of damage on Secret, and it's definitely prevalent now. But if MP gets a lot of farm, and the Beastmaster has all these like teamfight aura items, and the PL also has a lot of farm, they can still sit there and you know, trade back and forth in the late game. It's not as if it's just an auto win if Empire make it late.
Right. You know, I haven't actually heard anybody give a name to it. This hide and tree meta that we've got going on.
It's the Jimmy meta.
Jimmy meta? I like that.
It's the Jimmy
that's
meta.
a good call, Jaskal. But I feel like that's been like such a huge thing everyone's doing in the past year, since I think in general teams have a better understanding of how to be able to force movement from enemy teams and what the most efficient ways to do that is. You know, being able to push out a wave and TP back is really inefficient compared to pushing out, hiding in the trees, and then pushing out again, and then hiding in the trees, because the cost for the enemy team to actually successfully gank you, there's a lot of hard work that goes into ganking a split pusher like Beastmaster, who's hiding in the trees half the time and letting his board push out. You have to maybe smoke out just to be able to get there, and then you have to run along the side of the map just to be able to find him somewhere in the trees, and even still, there's a chance he TPs out before you successfully get the stun on him.
It's a lot about commitment versus reward, like you're saying. Okay, charges the bird here. Might be in trouble for it.
Well, bird's the word. Doesn't even kill it.
Alright, it looks like he'll be okay. But top lane's just being chunked a little bit. Roger up here, just being annoying.
Get him with the double siege creeps, man. He's gonna TP away, and this is a tower. Look, it's the Drow Ranger aura with double creeps.
Oh
double
my
siege
god.
Creeps. Okay, Secret, you got Secret's gotta be a lot more aware of this strategy, because they can't let that happen again. If they lose a tier 3 for free like that, what a blow it would be to have your shrines taken away so early in this game.
That really reminds me of the Alacrity Brewmaster that Wings did.
Yeah.
And they played it against, I think it was iG, right?
Yep.
And they were just like, our mid-rax is dead. That was literally their voice communication. They just looked at it, wait a minute, our mid-rax is gone. What happened? That was a crazy game. But yeah, it's something you don't see very often, and it's kind of one of the things that makes you just keep coming back and playing Dota. It's stuff like that. Even just those 2 catapults with the Drow Aura. You don't think about it, right?
Yep.
It just happens. And then because it happens, you have to remember that it's a possibility. And at this point, you know, Secret's still trying to buy themselves a little bit of time. MP is working towards, looks like a Shadow Blade right now, so he'll start to have that initiation potential, and he'll also do a little bit more damage. And then you have just the Kezu Beastmaster. Just, he's camping down here. This is his life now.
It's always going to keep going. He's actually thinking about Blink Dagger, which make it harder for them to actually gank him, but Beastmaster with Boots of Travel makes him a lot faster here, and I don't mean movement speed only.
Jirax. he got hit and petrified and desecrated by the frickin' Prowler.
Oh, that is not good.
They can't stack because the Observer Ward's blocking it again.
They're putting a lot of emphasis on this mid lane, and they can get away with it because their side lanes are so good. Nightstalker hasn't even really needed to do much else. He made that very quick move top to kill the Wyvern, but apart from that, AUI has been targeting this mid lane a lot. Ana has skilled Meld, dodges the Shadow Strike nicely there.
Eternal Envy, do you want to go onto that? That's still a Centaur. Very deep under the town, but with the help from AUI, they got another creep wave here as well. S4 will have to make a break for the tree line. He goes for the Hoof Stomp, at least keeps AUI in position, but with the spin damage, S4 will fall. And Cloud9 showing they're not afraid to dive underneath those tier 1 towers. Especially when OG are committing resources elsewhere. AKA Ana now trying to farm the stacks. Yeah, there is that Prowler. He's not moving again. He refuses to get off that dire camp.
What is happening?
I'm not certain.
Is this... So, the biggest concern for me is that this isn't happening to Loda. Because that's how it always is.
Oh, bad things come to Loda.
I guess S4 is there. So, we have an honorary member of the bug-finding committee in the game.
Are we saying this has to be a Swedish curse? Why is Australia the one having to pay for the Swedish mistakes?
Yeah, poor Ana. This is really...
Yeah, the upside is, though, Jirax did do a triple stack of the Ancients to the south. So they have those to turn for. But as you said, like, the Templar Assassin was not going to, like, hands down win the mid lane. But you win by playing the catch-up with Templar Assassin. That's her biggest strength. She's able to play the Ancient game. I think Ana has had enough. He's going to take the bottom.
Oh, top lane is 4.
Yeah, quick hoof stomp, but once again, he hoof stomps the Night Stalker, spin from Eternal Envy, he's going to be unaffected, and S4 will die once more. But the trade-off is Jirax flying No-Tail, pressuring the bottom, and now No-Tail, even with these kills coming the way of Eternal Envy, No-Tail is contesting him for the highest net worth position. It's only like 100 or so away from each other.
Yep. We're evening out the tower score here. Both safe lane towers gone, minute 7. That's pretty early. But sometimes rotations just play in favor of this.
Yeah.
And now, honestly, the big story of this game is going to be the next 10 minutes. Like, does Ana get to farm a lot or not? The stacks will need to be contested by Cloud9, and they will need to be continued to made by OG. S4 has a long recovery curve ahead of him. This, I think, is a really hard Centaur game, personally.
Ana actually didn't do his stack.
Nope.
That Dire stack is still there, so Jirax is lining up once again to stack it. Alright, I want to see if this adder is just permanently rooted to the ground. No, he's fine. He'll move. Just seems like when he's attacked at the start, he's like, I refuse to leave.
Yeah, now the stack failed, though, because now there's a ward.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to start getting paranoid. Like, why is this happening?
Is there an invis hero? Is Night Stalker just sitting on a cliffside nearby that's blocking this? Like, what's going on? S4 might be in trouble once more. Eternal Envy just commits the Omni Slash. S4 misses the hoof stomp. Eternal Envy very quick into the Blade Fury. Allows him to be immune and just spin away from the tier 2 tower.
4-0 on Jugger.
No, that's a beautiful sight, man.
He's having a very good start here. Bottom lane, No-Tail. There's a haste on Fata, though. He does have Sonic Wave.
14 one-charges on No-Tail, however. He's got... Okay, now he's going to commit them. One more lance is available. Support will not come. Nyx Assassin's too busy trying to help Ana take the stack. He's doing these line impale stuns to give Ana that time to attack in. He's only just got his treads to arrive.
And you have to take this in one go because the Prowlers are healing the camp up very fast.
Yep.
Again, and once the Acolytes start dying, you farm this pretty fast. So.
It's going to be nice for Jirax too. This is some good levels for him. Get him closer to having his level 6 so he can be that proper rotation. But meanwhile, all this is happening. Eternal Envy basically dominates the top lane with the help of Pylai Die. There's nothing S4 can get out of this. So you're delaying the Blink Dagger and progression on the Centaur. Are you still okay with this? Considering the trade-off you're taking? Like, farm for a Templar Assassin for a slowed down Centaur.
I don't think they have much choice. This lineup of OG is very slow, so they're kind of at the mercy of what Cloud9 wants to do, and then they counterplay the best they can. Okay, you guys are top, we're going to farm the bottom ancient stack and push bottom with RPL. Okay, you guys are going to rotate, we'll rotate somewhere else. They're not willing or really able to take the fights, and in this game, S4 is just going to get sacked. I'm not sure where he can go, really, at this point. Once the Blink Dagger comes out later, he can have some big plays, but for now, he's kind of just screwed.
It's the OG space creation, right? I guess what they've done time and time again in the past is watching Ana just go ham, and then S4 can sit on the top lane farming. No-Tail's having a really good time with his farm on bottom lane. He's getting solo experience, causing real problems for Fada. And once his Diffuser Blade is up, he's also a ganker, he's also a hunter. A real problem for Cloud9, and that's when maybe we turn our attention to Eternal Envy. Going for the Ring of Aquila, going for the early drums. He looks to be going for a very combat kind of style, but is this going to be enough items to deal with the OG aggression when it comes? Speaking of which, Jirax has his Vendetta because that ancient stack scouts out 3 heroes moving towards the top lane.
Big info.
They even Sentry just to be safe. The Sentry ward for the Radiant side is a little bit too far over. Now the stun, it hits on Eternal Envy. If they can kill him up before he gets his spin, no, the spin will happen. The Cold Embrace tried to also save S4, who was in a little bit too deep, but it's OG, even with the information, they still cannot take the fight.
That was so sick from MSS. He instantly used Flame Break to knock the Centaur away so he didn't get the hoof stomp on. And after that point, I like that play from OG of trying to go for the Jugger the way they did. MSS was just way too fast, and OG didn't have good enough position to make that kill happen. the idea was good, the execution is good counterplays. Yeah, very nice out of the Batrider.
They try to protect that healing ward so much. Actually, through his full duration anyway. Just keep pressuring top lane. Notel will have to be up here to defend it. So S4 is finally getting that space he wants on bottom lane. With no tier 1 tower and the tier 2 tower taking a little bit of chip damage, looks like Cloud9 are still focusing more to the northern side of the map.
Meanwhile, Ana is getting a lot of cleared 2.5 ancient stack now, I think.
Number 1 net worth, 5.6k.
Yep.
Compared to the Klopp, who's 4.5k. Not exactly certain what AUI wants to achieve in the mid.
Trying to get into their heads here. He's trying to pretend that there's more pressure being applied here, or that there are other heroes in the neighborhood. Sometimes going for, like, it's such a low-cost play, right? He pays 100 mana to maybe try to mislead or intimidate a little bit. Dota is a very mental game a lot of the time, so it's like, oh, there's heroes missing Night Stalkers running toward me, be ready to TP mid stuff, and then...
They scanned for it. They were worried about it. The scan happened to the north side of the tier 1.
Basically got into their heads a little bit there at no cost, so good stuff from AUI. And he feels confident probably because there's so little that can kill this Night Stalker. His plays are fairly minimal.
Yep.
Bottom lane, S4 again. I think they saw him. They saw him pulling. He's super dead if they get silence on him now.
They just found him.
Oh!
AUI.
That's some good fog.
Eternal Envy just backed out, and he already committed his phase boots to retreat. The creep wave's hitting the tier 2 tower. S4 knows something is awry. And in fact, now they just rotate in Jirax.
I don't think they...
I believe you're correct. Unless AUI wants to run underneath the camp, then they'll have a chance. But while that game's going on, the Blink Dagger is out on the Batrider, freshly to be revealed. They smoke up with Lich.
The biggest kill on the map except TA.
Oh, where's your jump? Notel, there's a react doppelganger. Find the real one. Notel is trying to retreat back. He's got 17 one-charges available, and there's your Stampede. The Lich ulti flies forward. He's got no way to dodge it, and that will be a blink into a kill. At the same time, Nyx Assassin dies on the bottom lane. AUI is looking for more, but Ana is nearby. Has his full Desolator completed now, and they will not fight.
S4, he doesn't have Stampede now.
Oh boy, thought he wasn't going to fight, but now Wyvern TPs in, needs to get that Cold Embrace off, goes for the Curse, holding Eternal Envy in position. Ana waits, hits him with the Mel Strike. They need more damage. Eternal Envy, the healing ward is doing work, but no, AUI, the Void, Envy, Ana couldn't reach him. Side blades are just not big enough.
He stopped him mid-attack animation with that Void cast. Barely getting.
And now he wants neither rune. That ain't happening.
So they forced a TP and a Curse out of Wyvern at no cost, except that they didn't get the kill on the Centaur. And that gives Pilotai a lot of time to get some wards out here and getting some good information on the map. They pushed in top very nicely onto No Tail, so know very well what's going on. And this game right now, with the exception of TA, is looking very, very Cloud9. Getting so much out of the map, much threat.
They've got better initiation and better vision control through AUI as well as now through the Blink Dagger of MSS. Yeah, they're really trying to capitalize on their advantage, because I think they also understand though, like even with all this initiation, if OG have time to farm up.
Wait, Envy?
Is he baiting with this spin TP out?
That is so Envy. This is like ultra next level.
I'm leaving the fight, which is the damage we require to actually win the fight, but we'll still win the fight, because there's enough confidence in the rest of Cloud9 to not kill off Fly, who's retreating back to the tier 1 tower. The Lich ulti, Cold Embrace, he'll get a little bit of levels. Void level 4 is available. They'll still kill off Fly.
I think this is the first time I've seen someone spin TP out of his own gank. I mean, I guess it kind of worked. I just think he didn't need to do it. OG were already backing off. He didn't really find any information or...
He came straight back to the lane, like he TP'd to tier 2 and then just ran straight back into the lane, so it was intentional.
For sure. It would have been really nice if OG wanted to go for him. I think he was hoping that they were going to curse him and try to fight, because then his teammates coming in could go for a great counterplay.
Pilotai slowed down. Fada's already triggered the Shrine, so Pilotai won't have that regeneration. Jirax gets with a stun. Ana, one quick meld strike, and this Lich, for all the armor he might have, he won't survive, but they bring in the extra help. PL's arriving. Fada wanted to run. Sonic Wave, not worth committing. He's down, and AUI Jirax has stun in 1 second time. They'll remove the vision. The stun, it doesn't reach. The impale of Jirax cannot get that far. And AUI will be able to get back out to safety. And OG, originally they're looking for Roshan. Maybe now they just take the tier 1 tower top.
It's really big for them that Ana has this much farm. He is doing all the damage right now. That fight he got, I think, 2 melt strikes off. The Pata reinitiating on the Queen of Pain turned out to be a big mistake. I think he had the right intentions though. They're next to their shrine, they could have TP'd in heroes to help and maybe take that fight, but...
Here we go, Blink Lasso, they found a big one. It's Ana, they'll protect him already with a Cold Embrace, as now the curse onto Eternal Envy. S4 prepping himself, but they just stampede out. OG make the call, this is not worth the squeeze, but maybe they still find Ana. He has a TP, killing off MSS, but the Omni Slash, Refraction was down, didn't have Meld as an option. N0tail and Fly, both hit by the Sonic Wave of Fada. N0tail escaping out if possible. Now the Lich Ulti flies forward, he will go down. Fada claiming that kill, no doppelganger to work with, and there was not much that Jirax could do to help. Not once that Chain Frost went.
Still scouting. Be confident with his move. Running through the river. Sentries there. Or his Vendetta is going to expire. Really learned too much there. Back toward mid. So Cloud9 still looking pretty good. I like this a lot from Pata, by the way. The rushing of Orchid against the lineup he's facing is extremely good against Wyvern and Nyx and PL. An absolutely great item this game. We see most Queens today go for the Veil first, but I think the Orchid build has a lot of merit in many games still.
OG are coming. They found a target. It's going to be Nightstalker. They do that instant stun. Hoof Stomp Blink does the work with the meld. At least he's got the Frost Armor. AUI very tanky on that Nightstalker. They'll finally kill him off. The curse on the Queen of Pain. Eternal Envy is currently killing his teammates at the moment. N0tail wants to keep burning off the mana. That's why the Illusions run forward to help out. And OG, they could have just gone for Roshan instead. That line was very quickly drawn, saying they want to fight first. And then into a tier 1 tower once more.
S4 is ready to jump, but he's on the wrong side. Maybe he can find Envy.
N0tail's all around him. The blinking from MSS, but Templar Assassin went with S4. They initiated into the backlines of Cloud9. And Cloud9 was initiated into the backlines of OG. Basically skitter-scatter everywhere, hit with the Meld Strike. Batrider wants a little bit more time to survive, and maybe the life is there. No, S4 will jump forward, gets the double edge. They'll take the tower, and that was the cleaner fight that OG wanted on top lane before.
This actually looked like it was going to be a great opening for Cloud9 when they came from the bottom side, because S4 was standing on the stairs on the left, and he couldn't connect on anyone except Pylai who walked on the left. So the whole Cloud9 team was on the bottom side, and one guy goes top, and that guy just dies, doesn't get any spells off. And OG kind of collapsed on them after that, so very big moment. They get the tower, they get the Roche, and now this game is all of a sudden looking a lot better for OG.
Yeah, this is that danger zone, right? Like OG, we're talking about their strength once their heroes come online, once we hit that mid game for them, and it's happened. We're hitting the 20-minute mark. This is where we begin the mid game. Cloud9 haven't got enough momentum behind themselves. They've taken one tier 1 tower in 20 minutes, and now they've lost all of their own tier 1 towers, and the tier 2 tower on bottom lane is down to half-life. This is problematic to say the least for Cloud9. They need their initiations to start working again.
Absolutely.
But it was also a bit of an unfortunate thing for MSS. Like, he blinked onto TA the second the TA jumped forward as well.
Yeah.
Like, you couldn't have planned like one of those, oh, crap moments.
Yeah.
Any harder than that. That was sad for MSS.
At the end of the day, what sets it up is that Pi goes north and the rest of the team goes south. Because if there isn't even a target, then that jump is never going to happen.
Yeah.
But one hero went the opposite way, and maybe Pi did it deliberately. Maybe he wanted to get jumped. It's like, if you guys are going to commit on my Lich on the backline, my team is going to win the fight, but they didn't.
That's when you got the confidence that you're going to do more burst damage than a Templar Assassin.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, because if you're doing that, you're splitting the fight. It's like, we get our kill, then we move over to help.
But Envy didn't have mana. That was the problem. He was already burnt by PL before the fight began, so Envy had to choose between using Spin and Omni Slash. He doesn't have a magic wand. I don't even know if their team has a pair of arcane boots. They don't. So he was kind of just...
he can't even choose to use Omni Slash.
Like, he didn't get it off in that fight.
If he's going for a PL, like, how do you even Omni Slash anyway?
Yeah, well, there were other targets. He could have maybe omni-slashed the Wyvern or the Nyx and just killed them after the Cold Embrace was used, but
yeah.
the play wasn't even available. And that's... Cloud9 need their tools. You can't play these team fights without a Juggernaut omni-slash right now. It's just not... It's not going to work.
So the Orca got completed up over on Fada. Already No Tail's building into Amanda style to try and counter his effect. Anna won't be so lucky. He's going to go for direct damage. He's going Hurricane Pike as his next one. After the Blink as well as Desolator. So wanting that distance. They found him. They found him in the trees. Stampede just gets S4 in range for the hoof stomp in time. He thought he could be clever to creep skip it out. Now, no Queen of Pain for 41 seconds. OG should take tier 2 tower from this.
Most likely will.
What's your rebuttal? Like, MSS and AUI on top lane? Like, it's up against a already fat PL.
Yeah, it's not too easy anymore for the Cloud9 side. I think they have to itemize to deal with PL. It's kind of a requirement for their lineup at this point. Speaking of PL, he's kind of just running into Night Stalker. This could get awkward.
For Night Stalker, definitely. Jirex is going to get the stun off. Meanwhile, the hoof stomp on the other lines. AUI will get burnt. Eternal Envy starts his TP. S4 controlled him as long as he could, but Fly couldn't get there in time for Curse.
After a pretty hard start. I can't really tell you if the laning stage even went poorly for them. I think it went as expected. They were expected to lose and fall behind and then come back through a couple of good plays, and they've done it.
I think the only thing that was probably hard was the Ancient problems. Close for Anna, like the fact they went for a stack and failed it 5 times.
Oh, bottom area.
Yeah, smoke up. At least catching Pilot died. The double trap and the jump forward. Yep, they'll catch the... Okay. This Templar Assassin just doing what she does best.
Yep. Remember when I said Ice Armor is good against TA?
Yeah.
That was one of those cases where you couldn't see it.
Hey, no, you could. He would have died in one hit as opposed to 2 hits that Anna was forced to take. Value of time.
G are getting really farmed. Now that they've managed to get through that hard stage of the game and both the PL and the TA are getting this much farm, it is really difficult for Cloud9. I think they had a couple of key moments that they just got outplayed in and that failed. And if that's what happens against this kind of lineup, it's one thing if you don't succeed and nobody dies, but their plays when they were stronger, they lost. And that is what they couldn't afford. And at this point, it's kind of a comeback game for them, where they need to find a really good pick with maybe, as I said, some sort of way of itemizing against this PL. Maybe a Mjolnir as next item on Envy could help. Could even get something on the Queen of Pain to help out. He's going BKB as it looks because he's tired of dying from full HP.
It just seems so problematic for Envy to also still go into Mjolnir. Like, at least he's got the stats and potential evasion that comes from Amanda style, as he just runs into the wave, spins and kills it. But I'm still concerned it's just not going to be enough. Like, the damage output is just not there. And then you got a little bit more protection on the way. So Lotus Orb build up from the Centaur. Nyx Assassin's already got his, like, Jirex is just going for the War. Exactly what he needs. Blink and Arcanes. Doesn't need much more than that for this Nyx Assassin. Blink in to stop the Batrider. Batrider can't, like, now he's got his BKB, at least MSS. Like, again, like, it seems the smoke timing and all the pressure is on MSS's shoulders to get these initiations off when he gets a big item. And that BKB is going to have to do work for him. They have Medallion, they can focus the target nicely, they got the Ice Armor for survival. S4 was scouted moving up towards the shrine. They're scanning to see where else he goes. Fly, gonna scout at MSS, the Blink Lasso. It's over on the Wyvern, not the target they wanted, especially when the Stampede kicks in. A double hoof stomp. The Omni-Slash Fly is low. The BKB is finally from MSS. The chain from OG! The damage! They were not expecting that! Jirex will fall! Cloud9 just got the greatest fight they could have ever have asked for! OG will be wiped from the face of the earth, and they get the biggest one at the end, and it will go down for 343 gold into MSS.
Okay, that was such a sick chain frost. And it looked like it was gonna not be that good for Cloud9 because MSS didn't get his BKB off before he got stunned. He got stunned again, still stayed alive. They fought under a shrine that was never activated.
Paladin needs a moment to pat himself on the back.
That's good. We're going to see this one again.
Yeah, see it in battle view.
So here comes the Omni Slash, and Fly still gets Cold Embrace off, and then they're just starting to stack up really nicely. There it is.
Boom, 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 boom.
3 or 4 heroes under Firefly, Chain Frost hitting... Okay, that was so...
They have Medallion, they can focus the target nicely, they got the Ice Armor for survival. S4 was scouted moving up towards the Shrine. They're scanning to see where else he goes. Fly, gonna scout at MSS, the Blink Lasso. It's over on the Wyvern, not the target they wanted, especially when the Stampede kicks in. A double Hofstorm, the Omni Slash Fly is low. The BKB is finally from MSS, the chain from OG! The damage! They were not expecting that! Jirax will fall! Cloud9 just got the greatest fight they could have ever have asked for! Took it a long way to go, Cloud9. Like, okay, you just got yourself the greatest fight to get you back into the game, but you're still fighting uphill against a lineup that is just rolling with the punches. They've still got all the items that they wanted to have. They've still got all the abilities, like, at the level they want it to be. OG will keep the pressure up, and this is something which is very, very difficult to contest. And it's always, again, like, I think, like, the smoke plays, there's only so many Cloud9 can do. There's a reason why there's a limit on how many times you can buy smoke.
Yep. They will have darkness now, though, so it's going to be a long night.
That vision advantage from AUI. But is that enough?
Well, it helps. They probably need a gem, I think. The Radiant should get a gem on the Batrider now and start trying to clear out the vision so that they can start making moves again. They want to set up fights like the previous one where they get the jump and they force the action. And the gem is multi-purpose. It's not just against the wards, it's also good against the Nyx that the Batrider really wants to play around. So I think it's really a good investment right now. And they might be like, it's risky and whatnot. Maybe they don't feel the flow of the game the same way that we do when we're watching it, but I think at this point Cloud9 needs to play risky. They need to get something going.
They're trying to.
Take the risk.
They're looking towards Roshan, and both teams are set up nicely for this. So Cloud9 have the ward really close towards the pit, so the Observer and Sentry about to time out in 3 seconds time. And yeah, you're seeing now C9 doing something about the aggressive wards that OG had down. But OG have 2. They have another one just a little bit further up west in the lane.
Why is Lich going Phase Boot Shadowblade?
DPS Lich. It's the Pyrian special.
I like Pyrian, okay? I like Pyrian.
Actually,
but I really don't think Pylai would be inspired to buy his item builds. That's so unbelievable.
What was
Pyrian has other
build,
strengths.
There was a build
okay
that
the
PPD was talking about. The Mask of Madness into Maelstrom build over on the Lich. You get a huge amount of physical damage out of it. Presumably it wrecks.
It could just be a quick buy and he's going to turn into a Glimmer. You know, you just get one of the items that has the Shadow Amulet in it. But now he can afford it. So now we're going to see what the decision actually is.
Or maybe it's just him like going, I got a great ulti off before, I need to ulti the bottom way first to get that money.
I mean, it is a good positioning item for sure. It's not that. It's just so uncharacteristic, especially for Pi. Buy this kind of item.
It seems such a risky thing to do, throw your ulti out when Roshan could be coming up.
He's playing for late game.
I know it's a 1 minute
cooldown.
Talent. Like just over 1 minute cooldown, but like there's no tier 2 tower for Cloud9 to claim here. For OG to claim here.
Nope.
And there's no ward they have that actually sees any heroes. They're sending illusion after illusion. So OG are really hoping the Cloud9 come out to them to fight. It's almost like they're trying to play bait with like a whole bunch of PLs, which is exactly what MSS doesn't want to go on.
Now OG have split up again. They TP'd away the TA. She's going to farm Ancients.
Roshan's alive.
Yeah, that's actually not the best timing ever to TP away.
Both teams are aware now. So MSS was able to sticky Napalm into the pit, and the TA traps all the rest.
Could get dicey if he gets caught here. He does get away in time.
Mass defensive. He's got the hood, he's got the plate mail, so he's got the armor and the magic resistance, plus raindrops on top. Anything that will save him. And Notel's turning this into a proper split game. With his BTs on this PL, it's very different to the old PL, but he can still use the Manta style to keep momentum going.
Yeah, they just want to shove in waves and get farm. It's a good farming item, as always. Every hero gets a pretty significant GPM increase by going travels. If efficiency. You don't have to buy TP scrolls anymore.
Oh, S4, he just blinked into the wave. Right underneath, 3 Cloud9 players, he blinked into the wave.
This is with No-Tail being top, actually.
Yeah, and he just BT'd there. They should be aware of this.
My God, it's so risky.
But they're expecting someone from Cloud9 to come to the bottom lane to deal with it. And Fada has done so. Fada has a TP scroll, they still had that shrine next to Roshan, so there's no issue for Cloud9 to contest the pit. It's like both teams are playing a game of cat and mouse. OG keep like just poking a finger into the pressure point of Cloud9 and seeing if they can get like a knee-jerk reaction.
They're just getting more out of the map at the same time. They're finding more farm.
Yep.
Now all of a sudden this Centaur that was struggling a lot in the start has Blink, Lotus, and Hood. And the PL, as we talked about with the Travels, is going to keep ramping up, as well as Ana. OG's advantage, the primary advantage they have in this game is that their lineup is way better at killing Ancients. So economy will eventually favor them by just being able to mine the map better.
They've got double defusals.
Oh,
Ana
thinking about it.
Goes in for the Arcane Rune. The BKB from MSS holds him in position. They need to kill him off. Mana style. Ana will break free. Stampede. They need more speed. And they've got it. Back to the shrine and back to safety.
Envy got really unlucky. He Omni-slashed the illusions the whole time.
I was still at the bottom. Oh, they're coming back. They have to come back.
Yeah, this is Roche for OG, more likely.
Should be.
Or maybe a pick on the way. They're thinking about it. AUI.
Sentries are down. Observers, they see everything. AUI just runs. And rightly so. But now Ana will give it a crack. And these PR illusions just don't stop. Envy will flag himself again, and his TP's on cooldown. He cannot return to Roshan fast enough, but OG bailed. They're not doing it. In fact, they're smoking one. Oh, okay, they're invis once again with the Nyx.
They're just very textbook pressuring still.
Yeah.
No-Tail just got the bottom wave pushed all the way into the Radiant base. The wave is currently sitting right outside the Radiant base, and now the top wave will as well. And that's going to open up for OG to make a decision of what avenue they want to attack from. This
they see the obs. They can't get rid of the sentry ward, but they send a couple of PL illusions up, and that observer ward's gone. And in they go once more. OG, MSS still nearby. Sticky napalming up Roshan, so he gets to glow that wonderful golden color.
It's daytime, they don't have darkness. They're just playing the game.
Oh, MSS!
Delay game.
He has a BKB. That's his 8-second BKB now down. And Roshan's already gone. So Aegis and Cheese gonna go the way of OG. Ana will take the Aegis, No-Tail has the Cheese, and they're stampeding forward. They kept the stun. It's the Lich, it's Pylai Dai, who now hides inside of his Shadow Amulet. Okay. Starts his TP, realized the sentry was coming in from Fly.
He almost made it out. Say something.
And like awkward silence.
I don't.
Alright, so
I used to though. You remember that?
Yeah, yeah. You and Poppy sitting there with your freaking glasses on.
Execrations turn to ban.
并且节奏比较快啊。
配合龙骑士要大推进，其实像 TB 这种就会比较好一点，因为龙骑。
Execrations turn to ban.
Tempo controller, the selfless mid will create space.
I guess it gets to a certain point where you walk into the kitchen. Like for me, I walk in the kitchen and there's white rice on the table. It's like, well, it's normal. Yeah, I've accepted it.
Have you gotten tired of white rice?
No, it's great.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah,
it's like, all right, Dragon Knight, let's go.
I mean, you at the same time, you're not like, oh yeah, white rice, but you're just like,
yeah, true. Yeah, okay.
That's why
let's get into the heads of the players.
That is my psychoanalysis, very professionally done, of how Super looks at playing Dragon Knight. But
there you go.
But yeah, I think the weak link for LFY, the player that I'd be concerned about coming into this tournament, and the one I will personally have my eyes on, is definitely Inflame. Inflame had a pretty abysmal showing at MDL. He looked solid, I would say, in the first couple matches they played at the Summit 7, where they made it to the winter bracket finals. Then they ended up losing both of their series and getting bounced out of the tournament. But Enflame really started to show some weakness, I would say, and just perhaps depth of hero pool. He seems to get picked off a lot in the offlane. He also doesn't seem to find farm. So I hope he'll come and revitalize this tournament. And for LFY, getting him off to a good start to me is especially important.
His inconsistency is actually costing LFY a lot, because the way that DDC and Afu plays, they play very sacrificial 5 and 4. They give most of the farm to the 1, 2, 3 position. So if you have a third position player that isn't utilizing that farm well enough, then you drag your team down comparatively much more than, let's say, another offlaner for a different team. But heavily magical, really saying, look, I know you have a ton of armor on Dragon Knight, and I know that Lich can give a lot of armor to the rest of the team, but we don't care. We're going to just pop a Veil on your team, and we're going to kill y'all from the magic side.
Time for the mass pipes strat, perhaps?
You know, Dragon Knight pipe first as an item, like, it just looks really like, ugh, why we're seeing DK pipe all the time, but this might be the game to actually do it.
I don't know if you get it first. We'll see what the other picks are, but historically when Super plays Dragon Knight, he's like their main initiator. They maybe have one support who can somewhat start fights, but depends a lot on what they get for Enflame. If Enflame's on a tempo control, I think you could go for something like the pipe or another like good 5-man item early. They'll grab the AA now, so setting up for like a pretty good pick-off style lineup, I guess. Now it's a little weird because you already have a Lich, so where's the tempo control going to come from? Is this an Afu Ancient Apparition, or do they have some shenanigans planned?
I guess it has to be Afu, although I guess maybe you could play Core Lich.
Core Lich? Offlane Lich for Enflame?
Look, when
you can't die if your creeps are always being denied and you're hugging the tower.
You know what the crazy thing was? When the talent tree first came out, I believe one of the LGD squads picked Lich as a core. They're like, oh my god, plus 150 damage or whatever it is. And then I believe it was Zhou playing it back when the talents came out, and he got absolutely dumpstered. So we'll see if LFY goes back for the core Lich. I doubt it. But moving to your point about the AA pick, obviously quite good against Necrophos. You know, you just prevent that huge regen from coming out even after the Reaper Scythe kill. But both the LFY and the LGD squad just loves this hero. They first pick this hero a lot of times. They generally combine it with Void. I do believe there's like an 80% win rate when they do pair Void with AA together. And Void is still in the hero pool. I think Void also quite okay against what Execration's got currently, if they want to go that route.
Yeah, it would give them definitely some good late game scaling potential, which they seem to be lacking from the core role. Granted, it's only a Dragon Knight thus far, but we'll see what they do. Execration grabbing the Witch Doctor now.
Into the AA.
A double heal strat.
No fear.
Against the AA.
I don't know, dude.
We don't really see much Witch Doctor, Lumi. It's really like only if, you know, a Chen or Enchantress gets picked, and with those heroes having fallen off in popularity, you know, Witch Doctor has also fallen by the wayside. He's mostly just picked for the cask.
I think for a team like Fnatic, the Voodoo Restoration is very important because they 5-man relatively early. And it seems like Execration is doing the same, right? Look at you were talking about, you know, if a Void gets picked up here for LFY, they do have some strong late game implication. And Execration says, yeah, we know that. We're going to just try to beat you before that late game even comes online, because look at this lineup here from Execration. Once you pick up a Blink Dagger on Sand King and Puck, you're just good to 5-man and kill repeatedly.
Yeah, as for Execration, it's a strong kind of deathball squad, but what they do lack is a building hitter right now. So curious to see what that could be. I mean, I guess I'm thinking it's, how is this puck going to be lane? I suppose that's really the question. Is he a mid puck? Is he an off lane puck?
That's the beauty, right? It could do any
and then
all.
What kind of mid building towers or off lane building hitters are left? There's really not a whole lot. I was thinking like Drow could be okay with the Necrophos puck, but I don't know if you necessarily want that against the Void AA. And I also
very dangerous.
I don't know how you lane it, more importantly.
All right, looks like this is going to be Inflame hero. Very, very tanky.
Oh, the Necro counter.
Yep. Let's not forget that Necro could go in the off lane. That's how Fnatic employs it. They put Ohio on it, and then he just kind of tanks up in the front.
That is certainly true. It all comes down to this last pick here for XtcN, their opening match of the International. To make it out of the group stage, and they will snag the Weaver. So you see some pretty long cooldown ultimates. You see a single target ultimate in the Doom, and you say, let's pick a good Linken's builder, Fernando, someone that can bait out the Chronosphere potentially, and also does well when those ults are on cooldown.
I like how we hype up the puck players on a team, and then none of them plays it. Nando's playing the Weaver.
No, it's James.
Yeah, James is playing.
They've got 3 good puck players. I mean, surely they're unstoppable.
I honestly have never seen James play the puck because, again, his 2 teammates are so good at it. But this is the first time, and we'll see how he delivers. James is by far the most inexperienced player on the team for XtcN, but I think he's also at times their best player. Like, given how little competitive experience that he's got, he is lighting it up, and I expect him to make some big plays if the TI jitters does not get to him.
All right, are you feeling the TI jitters, buddy?
Oh, dude, it's... Nights.
You're sitting in a hotel room, in a comfy chair.
Wait till like main event day 1. We're putting on suits,
Are we? I was gonna wear nothing. My birthday suit.
That reminds me where you did the WoW scene. You flip your jacket, you look into the mirror, and you nod at your head. That is the TI jitter. Like, that's when you know it's hype.
That's when thing really gets real. So. All right, looks like we should be ready to go. LFY taking on XtcN. It is our opening game of this 2-game series. You and I casting total of 3 series today. We'll take a break after this, head over to the main stream to round out the day. But for now, begin to tell the stories of LFY and XtcN as we see XtcN setting up with what looks to be an offensive tri-lane for the Weaver, at least initially. Will be a safe lane Doom for Inflame, so they're potentially dodging this. Looks like they did get early boots on DDC, interesting. So, showing this AA some love, and Afu playing the true sacrificial 5-position ledge.
And that is the question you propose, right? Who is going to be playing the Lich? Afu is the roamer. Afu is the guy that's going out there to gather information for them, and I think Lich is just not the hero for that. DDC.
They want to catch him, but too bad he's got boots. They're going to try anyway with the cast, but this could be a trap if XtcN walk into it. Could be in trouble. The burrow straight comes through. They're going to commit pretty heavily for this AA. The boots might be enough to save him, though. One more auto attack. It's not enough. He makes it back as follow-up. Sakuchi doesn't quite get the kill, but the last little plink from the Weaver will. So 1 down and looking for a second. They're going to burrow onto Super. A quick twofer to get the party started for XtcN.
Wow. Well, at least he did get the rune, but the other thing about that team fight was that Dragon Knight committed to stealing Dragon Tail level 1. Let me tell you, that does not help your laning stage. You either want Breathe Fire or Dragon's Blood. So James, getting the advantage there, getting the experience, but also making DK having a tough time in terms of the skill.
Definitely a big start here for XtcN, already closing in on a 1,000 gold lead after that. We'll have, as you mentioned, a bit of an additional advantage. So how do you envision these lanes shaking out, Lumi? The Raging Potatoes Necrophos is being left alone against the Lich. That feels pretty painful, but it is a void farming there, so at least a melee hero. Obviously, mid lane looks good with James having that skill advantage, and then XtcN in this dual lane in the off lane. For now, it seems like her ass out. So overall thoughts on the way the lanes are set up? How do you feel those are going to unfold? And then I guess we could talk about objectives and timings for these teams. What is the long-term outlook for each squad?
So I think the lanes actually are pretty decent for LFY, despite how things started. Hold that thought here. Top lane DDC might get gone on again. The boots, I don't think will save him this time. Nando going in, he won't have Sakuchi.
Pretty long cooldown on level 1. If that's a level 2 Sakuchi, I think he's likely dead.
Yeah, so I think the lanes will be fine for LFY because they have the Lich, and also I think the Sand King might be a little bit stranded.
Oh, Nando, the anticipation plays. Hey, DDC, how you doing, buddy? Quick Sakuchi in, needs 2 more auto attacks to get the job done. Quite have the Geminate attack off cooldown.
You know what that was, LD? He walked next to the tower, and he got armor off the ore of the tower. That definitely helped out there.
That plus the Tango made the difference.
Yep.
That was such a sick play by Nando, though. Even though it doesn't get a kill, just completely reading the mind of DDC, expecting him to go for the 2-minute stack and or pull, and just completely ambushed him. Wasn't able to secure the kill, but sends him packing back to the base.
I mean, you say that he's reading minds. At the same time, he also missed like 2 full creep wave, right, for that play. So it's, you know.
Yeah, now RR's packing 5 CS to his.
There you go.
There you go. Probably not ideal in that sense. It's a gamble worth taking. Well, despite the early point in Dragon Tile, things still going well here for Super in the mid lane, 12 CS. I honestly just feel like Dragon Knight never loses his lane anymore. I've seen people dual lane him, try lane him, he still gets his levels, he rarely dies. K is just the new, like, hyper stable mid, and I guess the new thing is with the Breathe Fire revisions from, you know, a year or so ago, is hero actually farms very well.
Yeah, he really reminds me of Magnus. You know, back in the days where you just sit in the mid lane, shockwave nonstop.
Spam shockwave.
Yeah. And yeah, I absolutely agree with you. The big thing is he going to be that initiator like you pointed out during the draft, or is he going to build a hood and work into the pipe because the 5-man is coming? Bottom lane, looks like Burrow Strike has started up. Afu.
You can't kill anyone with Frost Armor, please! Kimo, get out of here. Monet gets to work on him, however, Raging Potato delivering the nukes is going to force that Void on his heels. Backs him off at least for now, but still the pressure is on as the Lich tries to get active. But active is really anathema to the concept of Lich.
Yo, SAT word of the day?
Yeah.
You want to define that real fast? Because I have no idea what that means.
It's like antithetical. It's like the polar opposite of what it means to be Lich is, you know, taking action.
I like how you define a tough word with even a bigger word. That is David Gorman for you.
Man, that's the 800 talking. I think I actually knew a lot more words when I was in school. Slowly my vocabulary has decreased. Now I just say fiend and noob a lot.
Dank.
And dank. Yeah, dank's a big one. My understanding and usage of the word dank has definitely improved over the last 5 years, I would.
Well, this is a very different LFY. You were asking what are both teams' game plan moving forward. XtcN wants to come out of the lane stage very early with good items and 5 men, I think. And LFY is trying to survive that 5 men and go late because they do have the scaling cores of the Void and Doom. Top lane looks like Inflame might be in a lot of trouble. Nando going in, but it looks like he might just die if this Kofi ticks in, and it will.
Oh, Nando, no respect for the power of the Doom with Scorched Earth level 2. He is not an easy takedown. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, looks like XtcN are setting up. Try to make a rotation on Super, but he hugs the tower. He will play Keep Away, and now instead Kimo RR need to make their move top, so they really want to take this Doom down as he closes in on level 6. Maybe DDC will be the lower hanging fruit, though. Reveals himself, quickly gets found, and then gets jumped. Burrow Strike flying up the cast. It'll be a clean takedown of the AA, but not the juicier Doom target they were probably hoping for.
Bottom, Raging Potato in a lot of trouble. He does not have Ghost Shroud here yet.
Oh, he's in trouble. If there's a bash here, he's likely done for. Even without it, he might still die. Monet, big commitment. Afu securing the kills. They get 2 to 3 as LFY get back in the game. Farm-wise, they are grossly out-farming XtcN with the Lich as well as the safe lane Necro being left alone. He's falling apart, and yeah, in the middle lane, jump forward. James getting to work here, wants to make the move on Super, but that Dragon Knight's so damn tanky, gets up to Breathe Fire, and 3v2, he stands and survives, he gets to the Shrine, he's gonna live, no XtcN got to get out of here. Phase shifting, looks like James will make it back. DK doesn't lose his lane, man. I'm telling you, like, no matter 3v2, and he still gets the kill and lives.
I mean, speaking of losing lane, look at Raging Potato right now. He's level 4 as a safe laner. He's walking into jungle to pick up bounty runes.
Oh, James using the Dream Coil defensively. If he goes down, it really is an unmitigated disaster for XtcN, but the coil will save him. He wants to go back in, dodging the orb. DDC, he walks back in. No silence available, but one more auto tech finishes it. However, he gets cold feeded. Then Dragon Tail, the stuns are stacked up here by Super, and gets him with the Breathe Fire. No chance for the phase shift dodge. Absolute madness in the middle lane. Now 4 to 4 at 6.5 minutes. Very back and forth in the early moments.
This is really going to slow down XtcN's ultimate game plan, which is, you know, do well on the lane stage and start 5-manning. With this kind of lanes, I'm not sure what they could 5-man behind. Nando really is the only person that's doing well, but he's playing Weaver. He gets doomed right here. Inflame hits level 6 before he does, and I do believe this is going to be a kill. RR, can you get the deny?
Some hero bounces.
Deny?
Inflame.
There you go.
Doesn't get anything out of that.
Bottom?
Aside from forcing the Weaver on his heels and in the bottom lane, Chemo jumped here. They might try to make a move on Monet. Unfortunately, though, there is no Reaper Scythe. He's still not level 5. The Lich just quietly winning that war of passivity. And when he's, hey, if you get a kill, that's just a bonus. But this is really bad for the Necrophos Lumi. This hero is not a good comeback hero. He is not a turbo farmer by any means, and he has had an abysmal start in the bottom lane. How do XtcN look to recover?
Get level 6 on Sand King and go with the puck. Get some kills going. Limik gonna just get picked here in the river.
That icy vortex.
Yeah.
Don't sleep on it. Breathe Fire did like half his health. But at least for now, it's still only level 1.
Yeah, I don't know how XtcN is gonna really come back from this disastrous start. Because Chronosphere is up too, so Raging Potato might just be dead here. In fact,
he is going to be raging after this. Eats the Chrono. Now comes Super, ready to go with the Dragon Tail follow-up. Jamming it in is Afu to with the follow-up nuke damage to get the kill. LFY, another grab. They even force out the TPs. XtcN unable to convert on those. Nando, meanwhile, trying to pressure the Doom, but with a level 4 Scorched Earth active, that is not a realistic kill. In fact, he's getting pressured back out of the lane. And wants to commit for this, dropping the Swarm. He's going to have a Sakuchi soon, but Inflame simply too tanky. Nando's like, when is this damn Scorched Earth going to end? Well, finally it will, but he just stands his ground. Nando may going to try again. He's just committing so much to try and pressure this Doom out of the lane. Can't quite do it, while James does find an AA kill in the mid lane.
Okay.
Afu does have the Chain Frost. No mana forward. He's about 20 short. Unable to commit for that secondary kill. James finally gets something rolling for XtcN. They had the 2 early kills, Lumi, and since then it's just really felt like all LFY. It's been a 6-3 run for them. They have moved into the lead, but a small breath of life from James as they will find the cast from the Logon, following up with the orb, but the stun out of the tower will bring James low. Phase shifts out, still eats the free fire though. Super man-moding up, now wants to back away. The Caustic combined with a little bit of Maledict damage gets the job done.
There is action.
There's a Doom ready though.
Okay.
Nando's gotta be careful.
Just poking the bear a little bit.
Ideal scenario is you hit Sakuchi right as he dooms you,
exactly,
and you just get back to your tower safely, but of course, if that Sakuchi's on cooldown, Nando has to be very cautious.
Oh, there you go. That Doom is gonna happen. Ice Vortex is gonna give vision, and I don't. Nando.
That was just a great trap by LFY. They know Nando wants to be like cheeky with the Sakuchi, but not respecting their willingness to carry.
Well, you said that Inflame is the X factor. He's had a better early game that I've seen today than, you know, in the past 2 months. So Doom is one of those heroes that can scale absolutely amazingly. I think he needs to actually help his team to initiate, though. So I'm expecting some sort of Blink Dagger-esque build to jump in there and isolate that Weaver. Or do you think he's going to go for something else?
I mean, I think normally with LFY Super, we'll get a Blink or Shadow Blade, and he already is grabbing Drum. So with that in the Void, I don't know if you need that, but Jesus. Boo. The hate parade has arrived.
Yeah.
I like the... One thing I've noticed with Lich players nowadays is they're very willing to just blow the Chain Frost as a nuke.
For sure, yeah.
You know, they don't even care if it bounces usually. It's just for the double nuke damage. And to get a kill early, it's more than worth it. As a nice timing there on the phase shift. James is going to dodge that super stun as it came in from distance. Will likely go down here to the Maledict. No super, staying alive. The power of the Frost Armor will repel XtcN. LFY again, just finding kill after kill. James is going to orb in here. He does have the stuns, but he's out of range. Afu just casually slips away, sliding to safety. And now Monet comes in. The Chrono's there. Fate shift. No wow for you, sir. Down he goes as well. 11-7. LFY. A shaky start, but gaining steam now up to a 2,000 gold lead and right back in it, Lumi.
Yeah. I think they were in a commanding position in this game simply of the heroes that they got. You know, something that you point out during the drafting phase, who is XtcN's tower hitter? You know, if you're falling behind, one thing you can do is starting to trade towers. But I guess Weaver is your tower hitter.
Weaver can be if he's farmed.
Right, but he's not farmed. And he's building into Lincolns just to protect himself. I just don't know what XtcC's avenue of comeback is. They are so far behind. I talked about level 6 tanking. I mean, look at him right now. He's roaming around level 5.5.
Nowhere near a Blink Dagger either.
Yep.
This is a big commitment XtcC have made, investing a lot of resources in smokes, in time off the map, and so far hasn't really paid off, but they're going to find a coil now. It's on the Doom, however, they're not combining their abilities here very well. DDC was the go for XtcC supports. Now the Chain Frost comes in combined with the late arrival of Raging Potato. Will net them an Ancient Apparition kill at least, but still, that Frost is a bouncing. Raging Potato dropping extremely low, eats the Doom, eats the Blade as well, and LFY, rough shot over XtcC. Very poor focus fire, gets punished.
Yeah, despite having the initiation on their side, XtcC still gets absolutely dumpstered in that fight. This is like LeBron James going into, you know, the park, dunking on kids. This is kind of how it feels like. And let me tell you, LFY is the LeBron James right now because...
I did not look at LFY as the LeBron James of the International, at least not going into the tournament, but they are dominating them that hard right now.
Okay, fine. They're the Yao Mings, right?
Yeah.
Let's get it, you know, correct here with the metaphor.
That's racist, Lumi.
What? All right, I'll do.
Also, isn't Yao Ming like retired and has bad knees now? He's kind of crippled, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's still dumpstering on these kids.
Are you saying that LFY are crippled in some way?
Well, I don't know. You're just putting words in my mouth now. It's hard.
It's just too easy to.
Nando. Going in here. Kofi not going to take in. He does move to the north side. Doom is very tanky, and yeah.
This Doom versus Weaver matchup has just been so bad for XtcC. Like, Nando can't really kill him. He wasn't even able to farm all that effectively in the lane. And now even when he tries to make a move, you know, you want to while Doom is on cooldown, they don't have the firepower to burst him.
Yeah.
I'm just feeling like the Doom pick was perfect. I think it also really shores up some of Inflame's weaknesses where he would die a lot early. Doom is a very difficult hero to kill early because he's so damn tanky with the Scorched Earth. So it seems like a pairing between hero and player that's working out quite nicely.
I think normally Doom is a disadvantage early on because he has no armor, right? If it's a 1v1 lane, you could actually pressure him down fairly much so, just simply from right click. But it was a 2v2, and Weaver's level 1 and 2 is so bad that by the time that they both hit level 3, like you said, the Scorcher just kind of takes over the lane. And Doom thought about getting, I believe, a Vanguard, and he's like, no, let's go full Midas.
See, here's the problem I see for XtcC, Lumi, is they're up against a very strong teamfight composition for LFY. LFY have the ability to take objectives. XtcC are also not very good at coming back, right? Like, none of these heroes really turbo farm aside from arguably Puck, as they're going to find Raging Potato again. He goes for the TP. Will he make it out? No! The Dragon Tail Infernal Blade combo pummels him into submission. Another death for the Necrophos, who continues to completely flounder here in the mid-game. 4 deaths, no assists, only 1 kill, and the CS, well, it ain't a whole lot better. Down in the dumpster at 53, the least farmed core in the game.
Yep. They are going to get a tier 1 tower out of the top lane. And I guess you were talking about how XtcC can come back. One thing they do have on their side is that their heroes, in theory, are extremely mobile, right? We're talking about Weaver, Puck, Sand King. If you get enough items on these guys, you can technically outplay LFY, but that's what you have to rely on. You have to outplay LFY.
Even that's going to be tricky, though, because Super, I imagine, going for the Blink. He's very close to it already. Monet, not going to get some damage items now, probably grabs one later, but these elusive heroes, like, there's an extermination squad on call to pick them off as they go for that split push.
The extermination squad is at your house in front of you. They're termites, right? Like
they're already laying traps. They're fumigating, or at least they're plugging in the fumigation machine. I haven't started yet, but
here comes
they're about to.
All right, maybe Inflame might get bursted down. He turns on the fire.
Burst it down, please. 44 regen per second says no way.
Chronosphere only catching 1. A lot of these key ultimates kind of, I don't want to say wasted, but I think LFY is looking to get a little bit more just off the Chrono, but not the worst for XtcC. Bottom lane, Super has the bugs on him, but he doesn't care.
The bugs. Dragon Knight is pretty much immortal right now. And no, trying to hit him. Trying to punish him.
Puck's coming if you cancel the TP.
Has the coil. Super, though, still just going to try to hoof it out. Even snaps that coil. He's got a drum charge available. Looks like he wants to just make it back to the tower. He's going to play the bongos, pop the wand, get the breathe fire off, gets the stun off on Nando as well. Follow-up coming in from the side. Drive-by the Witch Doctor, the AA Ice Blast. not going to connect, and he will go down. He did not buy the blink.
I guess he's just thinking about something else. Yeah, he queues up the BKB.
Well, he could have at least bought a component and spent some of that unreliable gold, so...
Yeah.
Still not really optimal from Super, maybe expecting a TP, though I don't know what that TP would have been. Maybe a Lich with a Chain Frost.
Anybody, he was being chased for like 10 seconds, I think.
How many pings do you think he wanted to... Like, if that was a pub, how many times would he have pinged his tower?
Or on himself.
Yeah.
I don't know. Depends on his APM, I guess. But I guess that's why we're busy doing somewhere else.
Might be Monet's turn to get punished here. He's going top. No, time walks off all the damage. He's even going to swing around, gets off the dilation. Well played by him. Now up to the high ground. Away he goes. Speaking of elusive, LFY have one of those too.
Okay, Nando. He just time-lapsed. Uh-oh.
There is no Doom available. However, Troll Trap could come in, but the cast animation extremely long. And will ring around the shrine and away to safety. Now closing on the Blinking Sphere, so about to get a lot more difficult of a takedown.
Yep, Doom is going for... He queued up Shadow Blade, but looks like they're going to go for the triple BKB timing. Right?
Super went back for Blink, so... Super goes Blink, Doom is going to go BKB and be the frontliner.
Okay. It seems like
I like the DK Blink a lot better than the Doom Blink because your stun has a very low cooldown, right? Yep. It's like 10 seconds, whereas Doom, you're only really blinking in a Doomy, and that's once every 2 minutes, so...
Well, the difference is that against Weaver specifically, Super by himself can lock him down, right? There's no way to break that Linkens, whereas Doom can go, like, let's say Blink in, Troll, and Snare to break the Linkens, and then Doom. So even though that the DK has the Blink, he needs somebody's help to actually take off that Linkens to actually start the fight.
More likely, the late game lockdown for the Weaver is going to be the Void. A much more reliable source of disable than... You know, having to cast 2 single target spells, including Doom with its giant lineup where he just starts waving his arms around. That Linken's debuts.
There you go.
So, now having it on cooldown, maybe play a little more carefully.
I mean, Super eventually will have the way to break a Linken. Likely he's going to go into a Heaven's Halberd. DDC.
DDC does get found out here. The silence comes through. However, they turn it around with the Blink, the stun, the Frost as well. They will get the kill, Afu. Heading up towards safety, the Shrine available.
Shrine? Afu?
Gonna Shrine it. Tries to bait him in as long as possible, waiting for that Dragon Tail to cool down. Nando committing. No way he deals with that damage. Or rather, damages through that heal initially, but the follow-up could be enough. Continues the chase. No support here in sight for Afu, as he will eventually end up falling. And while that was going on, there's a big skirmish breaking out top lane. Super a little bit late to this. He runs into 3. The Necro, though, with lots of heals to work with, has a 4-step ready. Gets on top of him. LFY getting sloppy here now, tanking the Caustics on the run. Hounded by 3. XtcN are eviscerating LFY. They won't be able to kill off Super, but they send him on his heels back towards the well. They did also lose DDC's Ancient Apparition at the beginning of that fight, so XtcN far on the way back in.
Yeah, they're, I mean, technically in the lead right now when it comes to having the kill advantage and the gold advantage. Sorry, not kill advantage, gold advantage rather. And this is actually a rather unfortunate timing for LFY. They just picked up the Blink Dagger on Sanking. They're supposed to be extending their own lead. And like you said, they're just being sloppy. Running in a gank, not realizing that the Weaver has a Linken finish. And going back to remember when Dragonlance was chased for like 10 seconds and he didn't get any TP support, it's just like small things like that where they could have easily prevented that kill if any TP came in. I think LFY had a lead and perhaps they're playing a little bit careless.
XtcN chilling at the shrine here, likely gonna hit that momentarily as Potato gets back in the game. He did go for a 4-staff here, Lumi, then steps back for a cloak, so getting some very cheap items to try and make them mid-game combat worthy. What is the long-term vision for XtcN here? Is it just playing that split push farm game and delaying a little jump on DDC, or is there something more immediate in mind?
I think, judging from the way that he's building his item, they're looking to just fight all over the map, right? You have very mobile heroes, you have good pick-off heroes, like what we just saw, and then you just try to go for the late game. Unfortunately, they need their Weaver to be big in the late game, and he just got picked off.
No matter how big he gets, there is always going to be a Chronosphere to catch him.
True.
That is the scary thing as the Weaver, and perhaps what's more scary is you don't really have a proper Chrono counter this game. There's no Venge, there's no Dazzle. There's no reliable way, or Pudge, I guess the other big popular one with the hook, there's no reliable way to save your teammates when they're trapped in Chrono, aside from just trying to heal them up.
Wow, they're going to try to force the kill under the tower, and the Reaper side will come in, but he just pops a BKB and the Doom. He says, no problem, I got the fire. Here goes James is doomed up in the trees, and they are going to take him down. James gives up a pretty big kill streak.
Or not the bash, Raging Potato eating it, and now with the Maelstrom procs, combine that with the Mask of Madness likely going down here, but they try to cover him on the retreat. Super to the rescue. Quick little blink stun from the Dragon Knight gets the job done. Fu, he wants more. He's chasing after Mr. Chemo, but Chemo will scurry away to safety. The item timings on LFY just seem like they've mostly been very fortuitous. You know, you have the blink coming for the Dragon Knight, catching heroes by surprise several times around that sub 20-minute mark. Now the Doom BKB just unveiled to great success. Everything really just synchronizing pretty well here for LFY in a lot of these fights.
I mean, you say unveil, but they saw Doom's item the whole time, right? Like, I think that was XtcN being careless there. They knew that he had BKB. And
maybe thought they could completely chain stun him, but
right.
they needed like the whole team to do that, I want to say.
He has 2k HP. It's just hard to chain stun a Doom like that and expect to get a kill.
And they don't have that much sustained damage. The Weaver went Lincoln's first. The Puck has gone Veil, so he's that initial burst. That's really it.
I think they were expecting the Reaper Scythe to be enough to like bring him low and just get off a clean kill, but unfortunately,
it's just not at this point in the game.
Yeah.
With the amount of farm that Potato has.
Dire are scanning. Okay.
Wow.
The technology. We have it.
I'm having some StarCraft flashbacks. That was a very like Terran. What's the name of that thing the Terran had?
The comm scan, I think.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like the weird like cyber intelligence thing that's in like the portrait, like in.
It goes like do.
The one that always like gives you your missions and briefings. And
oh.
That voice sounds a lot like that.
Is that supposed to be a British accent?
No, I have no idea what it's supposed to be.
Gorman comes in here with his American bacon. It's like, look at me, talk British.
I was not even trying to sound British.
Sorry.
If I did, it was purely unintentional, I swear. No offense to all the many UK Dota fans out there. I mean, you guys already have it hard enough. I don't need to rub any more salt in the wounds.
In the Roche pit, Weaver, I mean, you talk about him needing items, right? He's starting to get there. He's got a Diffusal Blade, and he's going to pick up a Desolator. Once that Desolator is online, you will have enough. Here goes Ice Blast.
Doom gets dropped, but the real action at the Roshan pit is Nando. Thanks that Aegis just in the nick of time. Now the Epicenter coming through into with the Casca bounce, and LFY are getting run over. Will they be able to find these counter kills and turn the fight? Potato stays alive, the power of the pipe, as well as the Force Staff juking around the trees. Still, though, they've lost 3 in spite of that, and now Nando wants to get the hell out of dodge. Potato's going to go down. 4 have fallen. It's about to be 5. At least the Age is going to get cracked once here. Can they kill him a second time?
They got Who Stomp. All right, let's see. Inflame. Money's on you. Boom. Got the stomp, and they break his Lincoln quickly. Bashes are coming through, and Nando goes down.
Team wipe. LFY, they get 6. Aegis, 5 kills. The only thing they didn't get was the damn Roshan. Talk about a train wreck.
Yeah, they got the Ice Blast onto the Necrophals. So even though he did get a Reaper side kill, he wasn't able to get any region off. And that was the big concern I had in the drafting phase. They picked both Witch Doctor and Necrophals into the Ancient Apparition. And that team fight there shows you the reason why not to. They just got absolutely trucked by that Ice Blast.
This Void is doing a ton of work. He did almost 4,000 damage that fight. As much as all 3 Execration cores combined, I want to say.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is because of the Ancient Apparition. The synergy with Ice Vortex, amplified magic damage, and the Bash being magical, as well as grabbing a Maelstrom. Monet, with all that attack speed, is dishing out sustained damage, something I really don't feel like Execration have. They have Heartstopper aura, but Raging Potato is not staying in the fight. Oftentimes he has to run or he's dead. So, you know, where does it come from? You say it should be the Weaver, but for the most part, Nando has been dealt with, whether it's Doom, whether it's Chrono. He does have a Diffusal Blade now, his first real damage item, and he's going back for the Deso. Once he gets those 2, perhaps he can be the solution.
They see Dragon Knight, but like, do we want to jump on this guy? He's just tough kill.
Super already knows something is up.
Oh, Epicenter just whiffs completely. He got some creeps, though. Silver lining.
If it makes you feel any better for Execration, I don't think anyone actually saw the
Potato.
Epicenter being used, but trouble now for Mr. Potato. There is no Doom for a little while. Blinks in with the Infernal Blade, follows up with the Hurl Boulder, and then walks away.
Yep.
If the Doom was ready, that's another death.
They would have had to chase up into the shrine where TPs are coming, so I thought that was kind of good reservation here by LFY. You were also talking about the Void. Let's talk about that Mask of Madness a little bit. You know, a very standard item build nowadays on the Void, but this game, I don't think he's going to get punished at all, right? The minus armor. Sure, Weaver is going to hit him a little bit harder, but look at the rest of the team. It's all magic, so this is the most value Mask of Madness I've ever seen. So rarely you've seen an opposition draft in such a way where, you know, there's just no physical damage.
Old Mask of Madness, this would be really painful.
Yeah. New Mask of Madness.
New Mask of Madness, it's fun. All right, Lumi, so overall, still an even game numerically. I think it's a good time to take like a look at the broader picture here.
Sure.
How do you feel the two teams' overall strategies have stacked up thus far, and what are they looking to do moving forward? Has anyone missed their timings? Is anyone waiting for something to really kick in?
So I think Execration definitely missed what their draft is supposed to do timing-wise, just from the laning stage, right? They got a terrible lane. Moving forward, though, I think a lot of it rests on LFY's Chronosphere placement. You talked about how important it is to shut down the Weaver. Let's not forget that moving forward, Weaver can, in theory, buy back in a team fight and time-lapse right back into it. And once Chrono's spent, once Doom is spent, he can run wild on the LFY backline if Execration could take a fight like that.
But at that point, the only real reliable disable is Chain Bash, and maybe if the linkage is broken,
well,
potentially the Dragon.
I thought you're the SAT master. I don't think that's what reliable means when it comes to bashing in and stuff.
I don't know. That last fight, it felt reliable. He got like three bashes in a row, but yeah. So it's definitely not reliable in theory.
I think Execration, they have to outplay them. They have to like get the jump, you know, three man with the coil and then the big Sand King ults and stuff like that. They need to solve a team fight where Raging Potato killing somebody with a scythe. But, oh, there you go.
Nando down again. It's one thing to lose RR, but losing that Weaver is much more painful, and there's no punishment for this. Execration sent 2 top, but it's only a Necrophos. This ain't no Drow Ranger, a Lone Druid, a Tiny. It's just not a hero that hits buildings. They may be trying to jump this DK.
Okay.
Gonna be tough. He's got a BKB. They've got to chain stun him down. They get the bail. They will get the Necrophos ult off, and they secure the kill.
Yep.
A clinical takedown, and something that Execration need a lot more of if they want to get back in the game.
Now, had the Weaver and the Witch Doctor not died, like this kind of fight is exactly what Execration is looking for. These cooldown of the ultimates are relatively short. Weaver, the Necrophos ultimate, 60 seconds, right? Like, you could just keep doing this for a while. You have so good of initiation, and you could wear out LFY, force them to stay in their own base, stuff like that. But if you make a single mistake, if Nando dies one time, it just sets back your timing so much further. Guerrilla tactics is what Execration needs to do, and do it very well.
I mean, for me personally, Lumi, I do look at the drafts. I feel like LFY is just a lot easier to execute late game because they have Chrono and they have Doom. Sure, maybe the Weaver's a tough Doom target. I would also say even throw Dragon Knight in this category. Like, as a hero, it's pretty hard to screw up a fight with. You know, you just kind of blink in, stun somebody, you know, run around and be tanky and hit people. the floor on how LFY is going to perform in a fight is fairly low unless the Void completely whiffs a Chrono. So far, Monet's been quite stable. All his Chronos have worked out. He also, I just don't feel like he has to do, you know, be too ambitious. He doesn't have to hit a 4-hero Chrono. Like, just Chronoing the Weaver or maybe even another core is enough for LFY to take the fight.
Weaver Necrophos before he drops his spell. You're absolutely right. Like, he doesn't need to hit the perfect one. He just needs to hit an okay one, and he has been. Also, I do want to mention, look at the skill build and the talent build for Inflame. He's got the Midas. He's got the plus 80 Devour bonus gold. Look at his net worth as a Doom. How often do you see this? And he's kind of scaling to some amazing late game items. Refresher Orb is going to be coming out, so that's more control for the Weaver, Puck, Necrophos. He's going to get tankier and tankier as the game progresses. I think this is big problems for Execration.
Let's look at how farmed this Doom has become in Flame, where oftentimes he's at the bottom of the net worth chart as far as cores go. He is firmly atop it.
Yep. And that's the question you were having, right? Is Inflame going to show up at this TI? Is he going to do well?
And I think Inflame has played well this game. I also think LFY were just very smart about how they approached the game. They got him a hero that's difficult to kill. They gave him support in the lane. They didn't like throw him into the off lane, what used to call the suicide lane, without any help. And then, you know, he's been allowed to farm. So I think the hero selection, the way he was supported, like, it's easy to just say, oh, Inflame's just playing better, and I think that's part of it, but I think a lot of it's just LFY game planned well to set him up for success.
Yeah. I think one of the strengths that we talked about DDC and the rest of LFY when we casted them in the MDL is the draft is definitely very on point. That's one of their strengths. And I think for viewers that are coming in here, it's... Oh, hold on, I thought they're going to try to set up a kill on the Weaver, I think, but he is... Trees.
Oh, they want him. He's going to go for that TP out. Blink on cooldown for the Doom. See you later.
Yeah.
Escape by Nando, but still shows that he's even in danger now with the Lincolns, as had Doom had his Blink ready, he would have been dead.
The rest of XtcN somewhat afraid to push this tier 2. I think they haven't seen Void on the map, and they're afraid that if too many people hit this tower, they get chrono, people TP in, and that would be it. So they only show James. James is enough to take down the tower.
LFY still looking for a tier 1 top, and despite having the Dragon Knight, they've spent so much time fighting and kind of reacting to XtcN's movements that they haven't actually been taking objectives. BKB forced out by Super, a precious 10-second charge now down the drain. As well as the Dragon form, could be an opening. They're going to find the Doom, but BKB out of the coil. BKB's definitely saving lives, but again, these are pretty long duration charges being expended, Lumi. And
for sure.
As XtcN has so much magic damage, lack of BKB could be problematic later in the game.
Now, both of us have been painting this game as very LFY favored, but if we just look over to the net worth chart for real fast, it's a relatively small lead for LFY. Perhaps have we like kind of underestimated what XtcN could do, especially moving into the late game?
I mean, I think for me, like numerically, it was clear it was even the whole game. It's more, I just feel like on paper LFY can do more with the farm, but that is assuming they hit their big ultimates.
Yep. BKB's now are down.
They're going to catch the Doom. They want to make a move, but Ice Blast comes in. Sand King almost certainly done for the raindrops. Can maybe save him, but a beautiful chrono by Monet. It's going to catch out two. The Weaver gets chewed through, ripped to shreds. Man, that Void hits hard with the Ice Vortex.
Yep. I mean, he's got the Mask of Madness. He's going in.
It's a bit unfortunate for XtcN. It looks like they wanted to set up something around the Roche pit, but Roche unfortunately has not respawned yet. Still a minute short. By the time it does, LFY will have the map control advantage here as we see the Doom getting to work. A Raging Potato up top, hits him with the Infernal Blade, keeps on attacking him, no deny in sight. Only a little split push as the lone survivor is James. Blinks deep into the trees, will TP out, but LFY having their cake and eating it too. Taking towers, getting kills, and now likely to grab Roche as well. Unless XtcN come in and set up a fight, they are missing some big cooldowns here. Void's ult still a minute away. Doom 2 minutes off. Seems like XtcN will muster their forces and be back in time. Do they try and sneak the Roche? Do they try and contest it? They'll have to move soon because XtcN are about to find out LFY is already into the pit.
I don't know. 40 seconds till Necrophos is back. I don't think they could contest without him. He is very important to actually getting quicker. Weaver ports in. Okay.
And the Doom's there on the back lines. He's already chewing through RR, pops that BKB. Nando's going to waste all kinds of time trying to kill him off. And meanwhile, it's really just space created because the Roshan has been grabbed by LFY.
He has a gem, though.
A big objective claim for them. The Doom will end up falling. XtcN get a consolation prize. You mentioned they will grab that gem. But
I think that was poor play, in my opinion, for the Doom. I think LFY was going to get the Roche regardless because Necrophos is not there. He basically traded one of his long BKB charges for a Witch Doctor kill and just dropped the gem. Gem is the reason why their map control has been so strong, and I think that careless play is opening the door slightly for XtcN to possibly make a comeback.
Now that said, there's always that specter of a puck stealing the Aegis, and by going in aggressively, perhaps Doom ensures that they focus on him.
Come on. That's such a low... I mean, yes, it does happen. I agree with you, but that's...
It's definitely a low percentage thing, but it also does happen, and, you know, if you want to be really safe, throw it in. He did get a Witch Doctor kill.
Okay.
End of the day, the net worth chart is still pretty happy for LFY. They're now up to 7,000 gold advantage. So
look, I'm not gonna defend and flame for that play. I in fact will flame him.
You're gonna flame him for that.
That was not. All right.
He's already in flames, so you don't need to roast him any further. Have some compassion for the man. The move in bottom, they want to lock down this void. BKB though, and he's gonna dodge the Necrophos ult. He whiffs his own chrono. He says, "You're gonna whiff your ult. Don't worry. I'll throw you a bone and whiff mine as well." A little handicap from Monet.
Alpha needs to be very careful because XtcN has done such an excellent job, kind of just pushing all these tier 2 towers. Let's not forget that tier 3 up top is down to what, 75%. If XtcN finds a decent fight outside their base, we might see some tier 3 dropping, and all of a sudden we might be singing a very different tune when it comes to who is actually ahead in this game. For now, LFY still very much so ahead with the Aegis, but you know, I feel like both teams, looking back in this game, they wouldn't be too happy regardless how the result goes, because both teams are fairly sloppy.
This is not the kind of Dota that is going to win you the grand finals.
No.
Right? Like, this is not main stage Dota. And to be fair, I think we've seen a lot of teams start off like this in the group stage and TI's past and slowly
your digital chaos, you know, your wings even maybe.
And get stronger.
Yeah.
So not out of the question that could happen for these teams either. But yeah, it's felt a little sloppy, that's for sure.
Here we go.
Nando's in position. He's going to break the smoke nice and early and now get to work. BKB's popped up plenty and now they commit and it's onto the Necrophos. Everybody trying to jump him and bring him down. The chrono still on cooldown, but they get the bashes. Sand King is done for. Monet carving him up and ruining a fine piece of art. Now Afu going to be punished here. Gets off the Frost Armor. He glimmers away. He lobs the Chain Frost back in. The unkillable Lich tosses him into the bottomless pit.
The bottomless pit. What a reference that nobody will get here. LFY, that was great puck Dream Coil. He hit like multiple heroes under the BKB and super snapped it, so he was actually out of the fight for, I don't know, God knows how long. He was actually not in the fight, but critically, they got off the Doom on Necrophos at the beginning of the fight. Doom does have the talent of the plus 40 DPS on the Doom upgrade, so Necrophos just straight up died despite not even being hit. And
where XtcN may struggle to go high ground, LFY, they do not.
Yeah.
They're chunking this tower down.
Okay, well.
Also, by the way, I do want to say I really like this Orchid pickup on Super, as it gives them another way to break that Weaver of Lincolns and lock them down, and now it's going to let them kill the puck here too. Gets punished with the silence, as well as the chain bash.
Okay.
Monet continues to deliver in that regard. Now they jump in further. Things crumbling, rapidly falling apart. XtcN now on their heels. They're going to lose our R2. Death to the Infernal Blade. No split push, no trades. Just death in the base. Perhaps death here for the Void as well.
He's got Aegis.
Aegis expended, but it's all a bait. LFY now coming back for round 2. Hot and heavy. Leaping into position, finding the kills, and securing a greater and greater advantage. A completed Linked Sphere about to arrive for that Void, who is incredibly farmed now.
Yep.
And making full use of every bit of that gold.
Silver lining here for XtcN fans out there. Tier 2s are still alive on the other side lanes. I think had they not been alive, LFY could have probably stayed for an extra tier 3 or something like that. But LFY will back it up and start building up towards some items. Dragon Knight, you're saying that perhaps he's not the best kind of late game scaling hero. With the way that he's progressing his item, he's got a now Bloodthorn finish. All of a sudden, he's a huge late game threat. Doom also having a Lincoln Sphere. So we are starting to see the door rapidly shutting on XtcN.
And do things get better? You know, is there a peak of sunlight beyond the clouds where suddenly there'll be a happier days ahead? Because to me, Lumi, it just looks like the lineup only struggles more the later the game goes. God forbid, you know, the Void ever manages to get another damage item. Perhaps the Doom gets that late game refresher, as has already been queued up. Like, eventually, if it went 60, 70 minutes, DDC maybe has an Ags on the Ancient Apparition. So he's played a pretty utility role thus far. Like, I just don't see where the scaling plays out in favor of XtcN.
This is going to look like the weathers of Seattle, right? You have one day of sunshine, you call that day summer, and it's over. It's gone. XtcN is going to be in the dreary falls and winters of Seattle.
You say that. It has rained here like 2 days in the 6 years.
Look, the weathers have been great. The weathers have been great. And kind of to put the metaphor in how this game has been played, like going back to the point I made earlier, right? XtcN, technically, they've been down in terms of the draft and whatever, but they played a very close game for, what, 30, 35 minutes? You know, at a certain point, they were even within 1K in terms of network. But it's just that they always have to kind of, like, dodge and play guerrilla tactic stuff. And
oh, it's trouble for James now. That blink stun orchid combo. Super just mashed all the buttons and managed to silence him, and ultimately is going to secure that puck kill. LFY just good at, they've chosen good items and played this well to be able to shut down split push.
Yep.
It's very risky for the puck and the Weaver to go out on their own while those big cooldowns are available. Like now, perhaps Nando feels a little safer, but that's only after forfeiting one of your key cores again.
Raging Potato gonna get jumped on. Lincoln's gonna pop a stun, but yeah, he's in the trees. Chain Frost being lobbed out just to make sure they get the kill. You were saying that they're getting the right items to actually go for these kind of picks on the side lanes. To me, a lot of that is the Ice Vortex from the Ancient Apparition, like just giving you vision into the trees. Super big in terms of, let's say, picking up a puck earlier just now, allowing them to get an easy kill on Necrophos as he tries to juke into the trees. I think this is one of the more underrated spells.
Speaking of super, he definitely is super big right now as he takes the kind of ballsy route. We'll see Inflame getting picked off here bottom, punished a bit. Does manage to drop the Doom on RR, likely going to kill off the Witch Doctor.
All right.
The base, though, the real problem. LFY are losing their second lane of Rax. There's just no signs of backing either. I think you just... Well, aside from the fact that there is a tier 3 up, or sorry, tier 2 up bottom lane, perhaps they'll have to for now, but that next push is coming soon, and it's going to be for all the marbles. Mega creeps are on the menu.
Oh, Monet threatening Chronosphere, doesn't have it just yet.
He's going to chase for this, he might get 2. Oh, it doesn't guess right.
Yeah. No, Chrono's still on CD, so wouldn't have it.
Oh, yeah, you're right. 2 seconds.
2 seconds. One thing I kind of completely forgot about is the frost armor on the buildings. Not that they ever really needed it, but I think that that tier 3 tower on the bottom would have been, I don't know, maybe at 40% instead. But
there's been a big there hasn't been very much chat wheel this game, by the way, Luke. I don't know if you've noticed that.
That one that was
MDL was like at least 20 chat lines.
I wonder if EJ yesterday had a meeting. Like, chat wheels are cool, but you know,
save it for the big moments.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Lumic just spammed, if we lose 2 lane, it's easy to play, right? Because, you know, there's only 1 lane to defend now. There you go.
Oh, I missed my classic Lumiisms. It's good to go down mega creeps because then the creeps are always at your base. So
there you go.
You can get that little extra bit of farm.
Yeah. You don't have to go out into the danger areas to get farm. It's always here.
Yeah, conserve your energy, go into hibernation for about an hour, then come out stronger than ever.
Conserve the energy. No, that's when you go lit. There's so much to talk about. We could talk about the balancing of the game, you know. What comes
when do the explosions start kicking in? That's what gets me going.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll get to see any at this rate. Super.
Maybe not in this game, but you know, TI, there's a lot of games. Long tournament, so might get some explosions.
I mean, I think I rate this at probably 95 to 5% win chance at this point in favor of LFY.
Yep. I agree. I think 5 is a good amount to give to XtcN because it's Dota 2, you know. Things could happen.
There aren't many games where I would say it's lower than 5, like, in my lifetime of casting Dota. At least for me. I'd say it's less than 1% for sure. As Monet finds the 3-hero triple. Hello, Lich! Chain Frost bouncing, and heroes are quickly dying. Potato goes to the TP out. See you later. They tried to gank the Shark Man.
I'm not sure whether he saw
the Shark Man bites.
The beginning of the fight. Basically, Puck wanted to blink in, Yulsa break the Lincolns, and then they drop off the chain stun. He used a truck, so... And then they got 3-man chrono.
Ouch.
Yeah. XtcN.
And now the chat wheel's coming out. That's when you know they're beaten, I guess. XtcN all spamming that wheel for all it's worth. And already out in front is Inflame, quickly trying to bring down these shrines and focus on the real prize as LFY are going to open up their international journey with a 1-0 start. They've gotten on the board. See if XtcN can bounce back.
So for the viewers that are just joining us for this victory here, you gotta keep in mind this is a very different LFY that we've been seeing. One that doesn't rely on Afu. Like this, we've been saying Afu is kind of the all-star, but this game, he played a Lich, right? It really showed
And it was an all-star Lich, you know, he's getting kills bottom, he ruined the Necrophosis.
I mean,
he denied the crap out of those creeps, but it is just a Lich.
You could have put me in there. I know it did like, you know, 80% of what he did. It's just,
hell, you could have put me in there.
Exactly. It's just that, to me, this game was won by the good coordination of LFY, the good teamwork, and the draft. Like, it's not the full power of LFY, and they still was able to beat XtcN pretty...
It could happen, but I don't even think he's thought about that option.
Call, Sunstrike. When Blade Mail is up, Juggernaut goes down. Woo! There goes the pop with the Lich ulti. It doesn't bounce anymore though, but you've still got a 2-for-3 trade-off. Jirax will go down, stuck inside the Chakram, but now MSS is the one in trouble. Ana sitting in the back lines with all the disable, all the control. But still a 4-for-3 trade-off. No team really coming out fully on top of that one. Maybe OG, just because their 2 core survived compared to Cloud9's 0 core surviving.
Yeah, they get a lot of nice gold on the Pug9 Invoker. That's if they have to keep 2 heroes alive, these are the 2 they want to keep. And in addition, Ana I think got 2 or 3 kills as well in this fight. So that's the Sunstrike. I think that's the first kill he gets.
First reveal the Blade Mail as well.
Yep. Actually, don't even think they needed it. Axe together with Invoker deals so much damage. That's very nice Chain Frost. Huge impact on this fight again. I think Pilot Eye has been very good at using Chain Frost both games so far. But here is kills rate. Ana gets 2, N0tail gets 2.
I'm still wondering if Cloud9 are very happy with that fight, because it felt like they were struggling for positioning. Like you had N0tail controlling up perfectly the high ground, just a little bit to the bottom right of the fight. Like then you had Ana coming in through the other side, and I guess Cloud9 were just trying to retreat back to their tier 2 tower and make the best out of it.
It's a difficult position to fight in for the Radiant. It's one of the best avenues of attack for Dire because they have, like you said, they have multiple ways of coming in and they have the high ground. All things considered, I think Cloud9 should be okay with this. The Juggernaut died before the fight even began, right? So
yeah,
that was kind of a 4-on-5 afterwards.
Envy just got very lucky. The creep wave aggro to OG in the trees. And because of that, their gank got revealed.
S4 didn't break his smoke though. Still on the hunt here. Got a very nice position here in the bottom lane. If this team is able to push into this tower, this could set them up very nicely for a fight.
He has to be. I reckon he had to be tossing up if he was going to creep skip then. Would have dragged the creep wave in perfectly and then beat the living crap out of the tier 2 tower. But it's Cloud9 who are all missing on the map at the moment. The Observer Ward scouting both the Lina and the Timber. Now the Lich, okay, they see everything. And the ES, and they smoked underneath the Dire Observer Ward. S4, which call do you want to go on? They focus over on the Lina. Once again with the Blade Mail, they're able to delete one hero from this fight. How much more is OG able to get into the Nova? Pilot Die as well as AUI having real issues getting out of range of the Nova. And S4 too deep. The Lich ulti will bounce around. It goes down to Pugna. It's back up into Ana and Axe. They're trying to Sunray heal through this. Now Fly ends up tanking it, but they will survive. The Glimmer negating a little bit of the damage. Snowball up into MSS. Jirax needs more space to fight out this one. Underneath the cover of the Nether Ward now Fly. Still very low, 44 HP, but 44 is enough to stay alive. MSS cannot find him on the back line. Eternal Envy into the fight too. He's already burned his Omni Slash. S4 looking for the spins on the wave, letting the Blade Mail do the work. Dong Sparta! Just as they kill each other at the very end of it all. Cloud9 are pushing out hard. They want all the OG calls, but N0tail sucking them dry for the moment until they'll cut him down with the blades. Pilot Die actually frost blasting N0tail out.
That was a really long fight. And one of the very surprising things for me in that fight, I'm not sure how much of a replay we're going to get if we're going to get the whole thing from the start, but so it's one thing, like Cloud9 smoke and OG know it, Fata was running toward the stairwell, and his smoke broke, and he just ignored it. He ran through another full 2 seconds, just up the hill.
Here's the replay.
So the smoke is already broken. He just keeps going, man. He's just going in. And now he's dead. I don't know if he wanted to get gone on because he has Bloodstone, so he's alive very soon, and he's probably one of the better things that can happen. But this Icarus dive from Fly was sick. He actually blocked the rolling boulder out when he was flying in, so they got a bonus kill on the Earth Spirit. If Earth Spirit gets out there, this can get really nasty for OG, because let's be honest, they're diving really deep for this time of the game. This is 22 minutes in. There comes the Omni clutch again, Fly getting out.
Yeah, that's pretty much it for the fight. Oh, they go and gank up on top.
This is not a replay, guys.
You can see this is live as Fly goes down. Cloud9 trying to be really, really aggressive. We got some good wards down as well, but you see OG's lines drawn directly after that. That's actually coming out from Jirax, I believe. Lines say push mid, push bottom.
Fata's going Blink here. This is pretty uncommon. I am a really big Blink Dagger fan. I think this item is so good and is still not bought enough in many games, but I don't know.
It's his initiation, the Blink Yules.
Yeah, but he doesn't have it.
No, he's got Yules in quick buy.
Exactly, but generally you buy them the other way around because the Yules gives you the mana regen and the save for yourself and stuff. It's very good against Axe to have a Yules in your team. You can counter-engage when he goes in for that Blink call on the Jugger. It's actually massively important that they get a Yules here that is reliable. So maybe that's why he's getting the Blink with it, is that he feels like, okay, I need to always be able to reach Envy and save him from that Axe. But Fata is one of the players who likes to stray away from the norm a little bit and buy other items that he likes. We've seen him in the past like revolutionize the ways people played mid. He used to go troll with mech and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like he had a patch where mech was the mid item that he really liked. This time, it's not like this is extremely unorthodox to go for a Blink, but it was not what I expected.
It's probably him understanding his position. He needs to survive. You look at the difference in Bloodstone charges. Timbersaur's walking around with 17 Bloodstone charges at the moment compared to the 5 Bloodstone charges of Lina. There's just some heroes who just cannot tank and stay alive throughout these fights. MSS is definitely one of them.
And he already has a Yules, and now he's going Blink too. So they're going to have 2 Blink Yules in the near future to be able to help Envy, and he needs it this game. This is the fights have not been easy for this Juggernaut.
OG's going to miss the gank on him. Envy just left nothing but copies. Anna, well, EMP burn, MSS's worst friend, but with 30 mana regeneration.
Lots of my Blink stun here.
Can he get him? Blink. Light Strike Array. It's going to connect to the target. Here comes Jirax, however. Snowball tries to create space, but it will not work. The silence is on point from AUI. And OG lose 2 heroes and probably Roshan as well.
Yep. Most definitely a Rosh going the way of Cloud9 here as well. No buybacks.
Well, Fly wants to like kind of mess with him a little bit. S4 is already pressuring top tier 2 tower. It's going to drag MSS out. So right now it's only Envy and Fata inside the pit. I say only. We do have the Night Watchman, AUI up on the cliff. It's Cloud9's... Okay, so Envy just basically drew a line saying, let's go bottom after this.
Yep. I think they're going to give this one to Fata.
Yeah, they do.
I think it's a good choice. You could argue that getting the Aegis on the Jugger is very good, so that if he gets Blink Blade Mailed by Axe, then he has a second life and can go back. But the way this is more likely to go down now is that if they jump on Envy, they get that Yules counterplay and he spins and stays alive. If they jump on Fata, he's just a very quick kill for the other heroes. And he has way more to give in the fight with his second life. Juggernaut will use Omnislash, and then when that is used, it's like, okay, hope we won. If we didn't, my hero is not that strong afterwards with the items I have. Fata's second life has a lot of value. I like this lots. Tower?
Yep, tier 2 tower's gone. OG, a tier 3 tower. Looks like it will come under siege with... Yeah, they're going.
All right.
You have every ulti up for OG.
This is bold.
And you
this is really bold.
Okay, Jirax is TPing back. Everyone's TPing back. It looks like also OG were not expecting this.
No, they forced the TPs and then they got the hell out of there. I don't think they can go in there when there's multiple heroes on the team.
Anna's still playing around the mid. He can't come back. He actually had BTs on cooldown. So he just added as much pressure and space to the mid lane. And then instantly invokes Ghost Walk, just in case.
Yep.
But he got himself a double damage rune. To invoke a hunt time.
I don't think OG want to make aggressive moves now as anything else than a full unit. It's difficult for them to take skirmishes into this Radiant lineup now that they have all these items plus the Aegis.
Yeah.
They want a structured team fight where they can get Blink, Call, Lane Mail into Phoenix. The Blink, Call plus Sunstrike is not likely to succeed anymore now that there's this Blink Yules.
Maybe what they want to do is just not fight at all. Force this exact situation. Yeah, but Ana is all... well, okay, yeah, they can fight top lane. I'm thinking down towards bottom lane if they want MSS. The Sunstrike is going to be able to connect with Call snaps as well. Here comes your Call once more. S4, all you got to do is drop him down low, and then they can Culling Blade him down. So it looked like S4 was just trying to create space. Meanwhile, on top lane, Notel is still alive. The sentries are down from both sides. Notel makes a break for the tree line. Observer is also planted. The creep wave will take care of that pretty quickly. So smoke and mirrors snowball forward. He's going for Eternal Envy. It's not even for Pylai Die. G-Rex doesn't even give a crap about the support. He wants the core. The Nova, they're trying to run out. Envy thought for a moment he could run in. In fact, he made his way towards the Nova. Shards fight forward once more. Here comes your Timbersaw, but he got smacked down by the Nova, and Ana has joined the fight as well. The call is out. S4 held them there. The Sunray, he cannot reach G-Rex, but the burn will hit onto Fada. Second life available thanks to the Aegis the Immortal. Timbersaw drained insanely low. AUI wants something more. Notel on the run back out. All of OG are trying to run out, and Notel hides in a crevice. They don't see him. They have no idea. Clueless is the name of this movie.
Cloud9 need detection, man. Like this Glimmer Cape and this Ghost Walk is doing so much. I think
they tried. They put a sentry ward down the middle of the fight, but the fight progressed so far.
They need a dust finally. Okay, AUI was like, okay, that's enough, man. That's enough. He had 2 moments earlier in the early game where they didn't have dust.
Look at tier 3 tower bottom lane. It just got taken. Ana was pushing the lane out. His forward spirits finished the job. He moved so fast to get down there. Involved in the fight, switches to bottom lane. Didn't even BT down there, I don't think.
That last fight, I don't know if we can get a replay of it now, but I think 3 kills were avoided because OG had that Glimmer Cape and the Ghost Walk. Like, in succession, OG could have been run over there. That was an Aegis fight that OG won. They were fighting into Aegis and got away with it. And the position of that fight and the way spells were used, I think, are we seeing it now? Or is this
No, this is now.
He's just glimmering for fun by now. It's like, I have a Glimmer Cave. Did you guys know? Because you're playing like you don't. Get a dust! Okay.
And that's why G-Rex is buying a gem next. Get rid of all the possible sentry wards. Plus, there's no one invis that's running. Apollo does have the 2 dust.
Yeah. This is crucial. I think... Oh, they bought 2 dusts. Okay, nice. Because I think the Earth Spirit desperately needs a dust in these fights. As I mentioned, very early in the game, he missed like 1 or 2 opportunities, and after that, I was expecting to just see dust all the time. You know, sometimes you slip, you forget it, or you don't have the gold in the right moment because you're buying your Blink Dagger or whatever, and then you just don't have a dust. But until this game ends, detection will not be a problem for Cloud9. I think it's like that. By now, they've been screwed by it too many times to not deal with it for the rest of the game.
Could be smart for OG. G-Rex puts down 2 aggressive Observer wards on the top lane, allows them to push the tier 1 tower, but more importantly, because of the damage that Ana did on bottom, the fact they took out the tier 3 tower, these shrines are now exposed. So OG can get rid of Cloud9's Roshan Shrine, which is probably more critical than anything else. With no tier 1 tower in the mid, it'll take them a while to bring in reinforcements and ensure they get the next Aegis the Immortal.
And they have a good amount of time to take the shrine as well, because the Roshan died 5 minutes ago, so there's still like a good couple of minutes to send in some Fort Spirits or some Nether Blasts and then eventually get rid of that shrine. I think it should be next on the menu. It's either that or they try to go for a really aggressive play bottom and get Alina Rax, because that tower being gone is a really big deal for the defense of Cloud9, obviously.
A decent way of pushing in through top and no one going to react to it. Alright, I say that now. I see 4 TPs come to the top lane to react to it.
This could get... Do OG want to fight this? Looks like they do. It's going to be a full-on 5-on-5 if OG go in right now. Envy can very quickly connect. He's going to run through a ward, though.
Oh, there's your taunt. It's over on MSS. Sunstride's kicking in. G-Rex in the neighborhood. AUI, the snowball, dodges the kick that came from him. S4 had the BKB to protect himself anyway. But the EMP splits the field up. OG, maybe not so certain about going back in just yet. Blade Mail's off cooldown. in 1 second, but the BKB won't be available this time. And Anna, while he was starting his BT out and blinks away, realizing the Fada was going to go for the stun. And they realized it too. They know he had the vision. They pinged the ward out straight away.
Oh, this is classic Light of Heaven. He always pings the shrines. I don't know why. He's pinging the shrine all the time.
They found a target. Blink, Laura's punch. The Sunstrike actually connects on AUI, a little Sparta, but the Lacuna Blade. Invoker is deleted. The Yules had to follow up Tuskar. Basically shook around, but no! The shards! Jirak understands that positioning. Push himself down the hill, trying to dodge the Light Strike array, but that's just too much to dodge. 4 heroes around him. And that is a big pickup for Cloud9. Invoker down, it's good gold, it's good experience.
That was a very optimistic attempt, I think, from OG. So they
Top's
have...
dead.
Yep.
Bye, Envy. Oh, wait. Yeah.
Didn't even have mana for Calling Blade. He just gets...
Fada's coming in. Pilot A, they get the Frost Fly. He's stuck in the tree line, starts his TP. They need a stun. Fada. Too late. And you'll also get S4 back out to safety. Meanwhile, No-Tail taking a shrine.
Yep.
Light of Heaven, please ping.
Ping it.
Execration's turn to pick.
Execration then.
Legion Commander.
Oh, I'll see.
The good lockdown here for the troll. They get a cleanse for the lasso.
It's just that it's very curious. You're picking LC into Dazzle, right? Like you're trying to build a lineup where you win duels, and a simple grave would at least make you not get damage.
I think they don't care about that. I mean, that's maybe like, that sucks, but we need a way to deal with this lasso, and we've already picked our hard support in the Lich.
Sure. I mean, there's also the Abaddon offlane. Like, it depends on how offensive/defensive you want, right?
Is Abaddon still a viable hero, you think, nowadays? He's
Look,
really fallen off.
I would have said Lich is not a viable hero a week ago, right? So
anything is viable.
We're still definitely learning, and teams are definitely
except techies.
Yeah.
but that's mostly just because he's not available.
Right. So Legion is, like you said, it's can go in, and of course I talked about you duel someone, the Dazzle comes in a safe. Let's not forget you could just jump in and go for the Dazzle himself and just kind of take him out very quickly. So it's going to come down to the positioning of DDC, who is most likely going to be handling the Dazzle.
Final ban.
Back of the smoked up Cloud9. Tinkerward doesn't see enough. The line's being drawn now by AUI. Beeline to the tier 2 tower in mid. And that's actually the best place to attack. OG, I say they're not in position to defend from this. They have the low ground, so at least it'll be even ground if Cloud9 come down to them.
This is a very big moment. And nobody finds anything. So OG dodged their smoke. And OG have their own. They're going to smoke themselves, I think, after this camp.
It's like that cliffhanger at the end of Season 1. Don't worry, we'll come back for Season 2 at the end of the next smoke.
OG aren't even checking.
Yeah, they were literally in front of it. And they didn't have a look. The Force Spirits should actually go in now. Yeah, the ping just came out from Flyers. Like, just put the forward, just send one in. Like, oh, there he is.
They got rid of the top shrine, so Cloud9 don't have that to play around any longer. And Cloud9's smoke failing there is pretty important because OG, as mentioned, still have their own. What's the timing on these BKB? 9 seconds on BKB for Axe, and Lina is the only other one, right? It's 9 seconds.
And you've got a 10-second BKB on the way for Invoker. He's already finished up his Axe and Octarine.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
BKB and then into Shiva's. Appears to be the build order for App.
Yep. BKB is an amazing item for both teams this game, so it's worth keeping an eye on the status of that.
Is that actually the full Shiva's?
Fatsa never got his Yules, by the way.
He didn't finish it?
He just went for that BKB. So they only have the Yules of Timber still.
Maybe they're happy with that. Like Timber Yules is enough to at least try and save Envy. It's like, apart from that, Envy, at least do it yourself. He's got Manta, he's got Blink Dagger, he's got Spin.
Very, very underfarmed. The big farmers this game are the Lina and the Timber. You can see the CS here. This is not... Jugger is difficult to play in this position because this hero... I mean, it's just how the game plays out. They need to push the waves, and Jugger is just worse at it than the other two heroes, so they will get more farm. But it's hard to play Jugger like this. He's very underfarmed compared to the other cores, and the hero itself is just not that good.
That's why Nymph rune. If he actually felt confident enough to move up the hill, he probably would have died, thanks to the Observer and Sentry, again, down for Cloud9. It appears every time they want to take a fight around Roshan, like this obs as well as like sort of Sentry ward get planted just in front of the pit. Almost every time. It's that same kind of position every time. I say every time in 2 games. Worth of like 4 sets of ward.
Very important place to cover.
Yeah. Just makes it obvious for us for the dodge.
I wonder if Timber is going to reach a stage here where he won't die. Even if he gets jumped on by X plus full Invoker combo and everything, because MSS is getting really tanky. Hood, Octarine, he has 3k health, he's close to 25 now.
Yeah, maybe it would have been better for like a Bloodthorn style build coming in from the Invoker.
Could have actually been an interesting choice, yeah. I think this physical thing could come back to haunt them still.
MSS. Okay, maybe he knows he's that tanky.
That's a good netherworld placement. Need to get rid of that.
Very difficult. They have to cut the trees to see it.
Like, I don't really want to.
He's really not certain about it. Because he knows if he jumps in that far, potentially Axe can just blink, call him, and then they Sunstrike and just combo. Forcing the rest of Cloud9 to fight underneath the Nether Ward. Alright, so it's got to be Roshan for somebody. There's like no one wants to take the risk. Okay, that might help. S4 found himself a haste rune. Quick Nether Ward down from Notel. Stars his TP out. This is problematic. Notel, do they just cut their losses? No, he's got Glimmer Cape. There are no losses.
None of the reveals were nearby. With the Lich and the Earth Spirit were far away, so he gets out of that.
And Anna's also not involved. He can't be. His BTs are still on cooldown for 10 more seconds.
Yep.
He was busy farming up, but what's coming on the courier? His BKB is now done. Now they actually want to fight. The fresh 10-second BKB in the 2 9 seconds. That's a lot of immunity for Cloud9 to try and play around.
And the farmed heroes on Cloud9's side are not the Jugger, so that means this BKB for Ana is just as efficient as the other one we talked about. It's going to be impossible to kill almost. Alright, here we go.
Oh, Tornado, EMP, yep. All he wants to do is just to lay up MSS. MSS going to Yule Scepter out of the effect of at least the EMP as they push him down, but S4, the perfect call. They dunk down the Timbersaw. Unkillable, I think not. And now they go for more. The quick tornado. It caught Eternal Envy. You said his life was hard. He'll spin, get punched, flip like an omelet from Tusker. They want more. Omni Slash. Tusker needs some help. S4 will tank it. Turns on the blade mail. Starts the spins up. And Eternal Envy so low. S4 getting the breath of life from Notel. The Sunstrike's right in the mark. 2 Pilot Eye will fall. Anna has himself a double kill under the protection of his BKB. Stands his ground. He'll look for the gem. MSS will have to gather it up. But here they go. Tusker, snowball forward. Anna does have that Gem of True Sight stolen from Cloud9, so he knows he's got the vision win. Not to mention the team fight win. The score might be leveled at 25-25, but OG are in a commanding position now.
Yeah, that was a really good kill on the Timber, and I mean, of course, if it's like a 3-on-1 for a good 10 or 15 seconds, then the Timber is gonna die. And his team didn't really find any good way of connecting there. They got one defensive 4-step off, but didn't really manage to save him, and then when he buys back and comes back in, they find themselves in these awkward positions, and No-Tail was, for me, just saving that fight time and time again. Really, really good life drains. Healing up S4. I think he healed him up twice and saved him, and we might be seeing it again here. So here comes the Tornado EMP. Jugger has to spin this, so now spin is on cooldown. Let's get off a pretty good Omni here. That stone kick is far off the mark.
And then S4 tanks it. Like the life that gets given right here. He gets in just in range.
Fata is trying to destroy the Supernova, and he doesn't manage either. If Fata wanted, he could have just killed the Axe there. He could have just gone in and Lagooned him, but he thought the team had control of that and that he could kill the Supernova. And these small things add up and make a really big fight for OG, where slightly different decision-making from Cloud9 would have maybe made that somewhat even.
And now OG's lead really stretches forward. They're approaching 15,000 net worth in front, and Experience has already reached that mark. They are just light years ahead. They've taken almost, well, they've still got 2 tier 2 towers left to go down. Been very focused on just ensuring the fights win out. And it's making these supports of Cloud9 almost useless. Speaking of which, like the lowest net worth here on the field, Highlight Die. Dies to Ana, they snowball forward, they're looking towards Fada, the shards don't block him in. Instead, Ana actually blinks himself a little bit further away. G-Rex wants to keep going, looking towards MSS. S4 was not there in time. His blink was on cooldown at the time. Couldn't reach to get the call off, but they'll take the tier 2 tower now.
I think it's high ground time now for OG. They have Aegis, they have the BKB on Ana, the Heart on S4. There's just so much tankiness now, and the Jugger is tickling them still. So,
yeah.
Should be able to go in. Ana will do this fairly quickly as well. It's a very farmed Invoker. Nether Blast helping out from the back. Cloud9 gotta do something.
AUI is trying to play silly from the tree line. Gets a silence on Ana, but it won't matter. Notel wants to take the damage. He wanted to actually expend his cheese and keep Ana alive. Ana's still got the Aegis. Blink dodges Chakram. Tornado spam his heart out. Negative 18-second cooldown on that one. And then Nether Blast, Nether Blast, Nether Blast. And they're searching for AUI. Snowball. AUI is going to drag G-Rex in pretty far. In fact, G-Rex is in way too deep. They'll kill him off and maybe get that gem back.
Glimmer Cape, no, not again.
Glimmer Cape, the Sunray, and the Drain from Notel. G-Rex is back to full life. There's Sustain. Right now, as Team Fortress 2 medic, you're going to the Omnislash. S4 calls, tanks it himself, realizing his armor. Envy hits like kittens at the moment. He's forced back into his home, but they've already lost a large portion of that home. This is clinical from OG. Literally, medical. Who needs a dazzle? You don't need a dazzle in this game anymore. Just run a one-position Pugna that's able to make Ana the be-all, end-all of Alakazam.
S4. Oh.
He was looking for it. Almost got AUI. This Timbersaw. He can't even chain away. The Tornado, at least his Yule set will protect him from that. The Sunstrike somehow manages to hit the eye of the Cloud9 full hero Needle. Oh, confidence from Envy. Or from S4, ineffective.
The problem is for Cloud9 that they're not accomplishing anything. They're just losing towers.
Yep.
There we go.
Here we go. They get one, but the Snowball, S4, he's got the call on the back line, starts to spin. The Sunstrike will connect on the mark. AUI will fall. There's your Culling Blade bonus damage for movement for everyone. And at least Highlight Die's ulti has done some work. Tuskar will fall. The Geometry Sight's on the ground. Ana's completely bone dry of mana. But then again, Notail is wetting his lips on Highlight Die's something. Call, Lena, trapped once more, drained once more. S4 doesn't have his Culling Blade available, will dodge the stun from Fada. The man who cannot dodge it is MSS, running outside the base as far away as possible. Do they keep the chase going? It looks like Pugna wants to, sees the TP and then realizes they come back. But they've already taken the top, they've already taken the mid. And there's the Aegis Immortal burnt. Ana now has himself a full-size device, already replacing the slot. And Fada piglet it up. S4 will get the call. Perfect chain control. And GG is done. OG had a brilliant one in their group set.
there
he still dies
anyway, but
yeah.
denies the dual damage at least.
That's actually pretty critical. One of the easiest way for LC to snowball is get that early dual damage.
That was the least exciting duel ever, but... Hey.
No. The least exciting duel is when there's a nightmare involved. Then there's like actually nothing happening.
One guy's sleeping, the other guy's just staring at him.
Yeah. But that's number 2.
Second most least exciting ever.
Alright. Okay, Shaker might be in a lot of trouble here. Fissure's gonna try to keep himself alive, but Burrow Strike in 2 seconds.
They got that caustic. Afu in danger. Getting up the hill, trying to hit that shrine. Even reinforcements arriving. DDC was going to tap it for him, but won't get enraged. James is going to pay, though. The Pugna to the rescue. Quick counter gank by Super.
Double.
And even more importantly, a double for him. Arcane Boots complete, 700 gold in the bank. This Pugna's on fire.
I don't see Pugna too often in the competitive scene, but I'm always surprised how effective Life Drain is. Like, look at the damage output. Of course, the Crep did do a lot as well, so let's not forget about that.
And more importantly, look at the objectives being just very quickly claimed here. They're going to drop down that ward. RR rotates in. Still no points in the Frost. Sorry, the Chain Frost.
Gonna get denied.
Fissure comes through, and nothing to hit the tower, sadly. Will fall. Honestly, it's very rare to see a Pugna lineup get tower denied.
True, because
that is extremely rare.
That would be more on the mistake of the Pugna. Into the jungle. Sand King's gonna find himself super, but again, look at the damage!
Ah, yes, give me your life force.
Thank you, LD, for that.
I roleplay Pugna on my free time.
Okay. Well, we do have Conrad here with his Queen of Pain cosplay, so maybe
oh god,
in the future we're gonna have a little bit of Pugna.
Yeah, Conrad finished dead last in our fantasy football league that we have with a bunch of other Dota folks. And initially he tried to back out of it, but Commissioner Phil, you know, the manager of EG, called him out, and he is doing the cosplay, though. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, I want to make him do it, but I also don't want to see it. So I don't really know how to feel about the whole thing.
Well, we're going to see it whether we like it or not, because it's here in a suitcase.
Yeah, maybe I just want to see the costume, not Conrad wearing it.
In the river, Afu is going to get burrowed. And right now, we are seeing the power of this Pugna pick. Sure, a lot of it is Afu, you know, it's just standing in mid, giving him the early CS advantage, coming in with the Fissure to, you know, extend the chain stun to let him keep blasting and sucking, but he is 5-1-0. He's got 63 CS, and he's got the Aether Lens finished. The Aether Lens makes your push so much easier, because that extra tiny bit of range is so important for a hero like Pugna. You can stay safer, you have the extra bit of mana regen, you have the extra damage output because of the Aether Lens. It is a match made in heaven.
Good positioning here by Afu. Ready for XtcN to make a committed dive to bottom. Now retreating to the safety of that tower. A bulwark for Monet to protect him while he farms. Leaving Nando up top for now, trying to play a little bit of catch-up, is going to be going for the Midas. Covering reasonably well, all things considered.
Oh, I think getting a Midas is very dangerous against a Pugna lineup. Like, by the time that you have your Midas and a fighting item, you might be down like 4 towers or more. So, it is... I mean, something he has to do because he's so far behind, but...
You know, the other cool thing about Pugna, Lumi, which we didn't touch on at all, and I think we're remiss if we don't, is that he's great against Lich, because the Frost Armor does not slow down the Lich the push at all. So,
you're right.
Like, normally be like, oh, well, you can just kind of, like, yeah, they have a pushing lineup, but we have Lich to counter that. It's like, well, not really, because they have Pugna.
Well, it looks like we're going to see a fight brewing up top in Flame. Burrow strike up, get him the duel. Okay, wait, they don't even get the kill, and Flame's in the tree. He's going to try to pour it out. Is he actually going to make it? He does. All right.
Nando even wastes the Infested there, too. That's a big missed opportunity for XtcN. Is now the push happens elsewhere. Monet revving up, getting to work on that tower. James comes in. Bit of Frost Armor on the backside. Zafu camps out this rune, gets the enchant totem.
Hey.
That's mine. Get the hell.
There is duel available.
Doesn't have the damage, it seems, but maybe with reinforcements arriving. No, reinforcements are coming for the wrong side. Raging Potato almost dead, not quite. This Pugna, so manly.
For not being a man.
For really just a
pile of bones.
Yeah. Shab of skeleton bones, you know, barely cobbled together.
I wonder what he's going to go for next, though. That's kind of the big discussion point. You generally always do start with Aether Lens.
We've seen the at times the Eggs rush. Sometimes we see a mech to
Veil.
help the team.
Yeah.
Veil as well.
I guess perhaps that is one of the strengths of the hero, right? Like you can just build into a lot of different things to help.
I mean, I personally think a Dagon would be great. Give you that quick burst, win the duels the other way.
Sure, why not?
That's the strat. You keep on baiting him into dueling, and then you come in and you taser him. Get some free damage. Then you become a right-click Pugna. You know, you get a Desolator, and then you really start taking down buildings. Okay, maybe that's more of a Pyrian Flag strat than a real one.
Reasons why Pyrian Flax is not playing.
I want to say a Sir Action Slag strat, but you know, compared to P-Flax, well, it's really no competition in the MMR department.
Top lane, Afu might be in a lot of trouble. Fissure not going to come through. The TPs are coming in Power Ranger style, but it's not going to be enough. In fact, the TP gets canceled. DDC just gets dumpstered by his teammates.
For the Shallow Grave now, as he did deploy the Weave. Runs by the Shrine, but the Shrine won't save him. Unavailable for the taking, and now Monet trying to counter. Answer back, but he has to deal with this Frost Armor, as every time he goes for a little swipe on the Lich. The Lich just glides away, or at least tries to. Battle Trance, but still can't keep up with him.
Oh.
It's alright. Super is here. And Super is a Superman. Gets the kill.
Super's up to 2k goal. Whatever decision he makes.
I am happy to see that he went for the health talent, not the mono regen talent that we saw in MDL. They're going to try to duel Inflame. No. Look for the punish. The Bat Rider ever so close to his blink, but the fissure comes through from Afu. Oh, can he get to the high ground? No. Unable to escape to the warmer climes.
Look, Jay has been finding good duels, but has never been able to win them. Partly due to the lack of burst damage from his team right now. Also, just, you know Pugna's being there, being annoying and stuff like that. BOT Super. Somewhere out there, Ben Wu is smiling.
Well, now he could just be everywhere. He is truly becoming Superman. You know, the real Superman can fly, but Pugna, he's got the next best thing with that pair of boots.
You know, in the Chinese, they do call it the flying boots, because you are everywhere. So, he is the Chinese Superman now. He is literally flying.
We need to get him a costume.
He's got the cape too.
That actually would be an amazing just meme picture. If anybody is skilled in the art of Photoshop, wants to create it.
Like using Super's real face?
I will happily retweet it.
Because Super does not look like Superman. Alright.
Is there a Chinese version of Superman? The Super maybe look more like him?
I'm sure there is a made in China version somewhere.
The way you said it made it sound much more dismissive and like derogatory.
No, it was meant to be like that, so we're good.
Mission accomplished.
Alright. The push continues. Apart from the early tier 1 that Pugna was able to pick up mid, and of course Troll did get one, the push has been slowed down. Much thanks to James's Tinker, everywhere with the March of the Machines. And meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Jay is on the hunt. Again.
So we've kind of got a lull here, Lumi.
Yeah.
I think it's a good time to look at like the overall game plans for the team. So what is everyone trying to achieve for each squad, and who do you feel like's on better track to get their particular goals done right now?
Oh, it might be a big team fight here. Raging Potato blinks back out. The rest of the team is on escape.
Everyone else should get out to safety. So just a Lich down.
Like I mentioned earlier, I think the draft is relatively similar, or in terms of strength and scaling. So I feel like more so than other drafts we've seen, this is really going to come down to execution. Execution is looking to go late with pickoffs. Like LC is going to find picks, Tinker is going to join them, and this Lifesteal ideally is going to get big. Where I think FY, the onus is more on them to actually be on the offensive, because their heroes are more designed for that, with the Pugna Blast, with the Troll hitting towers. But it's okay even if they don't get the buildings, because they do scale okay, decently. So I think it's more so about like the mid and late game smoke gangs, who's going to get the Roshan and stuff like that. Would you disagree, or do you see the game in a different manner?
No, I think both lineups have that pick-off style, right? They've got the Bat Rider on the side of LFY, you've got the Legion Commander for Execration. You've got a pretty heavy pushing element with the Dazzle, Pugna, Troll on one side. And then on the other side, you've got the deep push and the split push, as they do lob in the Chain Frost mid lane. Execration gonna find one. They might lose their Sand Cane in turn. He gets towed forward as they want to also hunt RR. Inflame trying to bite off perhaps more than he can chew. He does have the Flame Break as the Lich turns to Frost Arm, pushes him back in. They don't have a stun. And he dropped fast to that Firefly, but ooh, actually will go down with the burn damage in the well.
Okay.
Really? I for sure thought that the Fountain would out-heal the Flame Break, but
it was Flame Break with, I think, 2 napalms. He did also perhaps have a Poison Touch on him, so
yeah, I think it was the Poison Touch as well, though it is only level 1. That was unexpected.
Yeah, same here.
Give Inflame a lot of credit there. Like, he could have just settled for that Sand King kill, kept him back like on his side of the map, but he dragged him forward while looking for the follow-up kill, and it ends up working out.
Yep.
Definitely feels like Inflame has stepped his game up a little bit early on in the group stage.
If Inflame could play like the way he's playing in this series, I think LFY has a real shot at making a deep run, if not even winning the tournament, because I feel like you mentioned in the draft of Game 1, that is perhaps the weak link of the team. He always has very high potential, but whether he realizes it or not is a different story.
Yeah, and really right now, the primary objective for any team, obviously finishing top of the group is great, but the objective number 1 is not finishing last. That way you get to the main event. Objective number 2, if you can already achieve the first, is to get to the upper half of the bracket. So, you know, it doesn't have to be a flawless group stage. It's all about positioning yourself for a run at the main event, more than anything else.
Although it's always pretty nice if you finish the group, you know, 14-0 or whatever it is.
Has anyone ever finished top of the group and then gone on to win? I guess Alliance was the one team.
Oh yeah, Alliance. They just won everything.
Yeah. Other than that, I think everyone who finished top of the groups kind of, they often did well, but I don't recall anyone who actually won TI. Wings had a pretty iffy group stage, I remember.
Yeah.
They almost finished in the lower bracket. CDEC had a very strong group stage, but I don't think they might have been top of their group actually. CDEC, they didn't win, obviously.
I just remember, I believe, like a TI2 or TI3, LGD had a perfect group stage run, and then
that was TI2, yeah.
They just got dumpstered. Well, they didn't get dumpstered, but you know, they did.
I mean, they finished 3rd. I wouldn't say they got dumpstered.
It was just
but
like
they also didn't win.
They were the team that everybody expected to win based on the group performance, but they didn't. Nicely on the mid lane, they're waiting for him to pop out that dragon and then give him the lasso, but that dragon is...
Oh, they needed the bash to keep him in range of the life drain. Nado gets pulled out, then dragged into the lasso. He thought he was safe, ensconced in his black dragon. And perhaps he was. The Fissure comes through, but the Batrider blinks forward, and now Raging Potato Endanger is going to crack that blade mail and try to run away. Seems like he should make it back to safety. A bit cocky. I mean, honestly, at this stage of the game, like that 15 to 25 minute mark, you're inside of an Ancient Black Dragon, unless they have crazy physical damage, you're usually fine, Lumi, but LFY are a persistent bunch.
Yep. Monet was there, and luckily he's in the Roshan pit with a double damage rune right now. That will ensure the Roshan going to them fairly easily.
What a time to have one. Aegis claimed a big swing of momentum. Now LFY, they vault forward from being on the back foot to having control over the game. At least for now.
Yep.
And good news for Execration, though. They've got the tools to try and deal with that next round of aggression. James has the Blink Dagger to go with his BOTs. And LFY, not the best Thinker hunting lineup. It's only the Batrider who can really even threaten him.
Maybe if you drop down a Pugna Ward, he could give you an idea where that guy is.
Oh. Yeah, what a turnaround by Super here with the Decrepify preventing the opposition from getting in range. They will finally get the kill on the Batrider, though, and now Super may pay with his own life. James comes in, make it a 2-for-1. It almost looked like Pugna was just going to win them that fight outright, but ends up being an Execration favored engagement.
That self-decrep did not help him at all, in fact.
The first decrep on the Sand King was great. That kept the Sand King out of range, so the epicenter was not hitting the Batrider. But yeah, the second one, not so much.
Ooh, Sand King trying to juke into the trees. He blinks out. They could not get off the poison touch on him. That would have been big. Good try, though.
So a couple of missed opportunities here for both teams. When the dust settles, a very slight gold lead for Execration. Quite an even series overall.
Yeah.
Even game one was neck and neck until maybe 35 minutes or so.
I think both teams play relatively the same. It was LFY getting the better draft in game one, and they won off the back of it. And this game, like I mentioned a lot of times, the draft to me feels very similar, and the game result does show. Going back to what I said about the Leicester getting Midas earlier, I was somewhat worried whether he's going to get punished, but they play the early game good enough to such that it's not going to get punished.
Now he's got Armlet Death, so that should mean an easy...
He got on the lasso!
Super again with these decrepifies, completely negating the offense of XtcN. Who thought Pugna was this effective as a defensive hero? But
yeah.
Indeed he is.
I mean, I did
such a good duel counter.
I did mention during the draft, it's like, yeah, you can, you know, prevent from some damage getting out. Not only that, he's just like saving people. Burrow Strike is going to hit here. Decrep again, perhaps. The Grave's going to come back out, so FY Inflame should be fine. The duel, Decrep, oh, the life drain save! Thanks for the damage, bro. Wait, Jay has 0 damage and FY has 14 from Jay. Sorry, when I say Jay, I mean
he's just been he's been frustrated this game.
Yeah.
Decrepify and Grave. The more and more you look at it, even Fissure, so many long-range ways to save a teammate, help a friend in a time of need, and prevent those duels from being won by XtcN. He's chafing, that is for sure. And they committed a lot there too. They blew the Chain Frost. They threw out the duel. They had 3 or 4 heroes in the area that when they could have just been farming, and LFY still able to rebuff the offense of XtcN. I guess the good news for XtcN is they're taking these fights in enemy's turf, which means LFY are not really threatening their tier 2s right now. Something you would normally expect a Pugna troll lineup wants to do. And as I say that, here they come down mid. They are trying to push.
That creep wave though is just gonna get destroyed. I think they're gonna have trouble pushing tier 2s and tier 3s until they have a hood or pipe on their team. And I don't know who's actually going to build it.
It's kind of concerning because in the bottom lane, meanwhile, well, XtcN were pushing, but now they're getting shut down perhaps by this lasso. Nando trying to make it out. He does infest for now, popping back though, and in trouble. One more auto tech might be enough. Armlet toggling on the TP. Oh! He will make it out. Great plays by him. The micro on point.
I think they lost a more important hero, unfortunately, though. The Tinker. I think the Tinker is really the piece that's going to be the glue to tie this draft together.
And he's your time bomb, right? Legion maybe could be, but he's not winning duels. He's not really farming that well. And ultimately, Lifestealer alone will not carry this game. Late game, he's going to be chain bashed. He has 2 ways to shut him down, the Grave as well as the Decrepify, used defensively, and the Lasso to worry about. So yeah, you need that Tinker to be farmed, Bloomy.
Yeah. There's definitely a very interesting sub-mind game between the Batrider and the Legion Commander. Oh, mid lane Monet walks in, and now they're going to give him a duel. There's no Decrep here. They're going to burst him down. No, the Grave again. They're going to keep him alive. Here comes Super. Decrep, any life trying to keep him up.
Somebody killed this man already. Finally goes down, but not before living through the duel, getting the kill. Now Tinker will respawn, but the damage is done. Tower now under siege.
Yep.
Well, for a moment at least.
And the Rockets will drive them away. But
they need a pipe.
Oh, no, no, FY?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. I think Batrider will perhaps eventually go back for it.
You remember when March of the Machines did universal damage? And like you couldn't even push into it with BKBs and Tinker could farm ancients?
Yeah, that was a bit ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, this game, right? You got Frost Armor in buildings, you got the March of Machines. It's a reason why you're saying, you know, FY has a pushing lineup, but they're unable to get too much done. It's because of
executing that push is not easy.
Yep.
That is for sure. So, still an even game. It's been pretty back and forth. Both teams farming, both teams a good mix of fight now and scale for later. Very unclear who's going to come out on top. The map control is roughly similar, I would say. Both teams just defending their tier 2s now. The Aegis now expended. That tower mid did hang on.
Oh, Jay finds himself Afu. He's really low, but...
Jay is just not feeling the duels right now. He's like, if I'm going to duel somebody, we'd better have 3-4 heroes in the neighborhood. Or I have to know that there's no saves in sight.
Well, he
might walk into a Radiant scan here if he ain't careful.
There we go. There's a duel. Tinker comes in, and now... Oh, wait!
Oh, denied again!
The Grave is here! He doesn't win a duel, and now it's going to be the Sand King getting caught out. Sand King might be in trouble as well. Afu blinks back in. Man's up. Dude, he scouted the area. You know, he scanned.
He should have trusted his instincts. You could tell he's like,
I don't think so.
Just not a good idea.
Yeah.
I shouldn't go for a duel right now like this. The team's like, come on, duel him. I'm right here.
Tinker's here. Yeah, I'll be here.
I'll throw my missiles in. I'll throw my lasers in, and then if it doesn't work out, I'll just blink away.
Yeah, yeah.
Speaking of that, Tinker
gets found by
Inflame. Been brought down. They just lost 2 out of their 3 cores. The lone man farming is Lifestealer, and I don't think he's going to do it alone. While LFY may not have the best catch, XtcN are serving up kills on the silver platter by overextending.
Yep.
Now LFY could potentially even try to do a little chip damage here on the high ground.
You say chip, I say chunk. Like it's
chunk damage.
It's gonna be at least 2 blasts for the Pugna, if not more.
Siege commence.
Okay, Tinker's down for 15, so they could 1 more blast. Maybe they back off after this one. Oh, Lich comes in thinking he could actually hit the ward. Who do you think you are? Afu jumps in, has a great backup, so he's not worried. Monet just walks in. That's more blasting for Super. He's going to go for the tier 3. All of a sudden, this could straight up lead to a Rax.
Yeah, just blasting and sucking away. Super getting the job done on the Pugna. And certainly not a hero that you're like, all right, I better ban this so Super doesn't get his hands on it. But I think it does highlight his versatility as a mid player. Not only can he play his signature heroes well, but he can... You know, if the need calls for it, play something less conventional like a Pugna mid and pull it off.
Yeah, it is less conventional, but this is a great Pugna game, right? The Crep is so good against this kind of single target focus lineup with the duel as part of the initiation. And I gotta just feel for Raging Potato. Like, this is perhaps one of the most tilting game I've seen from any like individual performance-wise. He's not a bad player. In fact, he's one of the best. It's just that he's just counters so hard. The Grave is there every time. The Crep there is every time.
The only good time he had was in the laning stage. Yep. When he was playing against the Bat Rider 1v1. Ever since then, it's been all downhill. What happens to a potato when you heat it up too much?
Shane would be my man to call, but...
Pretty sure it explodes, right? Like you just got like the potato, like it pops open, kind of.
I never did well in science, so I don't know.
Potato is not a staple of people.
Yeah,
okay.
It is not for me.
You know, I have a very large Irish heritage, but I actually don't even know because I don't cook.
Got Pugna hitting level 20. I wonder what... Is he going to take the cast range talent? He's reading the talents. All right, he decided on cast range.
He's reading them.
So I don't know if their PCs are in Chinese or English, right? Because when the Chinese they read in Chinese, and I don't know if that's the case here.
Well, normally at TI they all have their own hard drive, so I'm pretty sure if they want like the Windows or Dota in English or in Chinese, they can just change it.
Okay. I did send some behind a Chinese player, and he had an English client earlier, so I wasn't positive.
Yeah, to be honest, most of the Chinese players at least like understand English, even if they're not comfortable enough to like speak fluently. But it's pretty rare to meet one that doesn't at least know the basics. Whereas the reverse is not true. You know, average English-speaking player, you know, at most knows like maybe like a Western language, but definitely not any Chinese.
Oh, dude, the chat wheel's changing the world. You know, everyone's like, "Wan bu liao la, jiao!" You know, we know.
One oyoyoy at a time.
Lich going oyoyoy. See, gets dragged in. The Glimmer Cape will not.
The Glimmer Cape is not working. It is not saving anything right now.
No, it's not. Christian still charging down the mid lane right now. They gotta get the hell out of there.
The game feels like it is starting to slip away from XtcN now. Down 6,000 gold. Tinker not out of control. In fact, it's Troll who is on top.
Tinker to me feels very much so in control, in a bad way.
Being controlled.
Being controlled, there you go. Bat has honestly done an excellent job in Flame again. Just gotta give credit where it's due. He's finding them, he's isolating them. Every team fight, that is his man.
Do you like the Ags build for Tinker this game? I know it's like the preferred build when, at least when Tinker is being picked to counter Terrorblade, you know, so you can just kill off all the illusions, but is that the de facto build in other situations, or is there something else you can consider?
I feel like a Lincoln Sphere perhaps will serve him better, just given how the game's been going.
Going Hex stacks.
I mean, sometimes you gotta just be on the offensive to win, but I just perhaps don't think this is the game to do it. Like,
one fissure or one lasso, and you just Unless the Legion's there, he's just done for, right?
Right. Now, the whole Lincoln's thing is that it doesn't block Fissure, so that's the other long-range initiation that you can't kind of play around. It's just a tough game for him, honestly.
33 minutes in. LFY taking it nice and slow. They're going to look to take down some shrines here. Monet gets to work, hacking away. Did complete the Sanjin Yasha, went back for a Diffusal Blade, has the Vlad. So all the kind of tier 2, tier 3 items to get him through the mid game. Still room to grow if this goes late. Now marching towards a Silver Edge. This is next pickup, and that could be a problem for the Tinker if he's not good about hiding himself in the trees properly.
Oh, speaking of Tinker, there you go, top lane. Oh, okay, still alive. They lasso him though. The fire is still gonna burn. Enchant Totem's gonna be there. Chain Frost's gonna fly through. They might actually win a duel. Raging Potato says, this is the time. No Grave, no Decrypt. They finally win the first duel of the game, but Batrider comes back in. Blink away here from LC. Should be fine.
RR. He's got that Glimmer Cape. Hasn't saved him once yet, and it won't save him this time either because Super has an Aghanim Scepter. Now the Purge coming out from Monet, chasing after the Potato, chewing through him now. BKB dodges the stun, goes in, commitment onto the Potato, bakes him, throws a little butter on him, and then eats him for dinner. A nice snack for Monet, and now wants a piece of the Lightstealer too. This one not so tasty, but still crucial if he can bring him down. Monet, big commitment on the high ground. The Grave comes through, he's still got a cheese, he's still got an Aegis. He's got 3 lives, and he won't even lose the first as he tries to run away. James will cut him off at the pass, gets him with the laser, tags him once. Okay, they do it a second time. Now going to work. He manages to de-backpack the cheese. Might be a little hot and sweaty, but still get the job done in a pinch.
All right.
I feel like the cheese should, you know, maybe have a small chance of poisoning you if you're keeping it in your backpack.
Oh no, you know it's a little bit warmer.
It's squished.
Yeah.
It's got stuff growing on it, you know.
That's
conditions.
It's a very fresh cheese, right? You just gotten.
Yeah, but it's just been sitting there, like fermenting in his bag.
You make it sound like a backpack. It's like a thermodynamic, like hot thing. No, it's just a backpack.
It's hot out, man. It's like 95 in Seattle today.
Maybe. That's true.
Come on.
That's true.
Yeah. Okay, to be fair, it's not like an oven strapped to his back.
Great buyback on the Tinker in that base defense. I think that buyback kind of surprised LFY a bit. They were poised to be, you know, running over and perhaps taking a second lane of racks, but the buyback very critical in terms of outputting enough damage to kill through the Grave, and kind of just like the March machine just drive them back. So
the flip side of that is they're now down 11k.
Yep.
And Tinker had to buy back, so Tinker starting to slip quite a bit in terms of net worth.
Hey, got dual win, so hey, you know. On the board, 35 minutes.
It's a dual win worth 5k gold in net worth swing.
No. Oh, the truck finds Raging Potato, and now he's stuck in there. All right, he's invis, but I'm sure they got a sentry, and Raging Potato dead again.
Oh, it's a tough game. I think they might have been going to plant like an anti-Tinker ward even. Not sure if they realized he was there, or if it was just bad luck. But
I don't know how that siege creep. Look, the headlights on the truck is just beams into the trees.
Sees like a small flicker.
Yeah.
Somehow knows. Commander lurks. We're gonna try to jump Nando here in the mid lane. Just get called out, and who cares about your Heaven's Helper? He evaporates, literally disintegrates. Not a speck of him remains. The life drain combined with the Aether Lens, and on top of that, Decrepify slaughters him. Meanwhile, they're killing Heroes bottom. This game is spiraling out of control. LFY on a rampage towards victory, looking for a 2-0 to get their group stage started.
Look, last game was Yao Ming dunking on kids in the park. This is the Airness himself, MJ. All right, big epicenter coming through. Does absolutely no damage. CC drops low, but he graves himself in here. No, he's going to give dual damage to DDC. This is literally the first game I've ever seen in my life where LC gives more dual damage.
Well,
than he's got.
Inauspicious beginnings here for XtcN. An 0-2 start in their opening match. LFY off to the races, looking revitalized, showing some interesting picks with the Doom for Inflame, the Pugna mid this time around, and execution. That's been pretty solid.
This game execution has been on point. Great. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
9 out of 10.
So you're saying like there's no such thing as a better game?
I mean, have you seen Super? The Krebs on point, the Grave's always there.
I'm willing to give Super 10 out of 10.
Okay.
I'm willing to do that. Super is the hero. I think he's the MVP of the series personally.
Superman.
Yeah. And Flame gets the
Infamous have is already down to 1.5 minutes left, so it's not the end of the world if it gets countered.
It's just money.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it makes the sentry free. Bottom lane, KingTeka's going really deep here on Kessu. Is he actually just going to try and dive
He's
here?
got bonus damage and bonus movement speed. Oh, the Spirit! He does it solo!
All right.
Oh, Infamous 2-0 against Team Secret. Never count out a South American team.
I did not see this coming in this particular matchup. I thought this would be more Shaker favored. The build from Kessu is exactly what I was expecting. You go 1-1-2, and then when the Elder tries to go aggressive on you, you have the Aftershock from Enchant, and then you have the Aftershock from Fissure, and you can just kind of run away. But he must have caught him off guard. I got a kill there. That is a bit surprising to me. Lane played out like that.
Meanwhile, Benjaz is doing a good job of his CS on top. Like, you think all that pressure would, with like the Coddle as well as PL. Obviously, the pressure's going to get a lot more as they both get more levels up in Chakra as well as Lance. So it's going to get tougher and tougher as time goes on.
Void is one of the heroes that deals with it a bit better because he can at least time walk off one of the nukes, or both if they come simultaneously. He's going to go for Ring of Health here. I was imagining that was going to be the choice. Still didn't have enough sustain. He's out of regen. But now with this ring, it's more or less the same as having a... not a constant tango running, but it's still pretty good. You know.
It happened with Yapsor. He did put down the sentry ward. They've got two to choose from. You got Ricky Illusion and Ricky Real. But it's the fact that Yapsor was able to de-ward the
Yep.
So he got goal experience.
Oh, I just realized how much mid one is outplaying Tomato on CS. Wow, that is actually... So this is a quad favored lane, right?
Yeah.
Mid one is 32-8, and the Queen of Pain of Tomato is 16-7. So he's being doubled up. Of course, there was a lot of pressure from Yapsor, so I don't know how this affects, like... Should definitely help the Storm, but I don't think this is how, on paper, the matchup goes. He's just being outskilled here.
Rotation is coming towards top. It's a 1-1-1 build in for the Ricky, so he does have that smoke screen available. They'll pick up the Keeper of the Light, throw him back down again, and MP can't really do much to save Puppey. In fact, he knew it. He wasn't even going to expend mana to throw out some kind of like intimidation lance.
Really like this build from KingTeka as well in the offense. He's going for the old school Elder Titan build, the 0-3-3 build. Which currently hasn't put his level 6 point, but I would imagine it might still go into that aura. This makes you hit really hard. And if you have a one-on-one matchup like this, it's probably the best choice. That's a big... I think that's also why Kessu got caught off guard, because you're really not used to playing against an Elder Titan that goes like this. Look at him just going at him bottom.
Yep.
Level 3 Aftershocks, 2 on stun.
And support's now arrived.
Instant regret.
He's going to lose all of that buff that he had, the fidget control. Matthew, oh, he's got this... No, he doesn't have mana for a smoke screen. All he's got is enough to attack Kessu in the back. Yapsor has a Mango if he wanted to go for an extra stump, but doesn't feel it's worth it.
He doesn't regret it that much after all.
They'll just shrine up anyway.
Yep. Down the Rubik. Probably going to smoke and look for a pick.
Yeah, wait for the heal, KingTeka. Okay, no, don't wait for...
KingTeka don't give no shit.
Sorry. You've been Americanized in your couple of days here, have you?
Classic American word. Oh, let's see.
Oh, there goes your pickup.
Splitter.
Into the splitter straight away. Yapsor wants to help out. Spy Carapace is down. He's done. Catches the Ricky. The totem stomp. It's going to be so much damage, and the dust is there. Matthew will die in the trees. MP is rotated over as well, looking for the kill onto a cell, who tries to juke it around in the corner. Not going to work. MP will get himself a kill as well. It looked like a fantastic setup, but...
This support duo doesn't have damage. That's the problem. Ricky and Rubik need levels to deal damage, and right now, you know, that was even a good combo. They got the Earth Splitter on him, they got the Astral Spirit, he pulled it back, he started hitting, but the amount of stun that Secret have in that lane with both the Nyx and the Shaker being there...
No chance for mid one. Mid one does have his level 6, but the smoke screen could cause him real problems, but the Sentry Ward is still up for the moment, so the smoke screen doesn't really catch mid one off guard enough. Yapsor's rotation in as well meant if Matthew to continue the fight. He may have died. The Sentry actually timed out halfway in the middle of that fight.
Wait, is this really happening? The Radiant are running 3 Soul Rings with Caudle.
Regeneration.
Yep.
There's a Soul Ring on the support Nyx before boots, Soul Ring on the Shaker, and Soul Ring on the Storm.
Efficiency.
This item seems to be gaining a lot of popularity. Saw it earlier today. iG.V were running a Soul Ring on the Puck of Universe.
Yep.
Very interesting. Mid lane. Good blink from Tomato. He will get out. There's a regen running there from mid one. He's just going to keep it going here with a bit of zip zap.
He doesn't even have Electrical Vortex. He didn't have a way to control up the Queen of Pain. So it really was just force a blink out. If you can't mana burn him, force him to burn abilities the old-fashioned way.
Tomato would love to have mana in this game. That would be fun.
Yabsaw.
Nope.
Here comes Faceless Void. Chronosphere is up, but the double stun. Damn, Yabsaw is good. I'm glad I got a plus 25% stun increase on my fantasy card for him.
Not biased at all. Okay.
You know what he's like.
Yeah.
As a support. He was one of the safe bets for a support.
A pretty slow game in some ways compared to the other games we've had today, and I think by nature it's just the support duo of both sides that don't have the same kind of play potential, so it will be a bit slower. Secret do seem to be getting more out of the map though, being a bit more efficient than Infamous, but it's still an even early game by all means.
Yeah, 1k gold, 500 experience. The difference, it is swinging the way of Secret, but Infamous is still looking for that opportunity. They want to use the Faceless Void.
Yeah, absolutely. That TP mid is a pretty big loss for him that he doesn't find anything. Yapsor around.
They
still
don't
doesn't
have
have
detection.
boots. Do you want to get boots on your Nyx ever? Minute 10.
Doesn't make Soul Ring of a boost, bro.
It's a stun. Echo will come.
Yeah, with a Vendetta
Good
hit.
smoke screen.
Nice smoke screen. The Chrono will catch out too. The Splitter is there from Tekka, and it slaps back the Earth Shaker. Nyx Assassin needs to run away out this one. He's got no MVs. He cannot TP. There's nothing to do apart from to die to the Faceless Void. Infamous get what they want.
2 quick kills. They don't really lose anything on the map as it looks. Powers are still very healthy. Bottom lane especially, but now the pressure is going to start to be mounted here by Team Secret, so going to force a rotation down here from Faceless Void, and he will take care of business here. Or will he?
Got to be careful when you've got no Chronosphere. Puppey is bringing in help. He's actually bringing in the Nyx Assassin on a recall. So Rubik, oh, that's not where you want to be. Yabso is stunned. The Illumina's a little bit off target. But it may not matter. Spike Carapace causing problems, and the attack from Puppey.
It's pretty fast though, but still not enough. If there was any assistance coming in from Infamous there, that could have been really interesting. Not the case.
Faceless Void force a time lapse out. But with that catapult behind it, it's the perfect time for Team Secret to push the lane. Other supports now TPing in. Faceless Void, still no Chrono, but Queen of Pain arrives, and Team Secret will give it the respect. They'll back up before the creep. Actually, the tower is within deny range now. The siege creep did enough damage. So it's now up to Secret.
Oh, they got it. They actually got the tower.
That happened?
It didn't get denied.
And Benjet is being stalked by Yabsaw into the tree line. He's moving down.
This is dangerous.
They're looping around. MP's nearby. He's going to time walk out this one with the lance, the Illuna, the damage! Was barely enough.
Would have survived there if he used his stick before time walking, but probably didn't think about it in the heat of the moment. Now he's going to have this moment of realization where he's going to be like, damn it, you know?
Oh, pick yourself up, go for another kill.
Yep, pretty much. Can't let that affect you too much. A nice kill from Secret nonetheless. That was very good combination of spell usage.
Oh, this is nice for mid one.
Double damage.
Double damage room. Just got Chakra up as well.
Quap has the Veil coming in. So now Infamous hitting a power spike right now. Ricky got level 6. They have Chrono again. Queen has the Veil. The Titan is really strong. Infamous's teamfight right now is really nasty if they set it up. So see if they can somehow force that type of play to happen.
I'm still waiting for the double totem. With a Chakra cooldown, the never-ending control that can come from Kazu. I think it's a 6-second like reduction on a 5-second ability, 5-second cooldown ability.
That's true. You can get 2 enchants.
Even though you probably want to start with Echo.
Yes.
That's the only downside.
You blink Echo, and then you instantly get Chakra'd, and then you have 2 enchants.
Yeah.
unlikely.
Yeah, there's no way Puppey can keep up with that range. Well, not no way. It would just be difficult. They observe what the top team's secret to attack the tier 1 tower, but it's already too late. Infamous are all bottom.
So now, this ward that was just placed in the bottom area by Matthew got spotted by Puppey. He had a sentry and an obs, so he's going to get rid of this as soon as he gets some vision. Oh, he's going there. And you will be seeing a lot of this tournament. Teams have become way more accustomed to this move, where the enemy team is collapsing on your safe lane tower, you collapse on their tower. And it's just the layout of the map and how hard it is to defend this particular tower that this will be happening countless times in this tournament, that you see this exact trade-off. It's very, very normal that you don't try to defend these towers.
So thanks to the double damage rune of mid 1, he actually got a lot more back in return because he went for the mid, but maybe paying the price. Both screen is down. YapzOr. Oh, there's the ET splitter. Spy Carapace messing again with the ET combo, but misses the impale stun.
Important blinding light there from Puppey, kept him alive for sure.
Kezu got dragged in. He got recalled in. He's 100 gold away from having his blink dagger.
Yeah, it's good farm. Actually, every hero on the Radiant has good farm. Very uncharacteristic, but YapzOr is very, like, easily the lowest farmed hero in their team. You know, it's good to see that they're able to adapt. Yap is very commonly considered one of the greediest support players. Like, he's very good at claiming farm around the map, at scaling, at not buying wards, at asking his 5 to buy all the wards when he has 3 items, at asking his... Yeah, okay.
But you see Pup. You sound a little salty there, Sin. Just missed it. They missed the replacing me and 5.
Yeah.
But yeah, you see the reason. Like, Puppey is building him for the mech. Mid lane, really nice control. Vortex back, and Tomato will drop. But Puppey's trying to go for both the 4-staff as well as the mech. This is a very expensive thing to do. This is the reason why they were stacking, allowing him to actually farm those stacks as well on the top lane.
Yeah.
I understand the critical items he needs to get, and then Kezu can start buying items.
I think it's a very good game for Aghanims on Caudle, actually. I wonder if he's just gonna... Puppey often keeps this casual buckler. He might just go Aghs after the 4-staff.
YapzOr, Spy Carapace is nice, goes for the stun, gets the double. Over on Rubik and faces Void, keeping him out of the fight. Fissure as well. Chronosphere now committed. The Illuminate and Blinding Light, making it very difficult for Infamous to get the damage in, especially when the Illuminate destroys the Rubik with combination of mid 1. Kezu gets the Echo Slam off, faces Void, nowhere to jump to. And that is Team Secret getting the fight that they wanted on top lane.
And Infamous were just missing numbers there. That was a very good Chrono plus Elder Titan splitter, but Queen of Pain couldn't connect. Ricky wasn't there, I think.
He was scouting. He was watching the Earthshaker, so he was sitting on top of that dire observer wall that's behind the tier 1 tower.
But he wasn't
then
really
the fight pushed above the tower, so he couldn't go across.
Yeah, okay. And Secret are building a really big advantage already, actually. 6k up, 16 minutes in. It's just raw farm. They're pushing the lanes better, farming more. And Infamous are not managing to connect their plays very well.
Courier snipe.
Yep.
And that's a lot of items on that Courier.
Mid 1, that is very, very cocky moving up all this way.
Oh, the Illuminate's gonna connect! Banjaz wrecked on the top lane. Mid 1 could be the confident one, but he just ball lightnings away and TP's out. Team Secret's chaining of abilities is so damn good. It's like perma-stun on a Faceless Void. They're taking it from 100 to 0 with no ability to time walk. 6 charges or not.
There's a jump forward, mid 1. That is very aggressive. He doesn't have any mana left.
Yeah,
he does have a team though.
He needs to get there in range for the stun, and it won't happen. Tricks of the trade. Smoke screen causing enough of interference for Team Secret.
Infamous seemed a little bit disconnected here as well. In this mid play, so mid 1 is pushing up the mid lane alone, and the whole team is there, and Ricky is a bit far away. And Rubik runs in, lifts him, throws him back, and the Ricky isn't in range yet to connect. So it's just, they're not really on the exact same page with the moves, I think. Because that mid 1 Storm Spirit movement should have been punished a lot harder than it was. He could have definitely died there, that rotation. They didn't get the kill. And now it's gotta be smoke time and get this Chrono used. Sonic Wave in 50. And they need to be feeling like Secret are out farming them really hard right now. They've got to be feeling that.
Yeah. and it's very accurate. 7k, and actually increasing drastically. 7.5k is the net worth advantage for Team Secret. Experience is only a little bit behind that. Thanks to the sentry of Yapsol, he knew the Rikimaru running around the mid. And then how do you even push this? Like, as Keeper of the Light, you can't keep your creep wave alive. You want to jump into the fight. The Riki cannot survive a level 4 Illuminate plus 1 extra ability. The Rubik has wand, boots, and then 2 smokes and a TP scroll. He can't stand anywhere near the front lines, which leaves Faceless Void. And Benjaz in the back of his mind is, I keep getting killed. I can't even time walk out.
He's going Battle Fury. It's gonna be hard, man. I think it's gonna be real hard this game to run a Battle Fury. I get what the idea is. You're playing against the PL. You need to farm. You want to have to cleave for the PL illusions. I just don't think they're in a position in this game right now where they will be able to get away with this.
Yeah,
it's a very low value item for a long time, and he's already struggling.
We were talking about this in the earlier series, right? Like, what happens when you go for like Battle Fury over things like Maelstrom, which appears to be a lot more efficient. I guess like the old PLs where you have like mass amounts of illusions pushing down the lane, which is too much to deal with. You need the cleave for that. If Maelstrom would help you, but you finish a full Mjolnir, and then maybe you'd have enough. Now, the Maelstrom's enough to deal with what PL does throw at you. At least in the early game.
Oh, he changed his mind. He's going Linken's.
Okay. So that's gonna... The ES instant stun's still gonna get through that. I suppose Nick's mana burn would counter a little bit of that, but then if Puppey really wants to, he'll commit his Force Staff to catching
Secret definitely have ways of dealing with it, but it puts extra pressure on them to be in the right position with the right heroes, and they, you know,
Void. Oh! Caught him on the edge of the Chronosphere. The Fish will buy some time. The Echo Slam as well! Kenzu is hit 3 perfectly on the back lines. Storm Spirit may die. He'll be back up in a second thanks to Bloodstone. The Luna flies through, catches the back line, so Puppey will find that kill. Faceless Void. He's completely bone dry. 3 heroes gone. Matthew will run west where the skies are blue. And Tomato will TP himself all the way back to safety of the tier of the fountain.
Still a net win for Infamous. Yeah, it was 3 for 2, but they got 2 big kills. They got 2 cores.
It's starting! It's starting!
Attention!
линии своей. Ну да, тут Юниверс уже покупает себе...
他只能兜个大圈子。
换路了，换路。
Okay guys, until the commentary arrives, I will be casting this one. So we already seen a first blood here on the mid lane. Sumail got that one. iG trying again with Naga here, so it's good they can test Naga here in these group stages, because they already got a win. The thing is not to stay last in the group stage, because you're not going in the main event again. Crit is... Oh, there is a nice arrow by Sumail, and a snare by Zai, and a good kill on Rasta. Zai is in a problem, he will die there. Paparazzi just got to kill Universe again. Universe playing run. Okay. Sumail leading in the terms of net worth. Far away from his fellow mid. Again, good combination, a snare and arrow. Secures the kill on a super. There's another nest and snare, but they will not have a damage to kill Paparazzi.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Rotation by Balanar, but not going to work. There is used Shrine already. Top lane Tide and join his farm. Okay, so there is a rotation to bot lane by iG. Everything on Naga. Naga uses illusions. No, not going to save.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Night Stalker here deep in the enemy territory here uses his Hunter in the Night skill. Flies over the trees. Sumail here in trouble, surrounded by three heroes. iG.V, but he manages to come on uphill and drains a super here. He can take a double kill here. Actually, Universe got that kill and another 2 kills. That was a nice starfall from Universe. They will shrine up now. Back to full health and mana, and that was a great fight for iG. Pagna going for Veil in the early as a first item. As you could see in past games, Pagna was picked by a lot, and it was a great pick in all of those games. Like No-Tail played it very well with Ether Lance and Glimmer Cave. That was so useful on Pagna. There is a tied with ulti, but does not catch anyone. That's a crash and burn. Pagna trying to get a kill on Paparazzi, but not going to work that way. Mid tower gone on the IG side, so probably we will see Sumail focusing on other lanes now, as he's useful for tower siege. There's a dive by Arteezy on top. And Zai, they are sieging the tower, not dealing too much damage. Okay, so as I just said, Sumail is going to rotate bottom. Nice arrow by Universe, and secures a kill on Paparazzi. Bottom tower will fall. And they just enjoying the game so far, as they have it in control. Naga Siren and a snare, and he's going to TP out Sakata. Sumail. Maybe going for a tier 2 tower bot. Interesting. There are only 2 heroes. Only Universe with him. But the tower is already on half HP. As a Sumail and Universe clears the creeps so easily. There is a tower. And a catapult. That's a tower dead. They will not use the fortification on a Radiant. Smell not going for tier 3, aren't you, man? Okay, so he's draining some HP from Sakata. Sakata really having a rough game. Like only 2,800 gold net worth against the Pagna 5,700 net worth. So Tide jumps in to help his poor fellow, but gets immediately drained by Sumail. Sumail really abuses this Pagna, and that's a tier 3 tower in minute 12. Is it time to punish Sumail? There's a stun from DK, but nothing. It's nothing to Sumail. He's back to full health. Digrify on Sakata and drain his life away. Universe, low HP, but a nice Zai ulti here tries to save their bodies and secures a kill on a paparazzi here. Also, let's see. Are they going to push bottom yet? They could. I mean, they have a potential for that. That's only like 2 Pugna Nether Blasts. But they will respect the IG Vitality team and they will go push mid. It's really hard to approach them. I mean, it's really hard to attack the EG team because they've got Earthshaker. I mean, Elder Titan. Why am I saying Earthshaker? Elder Titan. And Elder Titan is playing by Crit. He's the world top Elder Titan player. They got paparazzi bot, 4 of them, but not going to kill him. But now they will go on tier 3 tower. As you can see, 2 nether blasts and tower is dead. So they will strike barracks. Why not? There's a wraparound smoke rotation around behind the IG here. But is it going to be enough? I don't think so, boy, because boy Arteezy is here and wow, that's a nice save by, really nice save by Tide here with Mechanism, but he will die. And there is a lag here in the game. I guess they paused the game. Okay, so English casters here are dead on this in the Dota, so I will have to cast this game. And yeah, so we move on with the game. Barracks are in the danger on iG.V side. Not so good start of this tournament for iG.V. And bottom barracks are dead. Really nice lineup by EG. And Elder Titan is keeping everything in control. If they ever get caught by the IG team, there is ulti from Naga to save their bodies. And they are using all them skills. Good, very good. Arteezy keeping a cool. He's keeping a cool. No, not a single kill yet, only 4 assists. And but he's got a lot of Athos on him. Soon he will get Hood.
Top tower is under attack.
They are keeping it cool. iG.V incapable of initiating in any way.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
So Pugna really proved to be a top 1 pick in this early stages of tournament here. As we saw in the past games, there is a smoke gang from the behind by iG.V, but Sakata is left alone and dead. There is a Ravage on top of EG, but all of them, iG.V just disappeared from this game, and this is a 16-minute GG. Impossible. It is impossible. Okay, nice win from EG there. let's see some other games here. So 18-3. This is really rape, must say. Okay, guys, if you want to win Immortal giveaway for tomorrow, subscribe to this channel, and random subscriber will get Immortal tomorrow on the start of this tournament again. And so let's see, are these games in progress? I don't think so. Okay, so this will be it for my side today. Thank you for watching again, and keep subscribed. Lots of love by Ogreboy, and I wish you luck in Immortal giveaway tomorrow. Okay, guys, thank you for watching again, and I will see you again tomorrow.